Miss Wonderful, Carsington Family Series, written by Loretta Chase, Chapter 12. The expression on his magnificently patrician countenance was priceless. If she hadn't been so nervous, Mirabelle would have laughed. But she was quaking in her boots, and if she paused, even to laugh, she would lose her courage.
"This joke is not amusing," he said.
"I've never been more serious in my life," she said. He'd said he missed her. He'd said he had feelings for her. Perhaps those feelings simply added up to lust, but that was all right. What she felt was lust, too. It had been so long since she'd felt desire, so very long since a man had returned her feelings. She had held back with William and preserved her virtue for honour's sake. She'd let the man she loved go for duty's sake. She would not let honour and duty rule this time. Not completely. She and Mr. Carsington were alone, and this time they were not under her father's roof or at the hotel. No one had seen her enter his bedroom, and no one need see her leave it. Such an opportunity would never come again. She didn't want to die a maiden. She had to know what it was like to experience and express passion. She must experience, once, what it was to be made love to by the man one longed for. He started toward her. She backed away.
"You must do up those buttons," he said so very sternly, "or I shall do them up for you."
He advanced. She retreated. The room was a fraction of the size of his bedchamber at Aldridge Hall. Its furnishings, combined with his belongings, created a course of obstacles and left him little space to maneuver round them. She knew he daren't chance overturning a chair or table or toppling any of the breakables, which seemed to be everywhere. The noise would bring the staff running. He limped cautiously after her, and she retreated, while her unsteady fingers moved down the front of the police.
"Miss Aldridge, this is a very dangerous game," he said. "Someone might hear us."
"Then lower your voice," she said. She leapt up onto the bed, and standing a hair's breadth out of his reach, quickly shrugged out of the police. She threw it at him, and it caught him in the face. He held it there for a moment, then crushed it against his chest.
"You must not," he said hoarsely. "It is wicked to do this to me. It holds," he swallowed, "it holds your warmth, your scent."
Her heart thumped frantically.
"This is most unwise," he said, "and unfair."
"You leave me no choice," she said. "You and your dratted honour."
"You must not do this," he said. "You must not."
"We'll never have another chance," she said. "We'll never have another chance." Alistair tried to tell himself it didn't matter. He could no more dishonour her here than under her father's roof. She was struggling with the fastenings of her dress. They were at the back. He might have undone them so easily. He clenched his hands and stood motionless. Without help, she couldn't get the dress off. He must not help her. "I've spent my life doing my duty," she went on, while trying to twist her dress about in order to get to the buttons and strings. "I don't regret it, not altogether, but I know I'll regret you."
"My dear, don't say that. You are dear. If you were not. But we cannot. We must talk. I beg you to stop disrobing. It's impossible to talk rationally while you're doing that."
"I'm always so rational," she said. "Always doing the right thing. Why may I not once do the wrong thing?"
"Yes, you may, another time, but not now."
"You said you missed me. You were wretched without me," she said. "When you go back to London, you'll have other ladies to make you forget me. I shan't have anyone like you. I don't want to wish I'd taken a chance. I don't want to regret. Now is all I have. Do you not see? Time is running out for me." She gave up fumbling with the dress fastenings and grabbed the bedpost instead. She lifted her right foot, unfastened her half boot, and after a short struggle and a few stumbles pulled it off. He could not let her continue. He started toward the bed. "Don't think of it," she said. "I am very nervous and liable to scream." Alistair took a step back. She was nervous already. Very likely her courage would soon fail her altogether. Before his resolve failed him, he prayed. Before he forgot what honour was. He must pretend. He was good at that. He must pretend he felt nothing. He moved away, brushed her ugly bonnet from the chair, sat down, and folded his arms.
"Very well," he said. "Take off all your clothes. Writhe in the bed naked if you wish. It is nothing I haven't seen before and won't again. As you say, there have been and will be other women in my life, many other women. If I grow very bored, perhaps I shall take another turn about the garden."
He watched the other boot sail past him. Luckily it was soft, and the carpet was thick. It landed with a faint thud. Her garters went next. Alistair stared at his boots. Something soft and slithery landed on his head. He snatched it off, opening his eyes. It was a stocking, still holding the shape of her leg. He swallowed a groan. Another stocking landed at his feet. He stared at it, dragging his fingers through his hair. He heard a faint whoosh, and a pair of silk-knit drawers swirled onto his knee and slid to the floor. He told himself to pretend it was something else, but he couldn't. In his mind's eye he saw feathery pale copper curls in the most secret, most feminine of places. Slowly he looked up toward the bed. Her fiery hair was tumbling about her shoulders, and her dress was twisted sideways. She had her skirts hiked up to her thighs while she worked at untying her petticoat. He'd already seen her ankles and calves, the first time he'd seen her. He knew they were shapely, but he hadn't seen nearly so much of them, and he hadn't seen those sweetly curving limbs bare. She had a beauty mark near the crook of her left knee.
"Miss Aldridge," he said thickly. "Mirabelle."
"I have never had to do this from the inside out before," she said. "It is no small challenge." She tugged the petticoat down and stepped out of it. She stood for a moment, her skirts bunched in her hands, and looked at him.
"Your legs are very beautiful," he said.
"Please cover them up," he should have added. He didn't. Not that it would have made a whit of difference. She glanced down at her legs. "Yes, they are good, I think, but no one ever sees them. The rest of me is good as well, and it is all going to waste." Then, at last, he saw the trouble. She lived in this out-of-the-way place with a father who was mainly absent, in spirit if not in body. She worked day after day, and no one took much notice of what she did. There was no one to applaud her accomplishments, let alone to admire or flirt with her. There was no one to tell her how pretty she was, no one to appreciate her wit, her intelligence, her caring and affectionate heart. Why should she care how she dressed or whether her hair was tidy or not, when she was to all intents and purposes invisible?
"I see you,"
he said. He got up and crossed to the bed. She stepped back, out of reach.
"You are beautiful," he said. "I would give anything in the world to have you, but I cannot, because I am not in a position to marry you."
"Of course we cannot marry," she said. "It is very likely you will build your horrid canal and destroy everything I hold dear, and I shall hate you for it. If you fail, it will be my doing, and you'll hate me for it. At this moment we are in charity with each other, but it cannot last. If we do not make love now, we never will. You will have other opportunities with other women, I know, but I am not likely to meet another man for whom I have feelings as strong as those I have for you." She spoke quietly and composedly, but the colour came and went in her cheeks. She stood stiffly, her skirts still bunched in her tightly clenched hands. No tears glistened in her eyes, and her lips didn't tremble, but her chin jutted out. Brave or defiant or merely obstinate, he couldn't tell. All Alistair knew was that he wanted what she wanted, and he felt like a beast making her beg. He would feel like a beast afterward, too, no matter what he did. He would do what she wanted and what he wanted and work out the moral difficulties later. After all, he told himself, he wasn't a schoolboy. He knew ways to make love without ruining her. He and Judith Guilford had taken full advantage of the rare brief occasions they'd been alone together. He'd had time enough to relieve his affianced bride of her virginity. She certainly hadn't tried to protect it. Yet he'd controlled himself. He might be stupid, but he was not without scruples. He told himself this as he pulled off his coat. He tossed the coat aside, unbuttoned his waistcoat, swiftly removed it and threw it on top of the coat. He untied and unwound his neckcloth and flung it aside. It landed on top of her drawers. Alistair heard her suck in her breath. His own breathing was shallow. He told himself to calm down and keep a level head. He pulled off his boots. Then he looked at the woman standing on the bed, letting his gaze travel slowly from her bare toes upward, over the graceful turn of her ankles, the sweet curve of her calves, the teasing dot at the crook of her knee, and up the gentle swell of her thighs. He climbed onto the bed and on hands and knees crept toward her, across the counterpane marked with her boot prints. She didn't move a muscle, only stood holding her skirts as before. Nearing, he saw the tiny beauty mark was a misshapen heart, upside down. He kissed it. Her leg trembled. He hooked his arm round her knees and brought her down. He heard the soft, choked cry of surprise and the light thud as she landed among the pillows. Then he was crawling over her, and she was clutching fistfuls of his shirt and pulling him down to her. He meant to be gentle and careful, but it was nearly impossible. He was like a man who'd wandered the desert for days, weeks, years. She was the oasis, fresh and clean and sweet. Every other woman he'd ever known seemed merely a mirage. Only she was real. Her scent was everywhere, dizzying. He'd held her pelisse to his face, inhaling her helplessly, and the scent brought back everything he'd tried to forget. The first taste of her, as fresh as morning, and the artless ardour of her kiss, the warmth of her body on top of his, her heart thumping against his chest, her hair tickling his chin. Now she was here, in his arms. We'll never have another chance. He deepened the kiss and the sweetness darkened. A lover's dusk settled in, with darkness to come. All the world gone, only they two, alone. His hands moved to her back, and he undid the fastenings he'd vowed not to touch. First the dress's buttons and tapes, then the corset strings. Then he was pushing the lot bodice corset chemise down to her hips, and then he forgot how to breathe. He'd pictured in his mind the shape of her breasts, but he could never have imagined how perfect they were, firm and velvety smooth, tipped with delicate pink buds. He had not quite envisioned the flawless curve of her stomach and the enticing dip of her navel. He had not imagined he would stop suddenly and look at her and realize she was everything in the world he'd ever wanted. "Mirabelle," he said softly. "Wonderful. Miraculous." He drew his hand so lightly over her breast. She rose to his touch, the delicate bud tightening and darkening. "Oh," she said. It was the softest of sighs, the gentlest exhalation, yet it told him everything. Of the pleasure she took, the trust she gave, the wanting she felt, undisguised. He slid his hands over the silken curve of her belly. She moved under his hand, her uninhibited response urging him on, and his touch grew less delicate, more possessive. He stroked over the velvety skin, the perfect curves, and she moved with every stroke, giving completely, trustingly, without fear or shame. The more he tasted and touched, the more she gave, and the more he wanted. His mind was a haze of wanting, and she was everything he'd ever wanted. He kissed her deeply, as though he must get to the heart of her, and she caught her fingers in his hair and answered with the same urgency. The taste of her was so clean and sweet, innocent, but not shy. It was like drinking the nectar of the wildflowers blooming defiantly in the most forbidding moorland. "Mirabelle," a murmur against her eager, welcoming mouth. "Yes, yes, yes," she whispered. "Yes, yes, yes." He pushed dress and corset and chemise over her hips and down, scarcely heeding what he did, only wanting them out of the way. He shed his own remaining garments in the same mindless way, caring for nothing but to taste her mouth again, and her skin, and to learn every inch of her body with his hands, his mouth. Perhaps he was aware in some distant corner of his mind of where he was, and who she was, and what he'd intended, of what was right and what was wrong. But the awareness slid farther and farther away while her hands moved over him too, as she learnt from him to be bold, as she discovered how to stir his hunger for her. Right and wrong receded and faded while desire blazed ever fiercer and wilder. Her tongue tangled with his, her fingers dug into his shoulders, and their bodies tangled too, as he rolled with her onto their sides, All the while they demanded more of each other, and the clinging kiss deepened into a heated mimicry of coitus. He was still aware in some faraway place of what he'd intended and what honor demanded, but she clung to him, and he'd rather die than let go of her, so warm and silken soft and passionate. He dragged her up tight against him, and heard her soft gasp.
"It's all right,"
he whispered. It wasn't. She was an innocent, else his arousal would not have shocked her. Stop, he told himself. Stop now. But she didn't recoil. She wasn't afraid, though his swollen membrum virile throbbed against her belly. "Oh, my goodness," she said, her voice a choked whisper. She moved her hips against his. Then, "Oh!" He had no thoughts left, only a hot haze of consciousness.
"I want you,"
he growled.
"So very much."
"Yes," she said. "Yes, please." "Yes, please." He slid his hand between her legs. She made a soft, startled sound, then relaxed and yielded, trusting him. He slipped his fingers through the feather-soft curls and gently caressed her. Again she stiffened, and again in the next moment she surrendered to the intimate touch, moving against his hand, seeking more. Her soft hands moved more possessively over his shoulders, his arms, sending rivers of heat coursing down to the pit of his belly, making a hot darkness of his mind. His caresses grew less gentle, and her hands tightened on his arms. "Oh, yes, please. Oh, yes. Dear God, And then she was shuddering to a climax, then another, and another. He felt her pulsing pleasure ricochet through him, felt it course through his veins and reverberate in muscle and sinew. She was slick under his hand, and he was half mad with joy and need. She writhed against him. "Oh, please, please." She caught her fingers in his hair and dragged his mouth to hers, and it was sin he tasted this time. Hot and sweet carnal sin. He needed to drain every drop, to be inside her, to feel that madly pulsing pleasure from within. Still half lost in the tumultuous kiss, he drew her leg up over his hip. He stroked more deeply with his fingers, readying her, though she was silky moist already, and his fingers trembled with need. She wanted him. He wanted her more than anything in the world. He poised himself to enter. She slid her hand down his belly, and he groaned against her mouth. She was murmuring. He couldn't understand. His mind was thick and dark and hot. Then he felt her hand close over his rod. The thick black world went blinding white, her touch a lightning strike, blasting through him. It jolted through muscle and pumped through vein, and he exploded, spilling himself onto her belly. He took Mirabelle with him when he rolled off her, and she, mere putty in those long, knowing hands, went easily. A delirious happiness filled her being, while pure physical pleasure cascaded over her skin and through her veins and made her tremble. He drew her close and tucked her up against him, her backside pressing against his groin. She nestled there comfortably, and thought hazily that this was where she belonged, must have always belonged. He was big and warm and wonderfully solid. She reached back and stroked the taut, muscular thigh pressed to hers. She felt him wince, and consciousness stumbled back, and she realized she'd run her hand over the wounded thigh. What she felt against her palm was a tangle of smooth, raised scar tissue. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Does it pain you?" He made an odd sound, a laugh or a groan or something in between.
"No, sweet. Not at all. Another kind of suffering."
He pressed his mouth to her neck, and she shivered.
"Like that,"
he said. Pleasure. It pleased him when she touched him. She knew that. She'd felt his pleasure, an echo of her own, with every caress. It was as though he were an echo of her and she of him. It was as though they'd always known each other, been part of each other, but some interruption had come, separating them for a time. She could not speak of it yet. What had happened to her was too magical, What she'd felt was beyond any words she possessed. To have him touch her so intimately, to give herself up completely, it was so wonderful it hurt. If only she'd realized what would happen when she touched him so brazenly, she wouldn't have done it. She'd wanted him inside her. But no, it was better this way for both of them. No consequences. She swallowed the lump forming in her throat. "It's that tyrannical leg," she said. "Always wanting attention. Let me look at it."
"It isn't pretty," he said. "But what do you care? You see the beauty in the black moorlands where others see ugliness and bleakness. And anyway, you're a country woman. You've no doubt watched cattle, sheep, and pigs give birth. You must have a wonderfully strong stomach."
"Women are not so squeamish as men," she said.
"Squeamish?"
He laughed. She turned in his arms, paused to kiss his neck and shoulder, then regarded the damaged limb. The injury was more extensive than she'd imagined. Not one, but a large tangle of scars spread from his hip nearly to his knee. "It must have been a fearful wound," she said. "Wounds, I mean. It is amazing you were able to keep the leg and live." She felt him stiffen. "Shall I change the subject?" she asked. It was a while before he answered, his voice very low.
"The surgeons said they must take it off. I wouldn't let them. I was—"
A long pause.
"I'm not sure I was rational at the time. But Gordy was, and he seconded me."
"You must have lost a great deal of blood," she said. "That would make it hard to think clearly." He buried his face in her hair. "And your having lost so much blood would make it very risky to amputate," she went on. "I hadn't thought of that. I suppose the surgeons did not know what else to do. Neither would I come to that. I don't know how you found the Turkish healer, but he or she seems to have saved your life. You were fortunate your friend was there, Lord Gordmore." She owed this magical interlude to her enemy, then. She'd soared to the stars and back because of him. The man aiming to destroy her world had saved this man's life. She would not think about it. She stroked over his chest, over the silky hair. "There's more gold," she murmured.
"There's what?"
"More gold in the hair on your chest than on your head." She looked up and met an unreadable amber gaze. "I have paid very close attention to these little details," she added. She'd been memorizing him, so that later— She put that thought aside, too. She wanted to concentrate on now. It would be over all too soon. Now she was warm and content and safe, and still at one with him. Soon. Soon. Oh, Lord, how long had she been here? Pleasure and warmth began to dissolve as reality slithered back in. The snake in the garden. She looked up at him. "I must go," she said. His arms tightened about her. "I must leave now," she said. "I cannot stay all afternoon, though I wish I could." His gaze darkened.
"We need to talk first," he said.
"We can talk another time," she said.
"About us," he said.
"There won't be any us."
"I think we must talk about marriage," he said.
Her heart skipped and fluttered, exultant and fearful at once, mad and sane at the same time. She drew in a long, steadying breath and let it out, and rested her head upon his chest. "I'm a country woman, as you pointed out," she said. "I know how animals are impregnated. You did not impregnate me." He gave a short laugh.
"It was not for want of trying. But gad, with you I have all the control of a horny schoolboy."
She lifted her hand and laid the palm against his cheek. "I regret nothing," she said. "You must not either. You are not responsible for my virtue. You did not trick or deceive me. I knew what I was doing."
"It doesn't matter," he said. "I knew what I was doing too, or thought I did. I never meant for it to go so far."
"I did," she said.
"That makes no difference," he said.
"Don't tell me it's a question of honor."
"Not simply honor," he said. "Honor and affection. I care for you."
It came then, all unbidden, the memory. William, storming through her ravaged plantation, pulling her into his arms. "I love you, Mirabelle. Don't ruin 2 lives. Don't make me go away without you." She'd held firm then, though she was so deeply in love, because too much was at stake. This was mere infatuation, she told herself. Yielding to it would render everything she'd done pointless. She would have sacrificed William's love for nothing. All these years of working to save the place she loved, the place her mother had loved, all for nothing. She tried to wriggle free. The powerful arms did not give way 1 iota. "Mr. Carsington," she said.
"Alistair," he said.
"Mr. Carsington," she said firmly. "Pray use your head. Marriage is out of the question. In a very short time we shall be at odds, and you may be certain I shall fight you mercilessly with every weapon at my disposal. This interlude, as agreeable as it has been—" She trailed off, honesty getting the better of her. "Not agreeable. It was perfect, and I care for you, too, but I do not see how any woman could help it. I cannot allow these feelings or our intimacy to influence me." He kissed her forehead. She wanted to cry.
"I refuse to believe the situation cannot be resolved more happily," he said. "We have not even had a proper discussion about it."
"There is only one feasible route for your friend's canal," she said. "Believe me, I've searched for alternatives. There aren't any."
"The route can be shaped in various ways," he said.
"The result will be the same," she said. "You will make a public highway through my peaceful, backward world, and it will change beyond recognition and beyond recall. I cannot let that happen. To an outsider, Longledge is like 100 other rustic places, but to me it is unique and precious."
"My dear, I understand that."
The gentleness of his voice nearly undid her. Tears itched at the corners of her eyes. Her throat ached. She set her fist against his chest and pushed. This time he let her go. She started to get up. He sighed and said,
"Wait."
He got up, crossed the room to the washstand, and filled the basin. For a moment she watched his long, powerful body move, so graceful in spite of the limp. Then she looked away. He brought her the basin and a towel. She hurriedly washed herself, while he, still magnificently unself-consciously naked, slowly went about gathering her clothes. He came to the bed and sat down, his arms filled with her garments. He did not give them to her, but sat staring at them. She dug out her chemise and drawers and wriggled into them. She found her stockings, sat down beside him, and with shaking fingers drew them on. When she was sure she could trust herself to speak again, she said, "I understand you, too. I know you are loyal and high-minded."
"It was not very high-minded to debauch you," he growled.
He set her clothes down next to her, got up, grabbed his breeches, and pulled them on. "I demanded to be debauched," she said.
"Don't be absurd."
He plucked her garters from the heap of clothes, started to give them to her, then snatched them back. He knelt and tied them. When he was done, he kissed the beauty mark near her knee. The kiss made a shambles of her resolve. It took all her willpower to maintain a pretense of objectivity. "It isn't your fault," she said. "I did everything I could think of to seduce you. It was wrong of me. I should not have taken advantage of a sick man, but I am not an over-scrupulous woman." She stood. "I would be much obliged if you would help me with my stays and frock." He stared at her for the longest time, his dark amber gaze so searching. Then he did as she asked. He laced up her corset with disconcerting efficiency. She wondered how many women, in addition to the 7 or 8 she knew of, he'd dressed and undressed. She felt a pang, surprisingly painful, of some emotion she hoped was not jealousy. In another few moments he'd helped her into her dress and fastened it. Her hair took more time because the pins were everywhere. Still, to her it seemed to take no time at all. But she had no excuse now to delay her departure, and so she started toward the window. He caught her arm and drew her back.
"Mirabelle, there are other matters to consider besides the canal," he said. "If there is the least blemish on your reputation because of me—"
"You worry too much," she said, though worry niggled at her too. Her effectiveness in the community depended on her neighbours' respect for her, which would vanish if any hint of today's adventure got out. Yet she went on coolly. "This isn't London's beau monde, ruled by a small court of capricious matrons. My neighbours are not such high sticklers. I should have to commit a hanging offence before they would cut me. Actually being suspected of a dalliance with you may increase my social credit, and make me appear more interesting and dashing." His countenance hardened. He did not release her arm, only stood looking at her, his eyes dark. "That will happen only if they do suspect," she said, "which is most unlikely, unless you make me late getting home."
"But if they do, I will hear of it," he said, "and I will do what is right."
She had no doubt he would try. He had probably been born wearing shining armour, and it was typical of fate's perversity to send Sir Galahad into her life, only to lay waste, like any evil dragon, to everything she held dear. She mustered a cheerful smile. "If my neighbours suspect I've been naughty, they'll entertain themselves with watching to discover if I am increasing," she said. "When it finally becomes clear that Lord Hargate's war hero's son did not get a bastard on me, they will turn to a new sensation. Sawley's pig will eat Mrs. Riddler's nasturtiums. One of the vicar's prize marrows will disappear mysteriously the night before the fair. Mrs. Earnshaw's housekeeper will see a ghost in the still-room." She reached up with her free hand and stroked his jaw. "I must go now." He released her and turned away. Mirabelle hurried to the window and climbed out. She didn't let herself look back. She'd have the rest of her life for looking back. Chapter 13. Though it was futile to attempt to keep secrets from one's manservant, Alistair tried. He dressed quickly, found a brush, and whisked at the footprints on the counterpane. He heard Crewe come in, sighed, and went on brushing. The valet approached, sponge in hand. "If you will permit me, sir," he said. "A damp sponge may better serve the purpose." Alistair moved away. Crewe rubbed at the spots. "You have inserted your waistcoat buttons through the wrong buttonholes," he informed his master, "and a hairpin is caught in the right sleeve of your coat." "Damn me to hell," Alistair muttered. He rebuttoned the waistcoat and removed the hairpin. There would be more among the bedclothes and pillows, but he must trust Crewe to remove all such evidence before the maids could spot it. Maids? Had anyone else come upstairs? "Crewe, the other servants—" "No one else has come near this part of the house for the last hour or more," his faithful valet said. "Upon ascertaining that you would prefer not to be disturbed, I decided to seek domestic advice from Captain Hughes's staff. They were so good as to vouchsafe to me their favourite receipts for preparing scouring balls, and their opinions as to whether it was preferable to use soap or spirit of wine to clean gold lace and embroidery." Crewe had kept the other servants away, in other words. If only the man had shown less tact and burst in upon his master before the master could embark upon an act of stupidity far surpassing anything he had done previously. But it was not Crewe's job to do Alistair's thinking for him. The master proving bereft of morals, the servant had acted to shield the lady from discovery and disgrace. "You are a paragon, Crewe. Do you know that?" Alistair said. "You are the wisest and most faithful of servants. It is no hardship to serve a good master, and they are rarer than many people think," said Crewe. Having removed the last vestiges of Miss Aldridge's footprints, he commenced remaking the bed. "They seem, however, not so rare a species in this corner of Derbyshire. Captain Hughes's staff are devoted to him and cannot sing his praises loud enough. As to the inhabitants of Aldridge Hall, I have personal experience of their kindness and generosity." The bed now rid of all traces of recent events, Crewe turned his attention to the carpet. He collected 3 hairpins, a broken button, a minute piece of lace, and some odd bits of thread. While the servant scoured the room for other compromising evidence, his master made a decision. 2 hours later, while Captain Hughes was in a hothouse, trying to wrench Mr. Aldridge's attention from a dingy green something or other, Mr. Carsington and his manservant were riding back to Matlock Bath. By the time she reached home, Mirabell had begun to understand why maidens were strictly cautioned to protect their virtue and save their virginity for the wedding night. She'd seen animals breed and thought she had an idea of what happened between men and women, but she'd left something out of the equation. Animals didn't make love. It was purely physical. Somehow, in her addled, ignorant mind, she'd assumed it would be that way. Physical, pleasurable, and a relief of some kind, a release of pent-up feeling. She hadn't guessed how sweet it could be, or how the sweetness as much as the passion would intensify all she'd felt before. She hadn't an inkling of how much it would hurt to say no when he spoke of marriage, and to make him and herself face the hard facts and the vast gulf dividing them. She hadn't realized how painful and difficult it would be to drive away. Now she realized she'd made a terrible mistake, but it was done and couldn't be undone. She would have what she'd wanted, or what she'd thought she'd wanted, an experience, a memory. In time, she'd learned to dwell on the memory with pleasure, she told herself. She would remember that a man— she smiled ruefully. No, not merely a man. A handsome knight had ridden into her life, and for a time he'd made her feel like the fair damsel in a romantic tale. For part of an afternoon, she'd had a happy ending. That's more than you had yesterday, she told herself. And so, resolved to be cheerful, she went home. Not feeling quite ready to face Mrs. Entwistle, Mirabell went to her study. This was a mistake, because she no sooner sat at the desk than she remembered the first feverish embrace, the strong hands lifting her onto the desk. She pushed away the recollection. "Later," she muttered. "Later you can mope." She forced her mind to the event that had precipitated today's fatal error. The women of Longledge and their husbands, the tradesmen and farmers who wouldn't speak up. She got up from the desk and walked to the window and looked out on the fading afternoon. This window didn't offer much of a view, but even this slice— a glimpse of the trees that had so narrowly escaped Caleb Finch's saws— was balm to her wounded spirit. As regrets softened and faded a degree, she turned over in her mind her original plan. It had not been well thought out, true. While Mr. Carsington would not want to take unfair advantage, he also couldn't shirk his responsibility to the man who'd saved his life. How could he face Lord Gordmore and say, "I'm sorry, but I had to come back because no one would fight with me. Except for one love-starved spinster, they will all do anything I say. You'd better go instead because they'll give you a proper fight." Now that she played the scene out in her mind, she saw how ridiculous it sounded. Lord Gordmore wouldn't think his friend was disloyal. He'd think Mr. Carsington was insane. He would think— "Insane," she said softly. "Ailing. Getting worse. Insomnia. A fatigue of the nerves. The doctor said so." And quickly, before her conscience could gather strength enough to stop her, she sat down and started writing the letters. It did not take long, and when she was done, she went in search of her father, to get his signature. According to Benton, Mr. Aldridge was unlikely to have gone far this day. A new specimen from foreign parts had been delivered this morning, and he was exceedingly worried about it. She found her parent in a hothouse, frowning over a droopy piece of unidentifiable plant life. Captain Hughes was with him, apparently attempting the impossible, an intelligible conversation. She greeted the captain, and after apologizing for the interruption, said, "Papa, I need you to sign these 2 letters." "Yes, my dear, in a moment." Where her parent was concerned, in a moment could easily mean not in this lifetime, and possibly not for all eternity. "I'm afraid it cannot wait, Papa," Mirabell said. "We have not a minute to lose. These messages must go out express." Her father turned away from the plant to her and blinked. "Good heavens! What has happened?" "You need not make yourself anxious," she said. "I have the matter in hand. Only sign them, please. It is improper for me to do so." Since he was constantly making notes about his collection of vegetable matter, pen and ink were nearby. He did not, however, merely run an absent eye over the letters as usual and scribble his name. This time he read. When he had done reading, he did not immediately take up his pen. Instead he looked at her, much in the way he'd been scrutinizing his enfeebled new plant. Mirabelle assured herself that no one, and most especially not Sylvester Aldridge, could possibly deduce from looking at her face that a few hours ago she had lain naked in the arms of the Earl of Hargate's third son. Nor could Papa ascertain from her features the disgracefully wanton means by which she'd managed the feat. "I do not think," he began. He did not complete the thought, because at that moment Captain Hughes's footman Dobbs hurried into the hothouse, red-faced and panting. "Begging pardon, sir, sirs, miss, but Mr. Nancarrow told me to cut along smartly to the captain, as it won't wait, and—"
"Then get on with it," the captain cut in. "What's amiss?"
"It's Mr. Carsington, sir. He's run away."
"Ah, well," said Papa.
He moved away and signed the letters. Mirabelle could only stare at the servant.
"Have your wits gone begging?" the captain said to Dobbs. "The man's too sick to run away. More likely he walked too far and got lost or collapsed from fatigue."
"Don't look like it, sir. He went with Mr. Crewe and they took their horses."
"And no one made a move to stop them? Is Nancarrow incapacitated? Why didn't he send for me the instant he knew of it?"
"He did, sir. He only just found out hisself. Had the news from the stables. At first we thought it was one of the stablemen's jokes. But when I went up to Mr. Carsington's room, all his things was packed up and the window was open."
"The window? Don't tell me the man climbed down on knotted sheets."
"No, sir. Mr. Vince took out the ladder this morning to check the rainwater heads, and he must have forgot it, because there it was, sir, right alongside Mr. Carsington's window." The second express letter from Aldridge Hall was delivered before cockcrow on Saturday, and awakened Lord Gordmore from a dead sleep. With trembling hands he tore the letter open. When he finished reading it, he swore violently. He got up. Returning to sleep was out of the question. He paced his bedroom for a time, then summoned his manservant and told him to start packing. It was well before the valet's normal time of rising. He blinked several times to assure himself this was his master, wide awake at this unspeakable hour and proposing to travel. But he only said, "Yes, my lord. Where to, my lord?"
"The ends of the earth, God help me," said his lordship. "Derbyshire."
Since Lord Gordmore expected to make a longish stay in the wilds of the East Midlands, his servants would need several hours to complete the packing. Shortly before noon on Saturday, therefore, the Viscount called on his sister. She was still abed when he arrived, and listlessly sipping her chocolate. She grew more animated, however, when he told her about the letter. She had a great deal to say, most of it to the tune of "I told you so."
"You did not tell me Carr would become so ill," Gordmore snapped, after the tragic chorus had gone on in his opinion more than long enough.
"I knew he was not the man for the task," she said. "You won't admit it, and no one will speak of it openly, but all the world whispers that he hasn't been right since Waterloo. He spends more time with his tailor than anyone else, not to mention that he's scarcely looked at a woman since he came back. I always said it was a pernicious melancholia at the very least, but who listens to me?"
What?
"I don't recall your ever—" "Now he is many miles away from all his friends," she went on, "surrounded by people who bear you, and by association him, a great deal of ill will." She adjusted her frilly nightcap. "Very well. If you will look at me in that disagreeable way, I shall say not another word on the subject. But I am glad you are going at last, and only hope it is not too late." Lord Gordmore called next upon Lord and Lady Hargate. He found only her ladyship at home. Having risen and breakfasted long since, she met him in the drawing-room. "Oh, you've come about Alistair," she said after they'd exchanged the usual courtesies. "We had an express this morning. Poor Mr. Aldridge is greatly concerned, but he has only a daughter and no experience of sons. I am sure his fears are exaggerated." If the Hargates were unconcerned, the letter to the parents must have been far less candid than the one to the friend and partner.
"I trust that is the case, your ladyship," Gordmore said. "Nonetheless, I cannot be easy until I see for myself. I mean to set out for Derbyshire this day."
Her sleek eyebrows went up. "Are you sure you are well enough?" Lord Gordmore assured her he was fully recovered from the influenza. She studied him for what seemed a very long time before she said, "You are pale, but that may be the consequence of spending so many weeks indoors. I dare say you know your own constitution best. You are concerned, naturally, about the canal business."
"I had planned to deal with the Derbyshire side of matters myself," he said. "Then I fell ill and had no way of knowing how long I should be incapacitated."
"Time is of the essence, I understand," she said. "If Parliament does not pass your Canal Act before they rise for the summer, you might have to wait as long as another year to begin your work. We cannot be certain whether Parliament will sit again in the autumn."
"At any rate, we should prefer to begin digging in the good weather," he said. The truth was, the work must begin this summer, sooner, if possible. Every delay would make the project more expensive. At some point it would become prohibitively so. More than one canal had languished partly built, for lack of funds. Meanwhile, Gordmore's mines would languish as well. While peak coal was not renowned for its quality or quantity, it was adequate to fuel the steam engines used in local industries, devices which could only increase in number in the coming years. His coal need not travel far, certainly not all the way to London. He only needed to transport it quickly and cheaply to customers 10 or 20 miles away. Once he could sell easily to larger markets, his bailiff had told him, it would be economically feasible to invest more in the mines and get more out of them. Moreover, once he had cheap transport, other minerals would justify the costs of getting them out of the ground. His Derbyshire property would eventually bring in a handsome income, rather than the meagre funds it now provided. He did not express his anxieties or his ambitions to the Countess. He preferred not to dwell on them in his thoughts, either. This day, however, while he preserved his usual unflappable demeanour, they raced through his mind. "Alistair did explain the scheme to me in great detail before he left," the Countess said. "I was pleased to see him so enthusiastic. I had begun to fear he would never recover his spirits." "He only wanted a challenge," Gordmore said. "Something to rouse his fighting spirit again."
She regarded him consideringly. "All the same, you are uneasy letting him fight alone."
"I confess I am, your ladyship. But then, as you are aware, a great deal is at stake for both of us."
More than Alistair Carsington's fighting spirit was roused at present. His conscience had become a fury as fierce as any in Greek myth, and that was only a fraction of the turmoil in his heart. He spent the rest of Friday poring over all the maps Wilkerson had and making notes. On Saturday he rode out to Gaudy's mines to see the lay of the land for himself. On Sunday he walked the short distance from his hotel to the village of Matlock. There he attended services at its ancient church and prayed for divine guidance, as his brain wasn't offering any. He left the church feeling no more enlightened than he had after studying the maps or the mines and their environs. He stayed after the regular parishioners had left, and walked about the churchyard, reading inscriptions. Alistair knew none of the Aldridge family would be buried here. They had their own ancient church in Longledge. Their relatives would be interred there, or in a mausoleum on the estate. He hadn't come to look for anybody's ancestors, however. He simply had no reason to hurry back to his hotel. He could not conduct any business on this day. Without business, he had little to distract him from the viper's nest of problems that had developed out of what was supposed to have been a simple matter of a waterway. He had dreaded the coming of Sunday with its dearth of distractions. He would have too much time to think, and since he couldn't think to any useful purpose, he'd rather have something to do. Still, the familiar rituals in the unfamiliar church among strangers quieted his inner turmoil somewhat. The hilly churchyard with its weathered and crooked stones brought a measure of tranquillity as well. The day was cool but not cold, the sky cloudy but not darkly so. Here and there a tree seemed to have taken heart that spring was coming, and cautiously hinted at budding. He slowly limped among the stones, pausing now and then to read those that were legible. Among the newer graves he found that of a Waterloo man. Alistair laid his hand upon the simple headstone and stood there for a time. That calmed him too. He didn't ask himself why Waterloo had slaughtered this man and spared him. He knew there was no answer, no rhyme or reason to these matters. He knew he hadn't been spared to any particular purpose. Nonetheless, unlike this poor fellow, Alistair was alive. It was up to him to give purpose to the life he'd been granted. Thus spiritually fortified, he returned to his hotel, and in defiance of Dr. Woodfrey, read the newspapers Crewe had obtained the previous day, and wrote 6 letters. To March. On Monday morning, shortly before 10 o'clock, Mirabell drove her curricle into Matlock Bath. She paid a visit to the postmistress and another to the proprietress of the newsroom and circulating library. Since these ladies could circulate news faster than the post or press, it was the quickest way to let all the world know her errand, and, she hoped, keep gossip about her destination to a minimum. Thence she proceeded to Wilkerson's Hotel, where she requested an inn-servant unload her carriage. When the servant had carried the contents into the building, she asked for Crewe. The valet appeared within a few minutes, his expression professionally clear of any signs of curiosity or anxiety. "I need not ask how your master does," she said. "I know you take excellent care of him and make sure he adheres to Dr. Woodfrey's regimen." "Well, as to that, miss, I know you do the best you can, in difficult circumstances," she said. "I have only come to deliver to him some items we'd forgotten." She indicated the baskets the inn servant had set down nearby. Though Crewe said nothing, he could not altogether conceal his bafflement when he glanced at the baskets. Mirabell was well aware that Captain Hughes had sent Mr. Carsington's belongings on to the hotel early on Saturday. This was what his ex-guest had requested in the note he'd left before escaping. Via the ladder, Mirabell had forgotten to move back to its original position. "Some days ago the ladies of Longledge Hill were so generous as to vouchsafe to me a number of remedies for Mr. Carsington," she explained to Crewe. She took out a list from her reticule. "You will find several conserves and cordials, an essence for relief of headache, a vegetable syrup for something or other, but there is a note attached to the jar, and you may find out for yourself. Let me see what else. Acid elixir of vitriol, excellent for flatulencies, I am told. Asafoetida pills, which serve as well for hysteric complaints as for asthma, though in different dosages. Edinburgh yellow balsam, Daffy's elixir, several jellies, receipts for cooling drinks, wheys, possets, and wormwood ale." Crewe's eyes widened. "Indeed, miss, most generous of the ladies." "When Mr. Carsington returns to London, he might set up as an apothecary," she said. "I thank you for the suggestion, Miss Aldridge," came a growl from behind her. Mirabell whipped about. The famous Waterloo hero stood but a few feet behind her, leaning on a cane, his beaver hat in his other hand. He had, as usual, not a hair out of place. His collar points touched the firm line of his jaw. His neckcloth was its usual crisp perfection. The green tailcoat fit smoothly over the wide shoulders and chest, and tapered to his lean waist. The trousers... Her mind flooded with images. Those long, muscular legs tangled with hers, the powerful arms pulling her close, the so skillful hands moving over her skin, touching her in the most intimate places, the touch of his lips on the back of her neck, the murmured endearments. She directed her gaze to his face, and aware she was flushed from head to toe, lifted her chin. He regarded the baskets, then her. "Flatulencies?" he said, eyebrows aloft. "Hysteric complaints?" "The former is sometimes a consequence of immobility," Mirabell said. "The latter appears to be the way some of the ladies have interpreted Dr. Woodfrey's diagnosis of a fatigue of the nerves."
"My nerves are not fatigued," he said. "I am quite well."
He wasn't. His golden eyes were sunk in dark hollows. "Your eyes," she began. Automatically her hand started to rise to touch his cheek, but she drew it back and clutched her reticule with both hands.
"It's nothing to do with illness," he said. "I wish you would not—"
He broke off and glanced about. Crewe was making himself invisible as usual. However, the inn-servant who'd carried in the baskets lingered in the hall. A maid had appeared as well and was dusting industriously nearby. Mr. Carsington grew formal, asking after Mr. Oldridge and Mrs. Entwistle. Informed that they were well, he said,
"I must not keep you, Miss Oldridge. I know you have many important claims upon your time. I will walk out with you if I may. I contemplate a visit to the petrifying wells. Everyone tells me these natural wonders are not to be missed."
Mirabell assented with matching formality. Once they were outside, strolling on the parade and out of curious servants' earshot, he said in a low voice, "I wish you would put your mind at ease. I'm not in the least unwell. I only look haggard because of not getting a proper night's sleep. I keep fighting the confounded battle night after night. Ah, yes, and there is a woman who plagues me as well." Mirabell did not want to be the one who kept him awake, yet she couldn't help but be glad that he thought of her, and she couldn't help wishing she might be there when the nightmares plagued him. She could hold him and— No, she couldn't. And anyway, before long he would be gone and out of her reach. Either his parents or Lord Gordmore would come soon and take matters out of his hands, and hers. Once he was gone, she would become herself again, eventually. "You might try the baths," she said. "You will have them all to yourself, and the proprietors will give you every attention." He sighed.
"Very well, I shall try the famous baths. I have decided at any rate to become acquainted with all the tradesmen, museum keepers, and guides. Along with all the gossip, I might pick up an idea or insight that will help me solve the canal problem." Mirabell had already tried. She had looked at the problem from every possible angle and discovered no acceptable compromises, let alone alternatives. The canal must travel along relatively level ground. Between Lord Gordmore's mines and the Cromford Canal, the only stretch of such ground lay exactly where Lord Gordmore wished to build his waterway. She had hoped to find he'd made a grave miscalculation, but he hadn't. If there had been any other way, there wasn't. She had searched and searched. Her only hope of defeating the canal scheme was to get rid of Mr. Carsington. It would be better for everyone if he were gone. Better for her heart, certainly. She had not expected to see him this day. She'd come early on purpose to forestall that possibility. Or so she'd persuaded herself. Liar, liar. She was still pretending, making excuses. Had she not come herself, instead of sending servants with the boxes? Obviously, she'd been hoping to hear his voice or catch one last glimpse of him. And she'd made everything worse. A word, a glimpse, wouldn't suffice. She wondered what would. Nothing within the realm of possibility, certainly. The longer she remained near him, the harder she made it for herself. She must turn away, go on about her business, her pretend business. She looked up into the strongly chiselled countenance, into the burning gold of his eyes. "I have not been to the petrifying wells in a long time," she said. "I wonder if my glove is still being incrustated." Chapter 14. Long before he came, Alistair had been aware of the resort's various natural phenomena. The famous waters from Matlock Bath's mineral springs, for instance, offered other excitement besides baths. The water was known for depositing a calcareous encrustation upon objects over which it flowed. At the petrifying wells, the results were displayed for the edification of visitors. Miss Aldridge's glove had either long since been removed, or had over time resolved into an anonymous lump of calcified matter. Still, other marvels remained.
The keeper of the place was delighted to show Lord Hargate's famous son a petrified broom, a wig, and a bird's nest. Miss Aldridge persuaded Alistair to sacrifice his gloves, which, she whispered, would be of immense interest to tourists in the months and years to come. Duke Nicholas of Russia paid Matlock Bath a visit 2 years ago, in February no less, she told Alistair after they left the place and started back toward Wilkerson's. Being Russian, he probably thought the weather balmy. The year before we had Archdukes John and Louis of Austria. They are mere foreigners, however. Your visit the well-keeper will boast of till his dying day, and your gloves will be pointed out to visitors with hushed reverence. When word gets out that a petrifying well in Matlock Bath is in possession of your gloves, not merely one, but the pair, tourists will flock to the place to view these holy relics. Alistair looked down at her. She was smiling, and mischief twinkled in her far too blue eyes, and he longed to draw her into his arms and kiss her witless.
"Those were exquisitely made gloves," he said with feigned sorrow. "I shall never be able to replace them, and Crewe will never forgive me. But if the sacrifice improves trade, I must not repine."
"You may be sure that any business you patronize will make the most of it," she said. "Foreign noblemen are as common as flies these days, but such a heroic personage as Lord Hargate's son—"
"I'm not heroic,"
he said, careful to keep his voice light.
"It's utter nonsense."
She stopped and turned to him. "It isn't nonsense. How can you think it is?" They stood upon the South Parade, close by Wilkerson's and in full view and hearing of a number of interested passers-by. Alistair knew he should return to the hotel and let her go on her way, but he wasn't ready to let her go. Not yet. She, of all people, needed to understand. He remembered what she'd said about his wounded leg, that the odds had been against him either way. She'd shown him that he'd had as good a reason to say no to the surgeons as he had to say yes. He only wished he'd said no because he'd weighed the odds, not because he was terrified. He'd never forgive himself for that fear. That, at least, was his own secret. His alleged heroism was public, a difficulty he encountered almost daily. It was a thorn in his side, digging deeper and deeper as time passed. Perhaps if one person in the world, the one who meant the most to him, knew the truth, he could bear it better. He wished he could tell her all, but he couldn't. Still, he could tell her a part. He looked about, but there was no place in the picturesque resort where they might be private without stirring gossip. He was not entirely surprised when she, evidently guessing what he wanted, came to his rescue. "Have you seen the view of Matlock Bath from farther up the hill?" she said. She nodded toward the road next to Wilkerson's, which led to the Heights of Abraham. "There is an excellent outlook but a short way up." She started that way, and he went with her. When they were out of the spa's earshot, she said, "I don't know why you must fight the Battle of Waterloo night after night. I wish I knew of a posset or syrup to help you sleep peacefully. My father thinks the remedy is laudanum. Perhaps you might consult an apothecary about a small dose. Perhaps if the battle didn't haunt your dreams, you would not be so touchy about the subject." The battle wasn't all that haunted him, but he mustn't speak of the rest. How he longed for her, how he missed the sound of her voice, her scent, her touch.
"I am tetchy about being made out to be a hero," he said. "I've borne it for a long time because I couldn't remember what happened that day. I had to take others' word for it. Now that I do remember, I can't bear your having the wrong idea of me. I value your good opinion, and your affection, though I should not speak of that. I value these too much to have them under false pretenses." She stared at him, blue eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you saying? False pretenses? There were eyewitnesses to your many acts of bravery." "Others did as much and more," he said. "My actions were nothing extraordinary. There were men who'd been with Wellington for years, who acted with surpassing courage and gallantry. If you knew their stories, you would understand how demented it seems to me to be singled out as the hero."
She walked on, saying nothing. Alistair ached to tell her all, the full truth, what had happened at the surgeon's tent. Perhaps in time he would. Perhaps in time, if she would give him time, he would find the courage. One step at a time, down from the hero's pedestal. He limped on with her in silence, glancing from time to time at her profile, wondering if she was reassessing him, and if her affection would survive the process. She was frowning. Oh, why had he not held his tongue? "Last week I had a letter from my Aunt Clotilde," she said. "It described in detail your tumultuous love affairs. Aunt never expurgates on my account, you see. She wrote about the riot at Kensington Gate, the pamphlets, the sponging house, the lawsuits, and the rest. Then I better understood why the Earl of Hargate said you were expensive and troublesome to keep." Alistair felt the old weight descending upon him, the sense of pointlessness and weariness he hadn't felt in weeks. His past was like an albatross round his neck. It would cost him her affection, canal or no canal. "I suppose this is the price one pays for having a forceful and exciting character," she went on. "You attract the press. The newspapers made you famous, not solely because of your deeds, though you are entitled to be proud of them, but because you made a grand story." He heard the lilt in her voice and dared another glance at her face. A hint of a smile played at the corners of her soft lips, and humour danced in her blue eyes. He remembered her bursting through the doors of the drawing-room that first day, eyes sparkling, face lit, and the sunny smile wrapping about him and warming him, and all the shades and variations of that smile he'd seen since. He remembered how the sight of her had lightened his heart, as the smallest change in her expression did now.
"A grand story?" he repeated.
"There was the scandal in London, the broken engagement, and the courtesan," she said. "Then the outraged father sending you abroad, as a diplomatic aid. Lord Hargate never meant for you to be fighting, did he?"
"Certainly not. My sire deems me undisciplined and rebellious and altogether unfit for military service."
"But you were not the sort of man to sit tamely in Brussels while the others went to war," she went on. "Few know how you managed it. Those who do know won't say. Most of us know only that you somehow wangled the place for yourself and ended up in the thick of the fighting."
"At such times the commanders are glad to have every man they can get," Alistair said. "I had friends from school who put in a good word for me, and I was persistent. Attached myself like a barnacle. It was easier to let me in than to get rid of me."
"However it was done, you proved your mettle in battle," she said. "At risk of your own life, time and again, you rescued injured men of every rank. You fought bravely. You endured, even after you'd fallen. Then there was the dramatic tale of Lord Gordmore hunting through the darkness for you among the dead and dying, and the miracle of your recovery from grievous injuries. You see? It is a grand story, Mr. Carsington." Alistair did see the full picture at last. He stopped, and leaning on his walking stick stared at the ground while his mind played out the scenes in his head, like the scenes of a play. At the finale, he saw his family descend en masse and bear away the prodigal son to England. And he laughed, from embarrassment or relief, or perhaps simply because of the ridiculousness of his life. Then he raised his head, a moment too late to discern the worried glance she cast him, and gazed at her, and said,
"It is as you said that time when you came to Wilkerson's. You are the only one who would say such things to my face. Even my best friend." He trailed off, grinning. "Poor Gordy. But why should he enlighten me as to the true nature of my fame when even my brothers, who are never in the least shy about setting me down, hold their tongues?"
"They should have told you," she said. "But perhaps they didn't realize how deeply the matter distressed you."
Alistair shrugged. "My family never talks about it, at least not in my presence." After a moment he added, "And I've done everything possible to discourage them and everyone else from discussing it."
He straightened, and it was then, for the first time since they'd set out, he noticed his surroundings. What he saw robbed him of speech. Immense rock formations thrust out from the hillside. Massive stony obelisks lay strewn about like ninepins. Upon them grew the lichens and mosses that so fascinated Mr. Aldridge, trees and shrubs wedged in the spaces between rocks, and a sampling of braver and hardier wild plants hinted at the profusion that must appear in warmer seasons. Alistair heard water dripping from somewhere in the mountain, the same water that trickled through the petrifying wells. The trees and rocks shut out everything else. He and she might have been on some fairy tale island. He turned slowly round, gazing in wonder like a child. "This site is called the Romantic Rocks," came her cool voice from a distance. "In the height of the season it is overrun with tourists." He looked at her. She sat on one of the obelisk-like stones, her hands folded. Her dull grey bonnet and cloak blended into her surroundings, drawing all the attention to her glowing countenance and the fiery curls framing it. "You love this place," he said. "Not simply this spot," she said. "I am a part of the peak and it is part of me. My mother told me she fell in love with this part of Derbyshire when she fell in love with my father. Some of my earliest memories are of walking with her up to the heights of Abraham. We often came to these rocks. We visited the caverns, too. We went to the baths and the petrifying wells. We took a boat across the river to the Lovers' Walks. We even made trips to Chatsworth and the other great houses. We never grew tired of the sights." Her voice softened with nostalgia. "Sometimes on our expeditions we would sketch and paint. Sometimes my father came along. In those days he was fascinated with botany, but in a more rational way. Mamma made him wonderfully detailed paintings of plants and flowers." Alistair walked to her and sat down beside her, thinking no more of his expensively tailored coat and the effect of moss and lichen upon it than she did of her unfashionable cloak. "Your father loved her very much," he said. She nodded. Her eyes glistened. "If she was at all like you, I can understand your father's shutting himself off from the world for all these years," he said. "It is only a few days since last I saw you, yet to me it has seemed a dark and wearisome eternity." She stood abruptly. "You are not to make love to me," she said in clipped tones. "I should not have taken you here. I should have stopped at the first picturesque viewpoint as I meant, or thought I meant. I seem to persist in doing the exact opposite of what I ought to do." Alistair rose as well, though more stiffly, for the rock was chilly, and his leg had not forgiven him for the visit to the cold, damp, petrifying well. "Love makes people behave strangely," he said. "I am not in love with you," she said. "It is an infatuation. I have heard of such derangements happening to elderly spinsters." "You are neither elderly nor deranged," he said. "Perhaps you are merely infatuated with me, but I am over head and ears in love with you, Mirabelle." She turned away. "I advise you to conquer the passion," she said in a voice as cold and brittle as ice, "because absolutely nothing will come of it." Whatever Alistair might have expected, it wasn't this. All the glow had gone out of her in an instant, and all the warmth and trust and affection. He stood, chilled and uncomprehending, staring after her as she hurried away. In case her frigid leave-taking failed to discourage him from following, Mirabelle made a quick detour and hurried down a well-concealed bypath. She would not cry. She could not cry. In a few minutes she would be back upon the South Parade, and people must not see her with red eyes and nose. If they did, the news would be all over Matlock in an hour, and travelling over the surrounding hills and dales in 2. She would have plenty of time to cry later, she told herself. Alistair Carsington would soon be gone. Still, at least this would be a clean break. If she had broken off cleanly with William Poynton in London 11 years ago, he would have stayed away. He would not have followed her here and tried to change her mind and made her more miserable than she was already, though he never meant to, and she would not have added to his unhappiness. That was what came of trying to break off with someone kindly and gently. You only made it drag on longer and made everyone involved more wretched. No, this way was better, Mirabelle told herself. It would have been far better had she turned cold and cruel before Mr. Carsington declared his feelings, but she had been weak, wanting another minute with him before they separated forever, then another minute, and another. Still, she would have hurt him no matter when she did it, and perhaps it was only fair he wound her too.
I am over head and ears in love with you, Mirabelle.
Who would have thought those words, the sweetest any woman could wish to hear, could hurt so very much? Still, she knew they would both heal, in time. Meanwhile, something far more important than her heart was at stake. She had no choice. She must get rid of him. It took Alistair only a minute or so to absorb the blow and set out after her, but it was a minute too long. Though he went as fast as his leg would let him, he caught no glimpse of the grey bonnet. Not until he came out of the walkway into the main road at Wilkerson's did he see her. It was the back of her, however, upon the curricle, with a smallish groom perched behind. The vehicle was fast disappearing from view. He hurried into the hotel to order a horse and narrowly missed colliding with a servant hurrying out at the same moment.
"There you are, sir," said the servant. "There is—"
"I want a horse," Alistair cut in.
"Pray make haste."
"Yes, sir, but—"
"A horse with a saddle upon it, quickly," Alistair snapped. "If it is not too terribly inconvenient."
The servant scurried out.
"And where were you thinking of going in such a lather car? If a fellow may be so impertinent as to ask."
Alistair turned toward the familiar voice. Lord Gordmore stood in the doorway leading to the private rooms. He wore a mud-spattered overcoat, and his boots looked as though they'd been dragged through a swamp and chewed on by crocodiles. Alistair quickly collected himself. He was growing used to shocks.
"You look like the devil," he told his friend. "I should ask what brings you here, but I am in rather a hurry. Why don't you have a bath or something? We'll talk when I get back."
"Ah, no, dear heart, I think we must talk now."
"Later," said Alistair. "There is something I must take care of first."
"Car. I have come 150 miles by post-chaise," said his lordship. "A drunken idiot driving a phaeton 4-in-hand ran us into a ditch late on Saturday, 10 miles from anywhere in every direction. We spent most of the following day trying to find a soul willing to break the Sabbath to repair our vehicle. I have had not a wink of sleep since Aldridge's express came, which, by the way, it seems his daughter wrote. It broke my repose hours before any cock thought of crowing on Saturday." Alistair had started to turn away, planning to run to the stables and saddle a horse himself if necessary. Gordy's last sentence brought him back sharply. The only express messages Miss Aldridge had mentioned to him had gone out more than a week earlier.
"An express?" he said. "From Aldridge Hall? On Saturday last? Only 3 days ago?"
"You have calculated the number of days correctly," Gordy said. "I rejoice to find your brain damage has not affected the simple arithmetic functions."
"Brain damage?"
It took Alistair no time at all to put 2 and 2 together.
"I see,"
he said calmly, though his voice dropped a full octave.
"What other interesting news was Miss Aldridge so good as to communicate?"
The two men adjourned to Alistair's private parlour. There Gordy handed him the latest urgent missive from Aldridge Hall. Alistair read it while his lordship ate a much-belated breakfast. Though Mr. Aldridge had signed the letter, the loopy swirls covering both sides of the paper were no more his than was the prose style. Alistair was certain both writing and contents were solely Miss Aldridge's. Judging by the penmanship alone, one would guess her nature to be fanciful, and her brain to be as feathery light and undisciplined as her hair. The penmanship was sadly deceptive. Miss Aldridge's nature was candid to a shocking degree, down-to-earth, practical, and fiercely passionate. The brain under that fiery cloud of wild silken hair was as soft and fuzzy as the average rapier. She translated Dr. Woodfrey's fatigue of the nerves as nervous collapse. The bump on the head became a brain injury. Citing Alistair's sunken, shadowed eyes, she hinted at his sinking into a decline. She compared his sleeplessness to Lady Macbeth's sleepwalking, and Hamlet's restlessness, implying, in short, that Alistair was declining into insanity. Adding insult to injury, she made good use of his implying Dr. Woodfrey was an incompetent country quack. She recommended Mr. Carsington be examined in London by medical practitioners, better versed in diseases of the mind. She modestly declared herself no expert in these cases. Perhaps she was mistaken. Indeed, she hoped she was, for Lord Gordmore's sake. Naturally, he knew best, but she would hesitate to leave her business affairs in the hands of a man who was not right in the head. Long after Alistair had read it, twice, first in outraged disbelief and then with a grudging admiration, he continued to gaze at the series of whirls and swirls with which she'd covered the pages. Had he been alone, he would have traced those loops and twirls with his finger. He had enough self-command not to do that, but not enough to remember to return the letter to Geordie. Instead, Alistair folded it up and tucked it inside his waistcoat, next to his heart. By the time he realized what he'd done, it was too late. He found Geordie regarding him quizzically over the rim of his ale tankard.
"Doubtless, Aldridge, or his daughter, exaggerates the case," said his lordship. "Still, you must have a competent London physician look at you. The fall into the mountain stream cannot have done you any good, and, not to put too fine a point on it, we both know your brain box was not in perfect order after Waterloo." "I had a fever then," Alistair said tightly. "I was delirious. The two conditions often go together." "But when the fever passed, you didn't remember the battle," his friend said. "You didn't know how you'd hurt your leg. You didn't remember fighting. You wouldn't have believed me if I hadn't brought in all those fellows to talk about what you did." "You knew," Alistair said. "Of course I knew," Geordie said. "I've known you since we were children. I know when something's wrong. Hasn't it occurred to you that the recent bump on the head might have further damaged a place already fragile?" "I had amnesia," Alistair said. Geordie looked dubious. "Amnesia," Alistair repeated. He almost added, "You idiot," but he recalled it was Miss Aldridge who'd first put a name to the ailment, so he was as much an idiot as Geordie, and everyone else who'd noticed and failed to mention it, for not grasping the obvious. "Amnesia," Geordie said. "Yes. The recent bump on the head restored my memory." "But you look ill, Car. Almost as bad as you did when Zora and I carried you out of the surgeon's tent." "That's because of the insomnia," Alistair said. "I see. Amnesia and insomnia. Anything else?" "I'm not insane," Alistair said. "I did not say you were. Nonetheless, mental disease wouldn't have occurred to you if Miss Aldridge's letter didn't suggest it," Alistair said impatiently. "She's manipulating you, don't you see? She's trying to get rid of me."
Geordie's pale eyebrows climbed upward.
"Really? This is novel. More often than not, one is obliged to peel the women off you. Even Judith Guilford would have taken you back, especially after Waterloo, if only you had gone back to her and grovelled a little." "I used her abominably," Alistair muttered. "I'm ashamed to think of it. Car, we both know she was impossible. That is no excuse for betraying her with another woman, and worse, humiliating her by doing so publicly," Alistair said. "Small wonder Miss Aldridge doesn't trust me to represent her interests fairly."
Lord Gordmore set down his tankard.
"I beg your pardon? I'm not sure I heard aright." "Her interests? Everyone's interests," Alistair said. "She speaks for the others on Longledge Hill because they are too overawed by my father and my so-called heroics to speak for themselves." After a short stunned silence, his lordship spoke. "In other words, Miss Aldridge is the only one who has raised any objections to the canal. Our only opposition is a woman, who cannot vote, who controls not a single seat in the House of Commons." "She isn't the only opposition," Alistair said. "She is the only one who dares to voice her objections." "My dear fellow, it is not our job to encourage the timid to speak up," Gordmore said patiently. "It is our job to build a canal. At present our only opposition is a woman, which is the same as no opposition at all. We must strike while the iron is hot." "We aren't ready to strike," Alistair said. "For 2 weeks I've been shut away. That old hen Woodfree forbade me to see anyone or even read a letter. I haven't so much as begun discussing the canal with the landowners. You don't need to discuss it. Gordy, these people are not the enemy. We need to come to an agreement, not mow them down."
Lord Gordmore rose.
"You are my dearest friend in all the world, Carr, but I cannot let your conscience or brain injury or whatever it is ruin a great opportunity. Too much is at stake. If you were more composed in your mind, you would realize it. I wish I could wait for you to become composed, but I cannot. I'm going out now to place a notice in the papers for the Canal Committee meeting." "Now?" Alistair said, aghast. "For when?" "A week from Wednesday. The local announcement will appear in Wednesday's Derby Mercury. That will prevent anyone's complaining of insufficient notice, though all of Derbyshire knows of our plans by now. I can only pray Wednesday's not too late."
Chapter 15. Mirabel's mother was not buried in the Longledge churchyard, but in the family's mausoleum. Built early in the previous century, the circular Palladian-style structure stood on a rise at some distance from the house, past the bridge spanning a man-made river created at about the same time. 2 hours after leaving Matlock Bath, Mirabel stood there, drinking in the view whose beauty never failed to bring her a degree of peace, no matter how bleak or impossible her life might seem at the time. "Oh, Mamma, what on earth am I to do?" she said. No answer was forthcoming. Mirabel had not spoken aloud, expecting one. She'd spoken only because there was no one alive to whom she could fully open her heart. She continued walking from one pillar to the next while telling her mother, and any other entombed ancestors who cared to listen, all about the last few weeks. The March wind blew strong this day, and its whistles and moans as it swept round and through the edifice easily drowned out her voice, as well as the hoofbeats upon the bridge below. At one point she caught a faint whinny, but the wind blew it away, and she assumed it was Sophie, who was in one of her moods. Today the mare had taken a dislike to the bridge and could barely be got across it. Once across, she refused to go anywhere but downhill, and would not take her mistress up toward the mausoleum. Every now and again, Sophie developed one of these inexplicable aversions. In no humour for a war of wills with an animal many times her size and weight, Mirabel simply gave in. She tethered the mare near the bridge and walked the rest of the way. At the moment she stood on the other side of the building, gazing at the place where Lord Gordmore's canal would cut through the landscape. Consequently, she didn't see the tall figure dismount, tether his horse near Sophie, and begin limping determinedly up the hill. Mirabel was still staring in frustration at the invisible canal when she heard the footsteps upon the stone floor. She turned that way, and felt her heart leap, most painfully. She lifted her chin and donned her haughtiest, coldest expression. "Mr. Carsington," she said curtly.
"You wicked, wicked girl," he said.
His gold eyes sparked and his colour was up. The air thickened and crackled as though a storm brewed nearby. She knew he was the storm, and what she felt was the force of his anger. It was as palpable as the charm that made even practised courtesans fall helplessly in love with him. She wanted to back away, out of range of that compelling force, but pride wouldn't let her retreat. She lifted her chin a degree higher. "It is nothing to me what you think of me," she said. "You are nothing to me at all."
"You are the worst of liars," he advanced.
She was an instant too slow to react, and he caught her and pulled her into his arms. She twisted and ducked her head. If he kissed her, she would go to pieces. He didn't kiss her. He only crushed her to him and held her while he rambled into her bonnet.
"Woodfree's a quack, is he? I walk in my sleep and talk to myself, do I? I ought to be examined by practitioners familiar with diseases of the mind, ought I? And you would not put your business affairs in the hands of a man who was not right in the head? Oh, no, indeed. But then you will not put your affairs in anyone's hands. Your body is another matter, I believe."
Mirabelle could have fought until he let her go. He was too chivalrous not to let go if she struggled, but she didn't want to be let go. He'd been stealing her heart bit by bit since the day she'd met him. Soon she'd have no part left to call her own. She knew that this time the heartache would be worse, much worse than what she'd endured when she'd given up William. Yet she'd bear it in order to have this moment. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice muffled against his coat. Mr. Carsington had no difficulty hearing the apology, apparently, for he detached her from his coat and stepped back a pace to hold her at arm's length and look at her.
"The letter to Gordmore was monstrous underhand, Mirabelle. If I didn't know you better, it would make me think you had seduced me on purpose to make me insane."
"Oh, no," she said. "What I told you then was the truth, I vow."
"You said you had strong feelings for me."
"Yes, and what good did they do anybody?" she cried. "They won't make that troublesome canal of yours vanish, will they? And there is where it will go." She nodded in the direction of the canal route through the landscape. "You will spoil Mamma's view, and all her work as well as mine. And every time I come here I will see it, and it will hurt me." Her eyes filled, and her throat tightened.
"Your mother's work,"
he repeated after a moment. Mirabelle nodded. The intensity of her grief took her by surprise, and she couldn't yet trust herself to speak. She had not cried in front of anyone since her mother died. Tears should be private, and anyway they made men cross or uneasy or confused, or more usually all three at once. He let go of her and moved away. He stood for a time looking where she'd indicated. Then he came back and took her hand.
"The landscape design is hers, I take it,"
he said. He had given Mirabelle the moment she needed to regain her composure. "My mother was an artist," she said, her voice steady now. "In other circumstances, if she'd been a man, she might have become another Capability Brown." She didn't need to say more. Alistair had understood from the moment she spoke of the canal spoiling her mother's view. But once begun, Mirabelle continued smoothly enough. Talking seemed to calm her. She told the story, both hers and that of the land. In her mind, evidently, these were one and the same thing. She told him how the estate had evolved over the years, and how the greatest change occurred nearly a century ago, when the mausoleum was built and the grounds redesigned. It was an attempt at the naturalistic style of which Lancelot Capability Brown had been the master. The result, however, had never been entirely satisfactory, and over time various elements had been let to deteriorate, either because they were undesirable or had proved impractical. It was Alicia Aldridge who had begun transforming the place over the course of the nearly 20 years she had been married. She had died without completing her plans. Mirabelle knew every detail, however. Her mother had shared her ideas and enthusiasm from the time her daughter was old enough to comprehend them. "She made this view," the daughter was saying now. "There used to be a summer house halfway down the hill above the bridge. She had it moved and tucked away among those trees, so that you come across it unexpectedly when you follow the winding path along the river." She pointed to another place where she had made changes according to her mother's plans. She described so vividly what had been there before that Alistair could see clearly in his mind's eye both the extent of the transformation and its artistry and subtlety. When she had taken him fully round the colonnade encircling the mausoleum and given him the history of the corresponding views, she fell silent. Something in the quiet and in her stance made him wonder if she was regretting the revelations. He studied her profile. Then he bent his head slightly, trying discreetly for a better look. She did not seem aware of him. Though her gaze was fixed upon a distant spot, he doubted she saw that, either. Her eyes held the faraway expression he'd observed more than once in her father's. She looked at the distant place exactly as Mr. Aldridge had gazed at the chandelier on the evening when Alistair first tried to enlist him on the side of the canal. Then, slowly, the corner of her mouth began to turn up, a very, very little. Alistair directed his own gaze straight ahead.
"I should give anything," he said, "to know what is going through that busy mind of yours."
"I was trying to think of ways to get rid of you, but my brain won't cooperate," she said. "Or my heart, or whatever it is. I try to think, but then I see you, naked." His head swiveled so sharply it was a wonder it didn't fly clean off his neck.
"You what?"
"You," she said, "naked." For a time he had done very well, not thinking of her naked. This day he had only held her in his arms, and not for so very long either. Not nearly long enough. He had not kissed her or attempted to remove so much as a glove, though he would give anything to taste her mouth again, to feel her hands on him. She had only to touch his face and the world changed, came right. Yet somehow he'd resisted desire, and so he'd flattered himself that he was maturing after all. This time he would not be so unspeakably stupid as before. But she no sooner said the fatal words than he saw her standing upon the bed with her skirts hiked up to her thighs, revealing, oh no, the tiny lopsided upside-down heart at the crook of her knee. And then she was down upon the bed, the perfect breasts tipped with sweet pink buds, the feather-soft curls between her pretty legs. He remembered the scent and taste of her skin. He remembered the trust, the tenderness, the passion. He squared his shoulders and set his jaw.
"When we are wed, you may see me naked all you like," he said. "Until then it would be best not to refer to the subject."
"We are not going to be wed," she said.
"Yes, we are, though it may take some time."
He turned her toward him, careful to keep his hands only lightly upon her shoulders.
"You must not take off your clothes in front of any other man, Mirabelle."
"Certainly not," she said. "It isn't the sort of thing I make a practice of. It is only you."
"That is precisely what I am saying," he said. "Only me. That is the point, one of the points of being married."
"It did not seem to be a very important point for Lady Thurlow," she said.
Curse her, aunt! The Thurlow affair was not public knowledge.
How had she found out? And what was she thinking to communicate such knowledge to an innocent?
"You may not cast my youthful indiscretions in my face," he said. "My father performs that service admirably. Furthermore, I am mending my ways. If I were not, I should take advantage of this moment. We're alone. No one is watching."
They were alone. No one was watching. And he didn't want to reform. He wanted to be worse than he'd ever been before. He wanted to snatch any opportunity offered to do whatever was necessary to have her, and honor be damned. The distance between them was so great, and so very small. The very air between them vibrated. He closed the space in a single stride, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. And she kissed him back, surrendering instantly, her soft mouth yielding to the first light pressure of his. Her hands came up, cupping his face, holding him, as though she needed to, as though he wasn't already bound to her. He undid the bonnet ribbons and tossed the ugly thing aside, and dragged his fingers through the unruly copper-tinted curls. She knocked his hat off and laughed against his mouth, and a husky, wicked sound echoed inside him. She was innocent in so many ways, yet she tasted and sounded like sin, and made him drunk with longing. He undid the fastenings of her hideous cloak, and slid his hands over her bosom, down over the delicious little waist, down over the voluptuous curve of her hips and perfect derriere. She moved under his hands, unself-consciously enjoying and seeking more, and driving him wild with frustration. Too many garments, too many obstacles. He reclaimed her mouth, kissing her deeply, ferociously, while he eased her back against a pillar. He pushed the cloak off her shoulders. While it slid to the stone floor, he was undoing the fastenings of her bodice, then dragging it down. He broke the kiss to bury his face in her neck and drink in her scent. He trailed kisses along her shoulder and down to the edge of her chemise, to the smooth swell of her breasts, straining at the confining corset. She held him there, her hands stroking through his hair. She kissed the top of his head, an unexpected tenderness in the midst of mindless passion. A wild rush of feeling tore through him, as though some inner dam had burst. He could not get enough of her, could not get close enough. He dragged up her skirts and petticoats, too much in the way, and his hand slid up her inner thigh to the opening of her silk drawers. She pushed against his hand. "Oh, please." Her voice was a soft moan laced with laughter. "Oh, no. Oh, please, yes." He sank to his knees and kissed her in that soft, most feminine of secret places, and heard her suck in her breath, and let it out on a sigh. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, that is wicked." Laughter still, the faintest trace, and he laughed too, inwardly with a wicked joy, while he made love to her with his lips, his tongue, while he held her beautiful trembling legs and felt her body convulse, wave after wave of shuddering pleasure. Pleasure raced through him, too, in waves of liquid heat. It flooded his brain, submerging the last bits of reason and principle, and roared through his blood to swirl dangerously in the pit of his belly. He kissed the inside of her knee, where the funny upside-down heart was. Then, when she was still weak and helpless, trembling in the aftermath of euphoria, he rose to make her his, because he must. He was hot and mad with need, his swollen rod straining toward her. But as he reached for the first trouser button, a gust of wind shrieked and whistled through the colonnade, so sharp and sudden that it startled him to consciousness. The wind screamed like an angry ghost, and he remembered where they were, her mother's burial place. A chill colder than the March wind went through him. He let her dress fall, and brought his hands to her shoulders, and leaning forward, rested his forehead against hers, and waited for his breath to come back, and his thundering heart to slow. When he could speak, he said thickly, "My reform is not progressing as well as I thought. I was sure I could resist doing something scandalous with you against one of these columns." "I hoped you would not resist," she said, "but I had no idea there was anything so scandalous as that." He lifted his head and met her dazed blue gaze. "You like to flirt with danger, I see," he said. "No, not at all," she said. "I am always so careful and sensible, but you make me so—" She looked away. "Happy. The word is inadequate. My heart lightens when you are by, and I feel like a girl again." His heart ached. All he wanted was to make her happy, and all he seemed to do was cause her trouble. His demented lust. Twice he'd come a heartbeat away from deflowering her. His cursed crucial canal scheme. The great obstacle between them was his only hope for the economic independence that would let him offer for her, honorably and proudly. He mustered a smile. "You mean I make you foolish?" She laughed. "Yes, that too. And you are foolish to come here. You should have taken the bad-tasting medicine I administered before and let it cure you." "When you told me to conquer my passion, you mean?" "I was trying to make it easier for us both," she said. Belatedly, she noticed her state of undress. She tugged at her bodice. "Oh, look what you've done. I wish my maid were half as quick as you. I cannot believe you have had only 7 or 8 romantic episodes. It is hard to believe you've done anything else your whole life but dress and undress women, you are so expert at it." At the moment he wasn't sure he possessed any other talent, but he said nothing, only turned her about and did up the fastenings. He found her cloak and bonnet. He draped the ugly cloak over her shoulders. He did not attempt to retrieve the many lost hairpins, but arranged her hair as best he could with the few remaining, and stuffed the lot into the hideous bonnet. As soon as he was done, he wanted to take everything off again. "When we are wed," he said,
The first thing I'll do is burn every last stitch of the abomination you call a wardrobe."
"We are not going to be wed," she said. "I have a weakness for you. I am deeply infatuated. This may cause me to forget temporarily what modest behavior is supposed to be, but I cannot forget why you are here."
"I don't expect you to forget it," he said. "I only ask you to try not to underestimate me. I know a solution exists."
She shut her eyes and let out a weary sigh, then opened them again and said, "Do you think I haven't tried to find one? I know Longledge far better than you, and I have searched and turned the matter this way and that. If I thought a solution was possible, do you think I would have written that letter to Lord Gordmore?" He recalled then why he'd come, or part of the reason, the rational part. He had to tell her. He couldn't let her learn it first from the newspaper on Wednesday.
"Mirabelle, I wish you hadn't written to him," he began. "I wish you'd trusted me. Now you've left us no time at all."
He hesitated. He'd come to warn her, but he'd forgotten about Gordy, what he owed him. It would seem like disloyalty. Yet Alistair had to warn her. It would be dishonourable and the worst sort of betrayal not to. "No doubt your friend will make haste to hold his canal committee meeting," she said, the previously sultry voice now brisk and businesslike. "If he is wise, he will send the notice express this day to the papers, to make sure it arrives in time for this Wednesday's Derby Mercury." She already knew. Of course she would. Everyone said she had a good head for business. She understood how such matters were managed. She must know that parliamentary orders required the Canal Committee meeting announcement to appear in both the London Gazette and the local paper. Was that what she had been studying the other day? Was that what all those legal papers were about? Had she already begun planning how to throw legal obstacles in their way? He told himself he must resist the temptation to interrogate her. Where she was concerned, Gordy must do his own spying, and she must do her own spying on Gordy. How in blazes was a man to work out all the niceties of loyalties in such a case as this? "He does not wish to lose a minute of time," Alistair hedged. "All the same, you must trust me to see the matter dealt with fairly." "If you want the matter dealt with fairly, you must go back to London," she said. "I had expected you would be on your way by now." "Yes, I know you had counted on my departing, or being taken back, rather, in a straight waistcoat, no doubt." "You are under a great strain, though you won't admit it," she said. "You cannot look after my interests and Lord Gordmore's at the same time. They are mutually exclusive. It is no wonder you dream incessantly of war when you are fighting with yourself." She moved closer and took both his hands in hers. "I have looked after my own and my father's affairs for more than 10 years. This is not the first crisis I have confronted. I am not helpless or stupid." "I know that," he said. "Still, it doesn't mean the man who loves you may not try to help you." "I fear it does," she said. "I cannot fight properly when you are by. You make me deranged." "It is not a fraction of what you do to me," he said, tangling his fingers with hers. Gently she drew her hands away and folded them at her waist. "If you truly wish to give me a fighting chance, you must keep away from me. I can accomplish nothing productive while you are near. London would be best." "I refuse to run away merely because the situation is difficult," he said. She huffed an impatient sigh. "If Lord Gordmore is truly the friend one supposes him to be, he will consider your well-being and insist upon your leaving. If he is so selfish as to keep you, or you persist in this hopeless—" "For God's sake, Mirabelle," he broke in. "You know my history. I always get into disastrous situations. Never once in my life have I had to get myself out of one. I am 29, and I am quite done with letting others fight my battles while I go on my way feeling stupid and useless until I stumble into the next difficulty." She studied his face briefly, walked away. and came back again. "I did not mean to treat you like a child," she said. "You are not in the least childish. You should not feel stupid or useless. I don't know why you do. We are all of us stumbling. Life is puzzling and difficult."
"I mean to puzzle it out," he said, "and find a solution for us."
She smiled then, a sunburst of a smile. "You will make me believe you, against all reason. Very well. Stay or leave, as you choose, of course."
"I am most certainly not leaving," he said.
She nodded. "As you wish." She stepped back a pace. Her chin went up and her tone became coolly polite. "At present you are Lord Gordmore's representative. Kindly be so good as to convey a message to his lordship. You may tell him I speak on behalf of my father, who does not consent to his lordship's putting a canal through this property. Tell him Mr. Aldridge is inalterably opposed to a canal in the Longledge environs, and will fight him with every means at his disposal, both here and, if necessary, in London before Parliament. It would be well to warn his lordship furthermore that the Aldridge resources are by no means small. Will you do this for me, sir?" The abrupt change, the cold, determined tone, took Alistair aback, but only for a moment. He was growing used to being clubbed from behind, and recovered his poise with the speed and agility that practice so often brings.
"Certainly, Miss Aldridge."
He bowed.
"Will there be anything else?"
"Not at present," she said. "If I think of anything, I will send for you." She gave him a dismissive wave, which was hardly the goodbye he wanted. But he'd already had more of her than he had any right to. He allowed himself one quick, longing glance at the column against which he'd introduced her to a pleasure far beyond her innocent imaginings. Then he told himself that he'd more or less insisted on her treating him like an intelligent business representative, and that as Gordy's representative, he'd never expected or wanted special treatment. Moreover, he had already received a great deal more of the romantic variety than he ought. If he wanted tender goodbyes, he'd better earn the right, with marriage. He could not wed until he had the means to support her. This would not happen until he and Gordmore made a success of the mines, which depended on the canal. In short, this would-be knight in shining armour had several dragons to slay before he could sweep the fair damsel up onto his charger and gallop away. And so he bade her a polite good day and started away. He'd gone but a few steps when he abruptly turned back, clasped her arms, and gave her one quick, ferocious kiss. Then, leaving her to totter back against the column, he limped down the hill. He did not look back, but he smiled. When Alistair returned to Wilkerson's, he found Lord Gordmore in the private dining parlour, keeping company with another tankard of ale. Alistair ordered one for himself. After it had come and the servant departed, he delivered Miss Aldridge's message. Gordmore took the news calmly enough.
"It is no worse than we expected," he said. "Better, actually. When you set out from London, we supposed all the landowners were against us. Instead, our foe turns out to be only one of them." He drank. "All the same, I must insist upon your returning to town." "That is out of the question," Alistair said. "Your loyalties are divided," his friend said. "I know you well enough to know where it must lead. You will try to accommodate opposing interests, which will only drive you mad. You look ill enough as it is. Your parents will wonder why I snatched you from the brink of death in Belgium, only to let you be driven mad in Derbyshire. Furthermore, you are supposed to be the London representative. This was how we originally agreed to divide the work, if you recall." "My life is always complicated," Alistair said. "It is time I learnt to manage it." "I should like to know what you propose to do this time," Gordy said. "You have fallen in love with a woman who is determined to destroy us. Or am I mistaken? Perhaps you raced after Miss Aldridge in order to enlighten her regarding the relative merits of locks and aqueducts, or to explain the finer points of puddling.
It was pointless to dissemble, even if Alistair knew how. Concealing his feelings about a woman, however, was the one form of pretending he'd never mastered.
"You are not mistaken," he said. "I admit this presents a challenge, but it is one I'm resolved to meet. How? I don't know yet, but I am determined."
"I'll
think of something,"
Alistair said. Geordie regarded him for a moment, then shrugged. "What am I thinking? To argue with the Carsington. Very well, as you wish. I have nothing to lose by it. You might lose your mind, but some men are more comfortable doing without one. On the other hand, in the unlikely event you do succeed, you will spare us a great deal of expense and vexation. The longer this business drags on, the more costly it becomes." Alistair understood his friend's hurry. He would have been in a hurry as well, if love hadn't slowed his mind. He knew that every delay would give the landowners time to think of objections and raise the price of overcoming them. Beyond a doubt, Mirabelle would help her neighbours in this mode of thinking. "No matter what happens at Wednesday's meeting, we must press ahead quickly," Geordie said. "Otherwise we're in mortal danger of your ladylove burying the parliamentary committee in a blizzard of petitions and counter-petitions." Alistair was well aware of this. He knew Mirabelle had already communicated with lawyers. In London they'd descend like locusts upon Parliament, where they would spawn swarms of witnesses to testify. Meanwhile, the landowners would have time to discover scores of new accommodations they needed, and the price of property-taking would soar. And along the way, increasing numbers of palms would want greasing. It would cost a fortune and take forever. He and Geordie hadn't the fortune or the time. Alistair had less than 10 days to stop the woman he loved from ruining his friend, his brothers, and his last hope for himself. On Tuesday afternoon, Lord Gordmore's agent Thomas Jackson arrived in Stony Middleton, a village in the High Peak, about 15 miles from Matlock Bath. Jackson had served under his lordship during wartime and was rewarded in peacetime with his present position as the Viscount's representative on a number of fronts. He was as deeply devoted to Lord Gordmore as his lordship's bailiff Caleb Finch was devoted to Caleb Finch. Jackson, however, thought the bailiff's loyalties were of the same species as his own. He believed, for instance, that Finch had recently come to the Peak solely to further his master's interests in any and all ways possible. This was Jackson's first and fatal mistake. That evening he met with Finch at the Star Inn and Post House to enlist the bailiff's help in promoting the canal scheme. "His lordship wants the miners let off to come to the meeting," Jackson was explaining after they'd tucked away a hearty supper. "He'd like one or two of the more articulate fellows to say a few words for the canal, how their future livelihoods depend on it, and all the ones depending on them, wives, children, and aging parents." "Isn't a one of them what you call articulate?" Caleb said. "And I don't think there's a one got a wife and wee ones and aging ma and pa." He lifted his tankard and swallowed. "The old ones has been planted a good whiles by now, rest their poor souls," he added piously. "Them and a lot of them poor wee babes as don't get enough to eat nor no medicine when a sickness comes on 'em. But as the cause is just, there mightn't be no harm in letting on like it was the way you say. All in the good cause." And all in a good cause, which was to say in the cause of Caleb Finch. He went on to blame his lordship's mine foreman for the present plight of the miners and their families. Caleb cited bad discipline, unsafe practices, poor maintenance and inefficient methods, etc., etc. This was because the mine foreman, to Finch's disgust, had proved an honest, diligent fellow. He'd refused to understand Finch's hints about one hand washing the other. He had, furthermore, let it be known that he'd heard some dark rumours about Finch's past in Derbyshire. It was crucial, therefore, that the foreman be swiftly dismissed and utterly discredited. Finch had dismissed him first thing Monday morning, and promptly set about the business of character assassination. The foreman was still reeling from the blow. Finch knew that Jackson would carry the slander to Lord Gordmore before the victim recovered sufficiently for a counterattack. But this was by no means the most important matter to lay before his lordship's trusted agent.
"I'm worried his lordship don't know what he's up against," the bailiff told Jackson. "All the good families are with us," Jackson said. "I and a half-dozen other men will be going from village to village, doing what we can to win support."
Everyone knew how this was done. Lord Gordmore's agents would be spreading goodwill in the form of good coin and good drink, the same method used so effectively during parliamentary elections.
"Last I heard, he didn't have all the good families," Caleb said. "Last I heard, Miss Aldridge was dead set against any canal anywhere near her property."
"One woman," said Jackson dismissively. He lifted his tankard and drank.
"Like I said," Caleb said, "you don't know what you're up against. Was I in your place—"
He put up his hand.
"But never mind me. You're in charge of the politics. My business is looking after the property. You don't want my advice, even though my family lived here almost as far back as hers, and I know what she's like."
Jackson signalled for more ale. Then he leant toward Caleb and said,
"I want what is best for his lordship. If you have useful information, let's not stand on ceremony or fret about who's in charge of what. We must work together."
"Well, all right then," said Caleb. "All in the good cause." Chapter 16. Whereas such a navigation would be of great utility to trade, and in particular benefiting the county of Derbyshire, a meeting will be held at the Assembly Room of the Old Bath Hotel, in Matlock, Bath aforesaid, on Wednesday the 11th day of March, 1818, at 10 of the clock in the forenoon, to consider of the proper ways and means to effect such navigation, at which meeting the nobility, gentry, and clergy of the said county, and all others who deem it their duty to interest themselves in a matter of so great importance, are requested to attend. His announcement appeared not only in the newspapers, as required by law, but, to Lord Gordmore's chagrin, in abbreviated form on placards in shop windows, on posters plastered to walls, carts, and wagons, and on pasteboard signs carried like battle standards about the streets of every village between Cromford and Little Ledgemore, the hamlet nearest his mines. Consequently, even those who failed to read the newspapers or missed the notice printed therein could not fail to be informed. Though far from delighted, he was not surprised on the specified date to find the Old Bath's assembly room filled to overflowing. Men of every degree packed the floor, and a similar assortment of women crammed the music gallery. No one needed to identify Miss Aldridge, sitting in the gallery's front row. The looks Carr sent her from time to time, which she affected not to notice, the heartless creature, would have told Lord Gordmore who she was, even if Sir Roger Talbot, the meeting's chairman, had not graciously performed that office. Clearly the lady in the repellent green bonnet had not been idle. Neither had Lord Gordmore. Scattered through the crowd were men who worked for him. His agents had spent the last week drumming up support and gathering information in every inhabited corner of the Peak. True, Jackson had returned to Matlock Bath last Wednesday with troubling news about Miss Aldridge's influence in the area, but the worst became known late yesterday afternoon. Mr. Aldridge was so vehemently opposed that he would abandon botany for the morning in order to speak at the meeting. But Jackson had been prepared for this, and moments ago had whispered that the situation was in hand. Apparently so. As the meeting began, Sir Roger Talbot leaned toward Gordmore and murmured, "Appears Mr. Aldridge was otherwise engaged. Well, not surprising, not at all. Meant to, of course. But these philosophers, my lord," he tapped his balding head, "knowledge box much occupied, you know." If Mr. Aldridge had not wandered off on his own, then one of Jackson's men had helped him. The agent said it would not be difficult. One need only mention spotting an interesting piece of fungus or moss or lichen. The old gentleman wouldn't be able to resist going to have a look at it. Whatever the cause, the most significant landowner and sole opposition had failed to appear, and it would be highly improper for a lady to address such a gathering. Women were banished to the gallery for a very good reason. It was men who arbitrated matters of such economic importance. Women looked on and gained what edification their weak little minds could absorb. Lord Gordmore relaxed. The rest of his team were upon the platform with him. His engineer had arrived on the previous Wednesday and spent the next several days with Carsington, going over the original canal plan. They had made a number of adjustments, which they would reveal to the public for the first time today. Also in attendance were 2 members of Parliament for somewhere or other, one of whom informed the citizenry, at length, and with a great deal of flowery oratory, that his lordship's proposal would be looked on favourably as a project of lasting benefit to the area and thus to the nation as a whole. When the windbag part of the business was done, the engineer made his much shorter and less tedious presentation. When he'd done talking, Carsington unveiled the new plan. It stood on an immense easel upon the platform, and was done on a large scale simply, in thick black ink. From her perch above, Miss Aldridge could easily see it, as could most of the other important landowners. For the benefit of those who could not make out details, Carr described the route and the changes made to accommodate the special requirements of individual parties. The new route lay at a greater distance from houses, gardens, and parks. In the case of the Aldridge property, the canal made a convoluted detour. This lengthened the route, making it meander when it might far more easily have gone straight. However, it would cause virtually no disruption to Miss Aldridge's arrangements. Carr and the engineer had made handsome accommodations for the other landowners as well. No rational person could possibly object, and none did. His lordship discerned in the audience not only pleased expressions and nods, but clearly audible approval. Gordmore looked up at the gallery. Even Miss Aldridge was smiling. Wonder of wonders, Carr had done it, as he'd vowed. Alistair did not find the smile as comforting as his friend did. He'd learnt to read Mirabelle's vast vocabulary of smiles. The curve of her mouth was cold, not sunny at all, and the feeling swiftly came of something about to spring at him from out of the darkness. There was nothing he could do but brace himself and wait. He was vaguely aware of voices, of the meeting going on and on endlessly, it seemed, while he sat in a state of suspense. His leg, which could abide neither tension nor immobility, expressed its displeasure by hammering pain from his thigh to his ankle. Then Captain Hughes stood up, resplendent in the uniform of His Majesty's Navy. He asked if the ladies and gentlemen would indulge him a few minutes of their valuable time. "I have a letter from my neighbour, Mr. Aldridge of Aldridge Hall, Longledge," he said. "The gentleman having been detained elsewhere, I've been delegated the task of reading it." What had Mirabelle said the day they met? "I am thinking of putting that up as his epitaph. Sylvester Aldridge, beloved father, detained elsewhere." Here it was, then. The attack Alistair was waiting for. The captain read in the clear, ringing tones of authority. This same commanding voice had for about 2 decades read once a month the 36 Articles of War to a ship's company of several hundred battle-hardened officers and men. To his listeners he must personify England's invincible navy and the great nation it served. Small wonder the room instantly fell silent, and the faces became soberly attentive and respectful. Miss Aldridge could not have chosen a better representative. When Captain Hughes compared the advantages to be derived from the canal to the disadvantages, citing concerns of respectable tradesmen, and noting their labour and sacrifice during the late wars with the French, heads began to nod. Water issues constituted one of the gravest anxieties, he read. He sincerely hoped the gentleman had taken into consideration the dryness of Derbyshire's limestone hills. Had they accurately estimated the size of reservoir required and the costs of building this Leviathan? Had the gentleman calculated this, that, and the other thing? Had the gentleman included such and such in their calculations? This part of the letter, which threw a glaring light upon the plan's every weakness and inaccuracy, was mercifully brief, though disturbing. Then the captain began calling out names and putting specific questions to the men he addressed. Is it not true, Jacob Riddler, that? Is it not the case, Hiram Ingersoll, that? Thus appealed to, the men stood up one by one and admitted, most reluctantly at first, to reservations. Once they'd opened their mouths, however, they grew less shy. Their objections became more articulate and more vehement. Their fellows, along with the wives, daughters, sisters, and mothers packed behind the ladies in the first row of the gallery, applauded and cheered. When the tradesmen and farmers had finished with their grievances, the vicar, Mr. Dunnett, discovered he had some reservations after all. After him, a few other gentlemen found something to object to as well. By the time the gentlemen were done with their complaints, the crowd, which had begun so meek and accommodating, was growing noisy and hostile. They booed Gordy's answers and wouldn't let the engineer speak. Sir Roger banged his gavel in vain. The politicians suddenly discovered previous appointments and fled. A few of the ladies also departed. Alistair looked up at Miss Aldridge. She wore an expression of blank innocence, as though she not only had nothing whatsoever to do with the pandemonium breaking out below her, but did not find any of it, including him, particularly interesting. The look was a gauntlet flung down, and he was too much a Carsington to retreat before a challenge. He had agreed, albeit reluctantly, to make his presentation, and no more. "You are too scrupulous and soft-hearted," Gordy had told him. "Nothing gets done in politics without influence and money. As we are not exactly flush of money, we must make the most of influence." What this meant, Alistair had learnt last night, was that he was to look handsome and gallant and hold his tongue. He was to leave all negotiating to Gordy. He would have done this, sat clenching his hands and biting his tongue, if Mirabel Aldridge had not worn the provoking smile, after all he'd done to please her. She had told him she would fight him with every weapon at her disposal. She had warned him that she was not over-scrupulous. Perhaps she'd assumed he'd chivalrously decline to fight back. Perhaps she thought the only weapon in his arsenal was looking beautiful. Perhaps she believed that overawing the yokels with his fame and family influence, and seducing the one woman who wasn't overawed, was the only strategy he was capable of executing. He couldn't be sure what she thought. It didn't matter. The look infuriated him. He couldn't remain mute. Honor, pride, loyalty, and duty all demanded he fight, and fight to win. He stood up, ignoring his leg, which viciously protested with sharp, burning jabs from hip to heel. "Gentlemen," he said. He did not raise his voice. Carsingtons rarely needed to. They needed only to exert the force of their personalities. His low rumble carried to the farthest corners of the hall, and the noise subsided slightly. "Gentlemen," he repeated, "and ladies." He sent a quick glance up at Miss Aldridge. The uproar dulled to a buzz, then murmuring, then silence. "I shall consider it a great honor to address your concerns one by one," he said. "Let me begin with the crucial matter of water and reservoirs." About this time, Mr. Aldridge was ambling in the wrong direction, toward Longledge Hill, rather than toward Matlock Bath, in the company of his former bailiff. They had met quite by carefully arranged accident. Caleb had been strolling casually toward Matlock Bath when he met Mr. Aldridge, also on foot, cheerfully resolved to do his duty, as his daughter had begged him. He was surprised, but not disagreeably so, to see Caleb Finch. At the time of Finch's dismissal, Mr. Aldridge had been sunk in the lowest depths of the melancholia from which he'd only recently begun to emerge. His daughter had seen no reason to trouble him with unpleasant details. She'd simply told him that Finch had decided to leave. Consequently, he greeted Finch affably, asked about his health, his family, his work, Caleb was vague about his work, but very precise about a recent discovery. It was this the two men were discussing while going the wrong way, away from rather than to the crucial canal committee meeting.
"Are you quite sure of the shape?" Aldridge was saying. "Like little cigars?"
"Precious little," Caleb said. "Smaller than an ant, and brown. At first I thought it was only dirt, but something made me take a closer look. I was sure I seen it before, and now I'll take my oath I did. My next to last position in Yorkshire. I had to set the men to scraping it off a wall on account mistress didn't like it. I thought it was a shame, sir, as it was so interesting like."
"It is indeed," said Aldridge.
"I have never heard of such a moss. And you have encountered it again, you are quite sure?" "Up on the hill, sir," Caleb said, indicating the lengthy ridge ahead. "Not 5 miles away." To Mr. Aldridge, who often covered 20 miles in a single day, a 5-mile walk up Long Ledge Hill was nothing. He would be back hours before dinner. It was a long while before he remembered that dinner wasn't the only thing he needed to be on time for this day. And then it was too late. The meeting dissolved shortly after noon. It ended in victory. A majority having voted in favour of the canal, a committee was formed. The members swiftly drafted the petition to Parliament, after which the room emptied. Only Lord Gordmore and his partner remained. His lordship was too shaken by recent events to attempt his usual nonchalance.
"That was a near thing. A dreadfully near thing," he said. "For a time I felt as though I stood upon a storm-tossed ship. I contrived to hold on until the vicar, that sweet, amiable man, chided us. Et tu, Brute, I thought. Then overboard I went and swiftly sank. Doubtless we must blame the piratical-looking sea captain in his gleaming uniform and dashing whiskers for these nautical metaphors."
Carsington said nothing. He seemed preoccupied with rolling his canal plan into the smallest possible circumference.
"What a fool I was, telling you to hold your tongue and look decorative," Lord Gordmore went on, eyeing his friend uneasily. "I should have remembered how very different a fellow you are when your fighting spirit is roused. I hope you will forgive me. I had been under the mistaken impression that Waterloo beat the fight out of you."
Carsington turned sharply toward him.
"You thought I'd turned timid?"
What the devil was wrong with him? They'd won a great victory this day, over seemingly impossible odds. Oh, Lord, was he brooding about the plaguey female?
"Don't be absurd," Gordmore said. "And pray don't mope about Miss Aldridge. Not today. You will bring her round eventually. Meanwhile, you've won a great triumph. You have plucked us out of the jaws of something. Ah, yes, victory. Snatched from the jaws of defeat. By gad, I'm so relieved, I'm tongue-tied. That letter, that brilliant, cruel letter. I collect it was entirely her doing." "She warned you, Gordy." "So she did, as did my sister. She told me the lady was dangerous. Who'd have guessed Henrietta could be guilty of understatement?" "As it is, I'm amazed we got off so easily," Carr said. "Are you serious? She all but annihilated us. If you hadn't stepped in—" Gordmore trailed off. He could scarcely think of it without trembling. Everything on the brink of being destroyed, utterly. All his careful scrimping and saving and planning, and all of Carr's money and hopes. The man had taken the last of his allowance to the gaming tables, then given his winnings to Gordmore to put into their company. If Carr hadn't stood up and done a stunning imitation of Lord Hargate at his most compelling and eloquent, the redhead in the unspeakable bonnet would have ruined them. Dangerous was a laughable understatement. The woman was diabolical. Since Carr clearly couldn't manage her, it was up to his friend to solve the problem. By the time the two men emerged from the hotel, the meeting attendees had departed. The area, which in the tourist season would have been thick with walkers and gawkers, was deserted. As they stepped into the promenade, though, a neatly dressed fellow, whom Alistair recognized as one of Gordmore's agents, hurried up toward them.
Several of these men had followed his lordship to Derbyshire and thrown a bit of his money about to win favour with the locals. It was nothing out of the ordinary. This sort of thing went on at elections, and most certainly had occurred wherever canals were under consideration. Alistair had no doubt that Mirabel's agents had done the same. Gordmore had told his men to keep their eyes and ears open as well. Accordingly, this fellow hastened to alert his lordship. Miss Aldridge and Mrs. Entwistle had set out for London. "London?" Gordie exclaimed. "Already?" "They had a travelling chariot packed and ready, sir," the agent, by name of Jackson, said. "The ladies were the first out of the assembly hall, I was told, and scarcely a quarter-hour passed before they were in the carriage and on their way. As soon as I heard of it, I came to tell you." Alistair did not wait to hear more, but strode down the promenade until he had a clear view of the parade. It was busy today, with vehicles and pedestrians going to and fro. These he barely heeded. He stared in the direction Mirabel had gone and tried to understand. She had dealt them a devastating blow. She had very nearly destroyed them. And yet... "She knew," he murmured. "She knew we'd win. Otherwise, why have the carriage packed and waiting for her?" A minute later he heard Gordie's voice behind him. "It seems the lady does not mean to give us time to catch our breath." "She promised to show us no mercy," Alistair said. "Indeed. I have sadly underestimated her. Else I should have been packed and ready to leave as well," Gordie said. "We cannot risk giving her a minute. She has influential friends in London. Do not forget that her father's sister is Lord Sherfield's wife, and believed to wield no small influence over him." Alistair turned to his friend. "Sherfield? Aunt Clotilde is Lady Sherfield?" The Countess Sherfield was one of his mother's nearest friends. "Surely you knew they were related," Gordie said. "Lady Hargate must have mentioned the connection when you told her where you were going." "No." Alistair continued briskly down toward Wilkerson's, aware of the puzzled glances Gordie cast his way as they walked. "That is very strange," Gordie said. "Hardly," Alistair said. "When I called upon my mother before I left, I was full of our brilliant plan and the wonders of modern invention we'd bring to a remote outpost of civilization. She couldn't get a word in edgeways. Waxed oratorical, did you?" Gordmore smiled. "Well, I doubt it makes much difference whether or not you knew beforehand. Miss Aldridge has useful friends, true. So do we. Moreover, we have every practical point in our favour, as you so eloquently explained a while ago to the mob." Theirs was to be a relatively short canal in a thinly populated part of Derbyshire, Alistair had reminded his listeners. The route lay along fairly level ground, requiring no aqueducts, tunnels, or long flights of locks. The recently enacted Poor Employment Act of 1817 provided government loans for projects that employed the poor. This reduced the sum they must raise from investors. He knew the plan was sound. The many politicians he and Gordie consulted had promised that so simple and inexpensive a canal scheme could proceed from the first committee meeting to the Prince Regent's signature in 2 months or less. If this hadn't been the case, he and Gordie could not have undertaken it. They hadn't the money for elaborate schemes and couldn't hope to raise such funds, given the sour economic conditions following war's end. Last year's poor harvest had not improved matters. It was by no means a villainous plan in the first place. In the second, Alistair had added nearly 5 miles to the route to please his lady-love, yet she turned up her nose. "At the moment, I'm more concerned about your well-being," Gordie said. "Do have a care for your heart, Carr. I don't wish to slander your beloved, but you deserve a warning at least. Henrietta says the lady jilted a fellow some years ago and had to leave London under a cloud." "I know about that," Alistair said. "More than Lady Wallentry does, I'll wager. There were difficult circumstances. Not that I care if Miss Aldridge jilted a dozen fellows. It was in the past, and my own is nothing to boast of." He would never believe that the girl he'd made love to could be cruel and cold-hearted. If anything, her nature was too open, too compassionate. The cool detachment was only on the surface, shielding her true feelings. He understood the need to protect tender places. Still, he did not understand what she was about at present. And he was disappointed in himself. In spite of all his efforts, he'd failed her.
Car.
Alistair came back to the moment, the present crisis.
Her past is irrelevant. The canal is what signifies. I should like to know what troubles her. I was sure my plan addressed her personal objections. If there's another difficulty, I'd rather know about it before we're in front of a parliamentary committee.
He'd become accustomed to things springing out of the darkness, and the sudden metaphorical blows to the head. He found the surprises stimulating, actually. This didn't mean he could let himself be ambushed in Parliament. The thought of being rendered tongue-tied even for an instant before his father's colleagues and minions made his blood run cold.
Very wise,
Gordy said. They had reached the entrance of Wilkerson's, and he lowered his voice.
Do you go on ahead and learn what you can from the lady. I'll settle matters here and catch up with you as soon as I can.
An hour later, Jackson was staring in dismay at the motionless figure stretched out upon a mossy piece of ground in a wooded part of Longledge Hill.
What have you done?
He demanded of Caleb Finch.
Didn't I tell you what his lordship said?
He's all right, Finch said. I only give him some medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Some of that Godfrey's cordial. Told him it were my dear old auntie's elderberry cordial. Opium was one of the main ingredients of Godfrey's cordial. Jackson stepped closer. The old gentleman seemed to be slumbering peacefully. His dreams must be pleasant ones, because he smiled. He had a sweet smile, did Mr. Aldridge. Quite a harmless fellow. Jackson did not like seeing him lying on the cold ground. He also didn't like Finch's failure to wait for orders, and said so.
And if I waited, like you say, until tomorrow or the next day,
Finch said,
what do you think was the chance I could talk him into coming away again?
As it was, he was on fire to run back to the meeting, even when I told him it was close on to noon and it'd be long over by the time he got there. Besides, his lordship wants him to disappear, don't he? Well, it'll be easier now. We'll just load him onto a cart and take him away.
We don't have a cart,
Jackson said. Yes, we do, said Finch. I borrowed it from the colliery, and a horse to pull it. They're down that track a ways. He nodded toward an ancient overgrown packhorse trail. I told you Miss O had 100 tricks up her sleeve, didn't I? And wasn't I right? You let her get going in London, what with her lord and lady relations, and she'll grind you down to powder. I knew how it would be, and I come prepared. Well, I don't expect thanks, not a bit, not for doing my duty. It was as well that he didn't expect thanks, because Jackson was disinclined to offer them. A man was supposed to follow his superior's orders. A man wasn't supposed to rush ahead and do whatever he took it into his head to do. But Finch had gone ahead and done it, and they couldn't release Mr. Aldridge now. It's the same plan as his lordship wants, Finch said. It'll work perfect. Miss Aldridge'll hurry back from London as soon as she finds out her pa's missing. While she's here looking for him, Master gets his Canal Act through Parliament quick and painless. Meanwhile, we'll have Mr. O in Northumberland safe and snug. As soon as Lord Gordmore gets his papers signed, we send the old gentleman home. Only think how happy they'll all be at the house, like he'd come back from the dead. Like Lazarus. You'd better make sure he does come back in the same condition he left, Jackson warned. His lordship reminded me several times that the gentleman was not to be harmed in any way. I recommend you be careful with your cordials, Finch. If you give him too much and it kills him, I'll see you swing for it. Chapter 17. Though they were ladies, encumbered with all the baggage servants and outriders deemed necessary for a long journey, Mirabell and Mrs. Entwistle had covered some 60 miles by the time they stopped for the night at an inn in Market Loughborough. Following a fine dinner Mirabell mainly played with, they adjourned to a sitting-room to await their tea. When the inn servant carried in the tea tray, she informed the ladies that a Mr. Carsington wished to speak to them. "Heavens! He has lost no time," said Mrs. Entwistle. Mirabell said nothing, merely sat straighter, while her heart performed noisy calisthenics within her bosom. "Pray show him in," Mrs. Entwistle told the servant. He entered a moment later, his countenance marked with lines of weariness, and his eyes dark. He was otherwise point-perfect as usual, every hair neatly arranged to appear romantically wind-blown, every neckcloth fold precisely in place, and not a crease or wrinkle in sight. Mirabell experienced a mad urge to leap up and rumple him. She reminded herself that it would be fatal to soften. He would wrap her about his finger. She must pretend he was her worst enemy. Otherwise she would be lost, and all she had done these last 10 years and more would have been done for nothing. She gave a cold nod in response to his bow and greetings, and kept her hands tightly folded in her lap. She invited him to join them for tea.
"I didn't come for tea,"
he growled. He threw his hat down and advanced upon her.
"I added 5 miles to my canal solely to please you, though it inconveniences my partner and increases our costs. I came to find out why you insist upon being so thoroughly unreasonable."
"I should ask the same question," she said. "I fail to understand why you and Lord Gordmore persist when I have promised to do everything in my power to thwart you."
"If you no longer care for me, you had better say so," he said. "In ordinary circumstances it would be unsporting to trifle with my affections in this way, but—"
"I? Trifle with a man whose affairs have become the stuff of legend?" she said. "Don't be absurd."
"In this case, my affections are of no consequence," he went on as though she hadn't spoken. "You are welcome to break my heart if this is what you wish, but you must find another way. You cannot know the harm your actions will cause others."
"Break your heart?" She went cold inside. Even William had not accused her of toying with him, though everyone else did. After she broke off with him, half her acquaintance became cold and aloof, and those who didn't snub her held back only so that they could tell her what the rest were whispering behind her back. She was a jilt, people said. She'd used William Poynton shamefully. The letters followed her home. People who saw him in Venice claimed he was going into a decline, dying of disappointed hopes. They said he'd scarcely the heart to lift a paintbrush, collapsed after completing the mural, travelled to Egypt, would never survive the journey, vowed he'd never return to England. All her fault. For a moment, memories from those first 2 dreary years after she'd given up William engulfed her, and she felt the old despair that her life would never come right again. She wanted to sink to the floor and weep, and the wish to give up and weep made her angry, with this man for making her so weak, and with herself for letting him reduce her to this state. She stood up, trembling with indignation. "I have been playing with you, have I? So this is your opinion of me?"
"That is not what I meant. It is your opinion of me."
"I should have realized my forward behavior would lower me in your esteem," she said. "Yet never in my worst imaginings did I see you casting my errors in my teeth."
"My esteem? I am not—"
"You believe I oppose your canal merely to torment you? You think me so petty? So contemptible?"
"Of course not. Why do you twist my meaning out of all recognition?"
Mirabell looked at Mrs. Entwistle. "Am I off the mark?" she said. "How would you interpret his words?" "I haven't the least idea," Mrs. Entwistle said, calmly serving herself a slice of cake. "It has been a long day, and I am far too weary to sort out such complicated matters. If you must dispute, kindly take your quarrel to the dining parlour and let me have my tea in peace." Mrs. Entwistle might have been a stick of furniture for all the notice Alistair had taken of her. All he'd seen when he entered the sitting-room was Mirabell. He hadn't noticed whether the servant had lingered. For all he knew, a crowd of them had gathered upon the stairs to eavesdrop. Typical, he thought bitterly. 29 years old, and he still had no notion of discretion. Furious with himself, he followed Mirabell into the adjoining room and pulled the door closed behind him. She crossed to the farthest corner by the banquette under the windows overlooking the street, as though she could not get far enough away from him. He hardly blamed her. He could not believe how clumsily and offensively he'd spoken. He'd been articulate enough at the canal meeting. Why must his brain shrink to pea-size when he was with her?
"I didn't mean—"
he began. Yet even now he could not string intelligible words together. He didn't want to talk. He wanted to hold her, beg her pardon, bring the warmth and trust back. She was pale and stiff. He'd hurt her.
"Forgive me," he said. "I had wanted so much to please you with the new canal plan, and I failed, and so I was beside myself."
"You did not fail." Her voice was brittle. "You have won the first battle. We must see who will win the last."
"Can you not tell me what I've done wrong?" he said. "I want to make it right, but I'm all at sea. Perhaps I was over-hasty. Assuming we would wed, could I but bridge this one gap between us? You have told me no, but I assumed only the canal stood in the way. Was I arrogant to suppose this? Are your feelings—"
He searched for words.
"I have cast lures. I have seduced you. It was not honorable of me to try to win you that way, but I did not care very much how I did it. Perhaps I have merely seduced you, not won your heart after all. If that is the case, I beg you will do me a kindness and tell me so, and I shall stop plaguing you."
He would do it too, and it would kill him. Her hair glowed like burnished copper in the candlelight. He remembered it tumbled upon the pillows, and his fingers tangling in it. He remembered tearing the bonnet from her head and dragging his hands through the unruly curls, and her laughter when she knocked the hat from his head. He remembered the way she'd kissed the top of his head, the tenderness, the utter trust. He remembered what she'd said. "You make me happy. You make me feel like a girl again." But he'd made her unhappy. She stood stiffly, her gaze so dark and solemn, her hands clasped tightly at her waist. "That is all I need do?" she said finally. "Tell you I do not care for you? How easy it sounds. How impossible it is. I have told you so many times, but each time it becomes a bigger lie, and you always know I am lying."
"My love,"
he started across the room. She put up her hand. "If you truly care for me, you will keep a distance. If you touch me, I shall become irrational. That is taking unfair advantage."
He wanted to take every unfair advantage.
He made himself retreat. "You are not to speak sweetly to me either," she said. "You are too persuasive. This morning you had me almost convinced that Providence could bestow no greater blessing upon Longledge than your canal."
"Only almost," he said. "That is the trouble. That's why I came."
He gave a short laugh.
"No, that isn't why I came. It's the reason I gave Gordmore for hurrying on ahead. To find out where my new plan failed you. I still don't know. What would you have us do?"
"Go away," she said. "Give it up. I cannot believe you are both so foolish or obstinate as to persist. I am not a stranger to business or politics. I know how these matters are conducted. You may win in the end, but it will cost you more than you bargained for. Perhaps more than you can afford. Certainly it will be more than what those mines are worth."
"My dear," he said, "as little as they are worth at present. Those mines are all we have."
Her eyes widened, and colour rose in her cheeks. She sat down abruptly on the banquette. Alistair remained where he was, wishing someone would do him a favour and cut out his tongue.
"I do wish," he said, "my tongue would consult with my brain now and again. Our financial affairs are not in the least your concern."
"Not my concern?" Her expression became exasperated. "No wonder Lord Gordmore has been so infernally obstinate. What a fool I am. When I wrote to Aunt Clotilde, I should have inquired about him as well as about you. It would have been far more useful to have financial details than the catalogue of your amours, entertaining as that was."
"Entertaining?
"You're to write your memoirs," she said.
"My memoirs?"
He had grown so used to being clubbed in the head that he didn't even blink. "It will bring in more money than those paltry mines." Alistair walked to the fire and watched the tiny tongues of flame licking the coals, while he debated how much to tell her. At length he turned back to her. She watched him intently.
Mirabelle, there isn't time, he said.
You are not yet 30, she said. As exciting as your life has been, the tale is relatively short. If you applied yourself, you could easily write your memoirs in a matter of months, for you do have a way with words.
There isn't time, he said. I've only 7 weeks.
In a few crisp words he told her about his meeting in November with his father, and the list of episodes of stupidity, and the choice his father had given him. She listened, her head tipped to one side, as though he were a vastly complicated puzzle. When he was done, she said, I do not understand what the problem is. Alistair knew he was not as articulate as he wished to be when speaking to her. Still, he told the story in terms so simple a child could not misconstrue them. He tried again.
If Gordy and I fail to get our Canal Act passed by the 1st of May, I must marry an heiress.
But you've said several times that you wish to marry me, she said.
I have never wanted anything so much in my life, he said.
Well then, she said.
Well then what?
I'm an heiress, she said. Mirabelle waited through a short, churning silence. Then,
No,
he said. He paced from the fire to the door and back. He sat in a chair and got up again. He started toward her, then away again. He returned to scowl at the fire. It was not the reaction she'd expected. She had never dreamt the problem was so simple. Still, it remained a problem to him, and how could she expect otherwise? William Poynton had loved her too, but the sacrifice required of him was too great. He could not give up his dreams and ambitions any more than she could abandon her home and her amiably oblivious father, whom every scoundrel and sharper for miles around was busily duping and defrauding. I would not expect you to turn country squire and stay in Derbyshire all the time, she said, her heart beating frantically. Naturally, you would wish to be in London in the spring during the season.
If you think I would leave you alone in Longledge in the height of the tourist season, when the place swarms with idle men, I strongly recommend you think again, he growled at the fire. The flickering light deepened the shadows under his eyes and hardened the lines of his angular features. You cannot imagine I can leave the estate unattended, especially in the spring and early summer when there is so much to do, she said, lifting her chin even as her spirits sank. We had better settle this now. Certain points are not negotiable. He turned to her, his eyes cold and hard. There is nothing to settle, he said. I shall not come to you penniless. I have been a parasite upon my father. I refuse to be a parasite upon my wife.
A parasite? Mirabelle stood and faced him, though she wanted desperately to run away, so mortified she was. I see. I have thrown myself at you in every possible way, yet you doubt me. You have said repeatedly that you wished to marry me, until now, though it will solve all your problems at once. You find this intolerable? Why? Your pride won't bear it? Perhaps you imagine I shall make a lapdog of you as Judith Guilford tried. If that is what you imagine, then you cannot know me at all, and this professed love of yours is like all your other passions, intense, but lacking the strength to deal with the practicalities of ordinary life.
I can deal with them very well, thank you, he said curtly, and I mean to prove it.
He went out, his limp more pronounced than usual. In spite of her shame and anger and despair, Mirabelle winced for him, for the unceasing pain he lived with, and his constant struggle to keep it from showing. She told herself it was all pride, and he had more than his share, far too much. Still, she knew a part of what drove him to behave as he did was courage. Angry though she was, she knew as well that the same pride and courage made her love him all the more. No, not love. Of course not love. She had known him only a few weeks. Yet it had been more than time enough, she now saw. Somehow, without her quite realizing, he'd stolen the very last bit of her heart. Then out he went, with her heart in his keeping. Her heart, as though it were nothing more than a handkerchief embroidered with his initials. Let him go, then, with his precious pride and his beastly canal. If he didn't want her money, that was his problem. She would proceed as originally planned. Nothing had changed, really, she told herself. She knew he'd make her wretched. She'd accepted the fact that she'd pay for a brief happiness with a long misery. It was no more than she'd bargained for. She was quite resigned. It must have been resignation, then, that caused her, when she'd heard him take his leave of Mrs. Entwistle and go out, to pick up the nearest breakable object, a pitcher, and throw it against the fireplace. Crewe carried in a supper tray shortly after Alistair returned from his tumultuous encounter with Mirabell. He picked at his food, then, weary and sick at heart, undressed and went to bed. It was only to rest his limbs after the afternoon's hard travelling. The hour was far too early for sleep. Not that he expected to sleep, given the recent encounter with Mirabell and its stunning revelations. An heiress? Why hadn't Gaudy told him? He must have assumed Alistair knew this, along with everything else he should have known but didn't. Given the size and prosperity of the estate, he'd assumed, naturally, that she must have a respectable portion. He'd also assumed, however, that the property must be entailed, as his father's was, upon the nearest male in the paternal line. But the way she'd offered herself as the solution to all his problems told him that her funds must be substantial. She knew he was expensive. She'd probably estimated the cost accurately to the nearest shilling. Unlike most other women, she'd had to learn what everything cost and how to weigh the advantages and disadvantages of buying this or that, how to decide whether repairing or replacing was the sounder economic choice. She would not have suggested he marry her to solve his problems if she hadn't been certain she could afford him. But he didn't want another, any other but most especially her, to buy him out of his present difficulty. If he could not solve this problem himself, he would lose the last scrap of self-respect he had remaining. He would not deserve her love or his father's respect or Gaudy's friendship. All the same, he felt like a beast for rejecting what she offered. He'd hurt her again. His brain had shrunk while his masculine pride swelled to monstrous proportions. He should have explained, but it was not until he was alone in his bedchamber that matters sorted themselves out. While with her, all he'd known was frustration and shock and anger. He couldn't think, let alone speak clearly. Despite all this turmoil, however, he fell into a deep enough slumber to dream the Waterloo dream again, in more detail and length than the previous night. Every night it started a moment earlier in the battle and shed light in places previously dark. Every night he saw the carnage more vividly and relived his feelings more intensely. Every night he woke himself or his valet with his ravings. This night Crewe stood over him, gently shaking him. "Wake up, sir. You're dreaming again." Alistair struggled up to a sitting position. "What time is it?" "Close to midnight, sir." "Has Lord Gordmore come?" No, his lordship had not yet come, and Crewe thought it unlikely he'd arrive this night. The weather had turned very bad since the master had gone to bed. Alistair got up and looked out the window. He could see nothing. He could hear the pounding rain and roaring wind, however, which sufficed to make him agree with Crewe. As great a hurry as Gordmore was in, he would not risk either his people or his horses. He'd have stopped at the nearest inn as soon as the weather took a turn for the worse. In any case, there wasn't room for everyone here. Miss Aldridge and her entourage had left only a few rooms unoccupied. These were the smallest and darkest, overlooking a narrow alley at the back of the building. Still, when he heard the knock at the door, Alistair assumed Gaudy's panic had overcome his caution. Expecting his friend, he did not hurry to throw his dressing-gown on over his nightshirt when Crewe answered the door. Alistair heard a whisper. Crewe said softly, "Yes, he's awake, but—" He was unceremoniously thrust aside, and Mirabell flew in a flutter of delicate ruffles and lace. She came halfway across the narrow room, then stopped short. "Oh, I didn't realize. I thought Crewe meant you hadn't yet gone to bed." She flushed and looked away. Alistair looked wildly about. Crewe hurried to a chair, snatched up the dressing-gown, and swiftly stuffed his master into it. He mumbled something about a hot drink, and vanished. When he had gone, Mirabell turned back to Alistair. She wore a dressing gown of fine oyster-white lawn, trimmed with exquisite silk lace, over a matching nightgown with a ruffled hem. She looked like a princess in a fairy tale. His gaze moved slowly, disbelievingly, from the dainty silk slippers up over the deliciously feminine confection to her face. Her cheeks were a very deep pink, and the candlelight made twin stars in the twilight blue of her eyes. Her red-gold hair tumbled over her shoulders, and a fiery froth of curls danced about her face. She clasped her hands at her waist. "I withdraw my opposition," she said. Out of doors, the storm continued unabated. The wind whistled and wailed, and rain beat against the windows. Within, the fire crackled and hissed in the grate. Mirabell would have felt safer outside in the middle of the storm than here in this small room. She stood where she was, as she was, barely dressed, her hair undone. She wore the frothy concoction Aunt Clotilde had sent, without explanation, along with the letter describing Mr. Carsington's indiscretions. The nightclothes were provocative. It was an unscrupulous tactic, but Mirabell didn't care. She would do whatever was necessary to win him over. She was in love. Truly, deeply, hopelessly in love this time, and this time she would not give it up. "I should not have let you go before," she said. "I should have tried harder to understand, but I was too mortified and angry to think clearly." She'd had hours since then to calm down and sort it out and make up her mind what was most important. A house and a piece of land, or the love of a lifetime? He still gazed at her in that blank way. Had he shut his mind and his heart to her because of his pride? Did he see her differently now? In his eyes, had she become another Judith Guilford, the heiress whose petty tyrannies Aunt Clotilde believed had driven him away? It didn't matter what he saw, Mirabell told herself. She would not give him up no matter what it cost her. She stood firm, chin up, her hands clasped to white-knuckled tightness and pressed against the knot of fear that was her insides. "I was unreasonable," she said. "Captain Hughes approved of your revised plan. He read my letter only because he'd promised he would." She'd known her father would not appear at the canal meeting, no matter how earnestly he promised. He'd insisted on setting out early and walking as he always did. She could hardly force him to drive with her and Mrs. Entwistle in the carriage. She'd prepared the letter for the likely eventuality of Papa's non-appearance, and given it to Captain Hughes the day before the meeting. "I should have signalled or sent word to him not to read it," she said now. "Your new plan was most accommodating and well thought out. I've been silly not to accept it. I cannot expect everything to remain exactly as it was. The world changes, and we must change with it. I ought to be happy and grateful for all the trouble you took on my account instead of causing you more difficulty."
"It was a good plan," he said.
"Yes, very good."
"But not good enough," he said.
"No plan could be good enough," she said. "I wanted Lord Gordmore to close up his mines and go away and stop troubling us with his transportation problems. I didn't want any more Lord Gordmores or any other enterprising men, including my neighbours, finding new ways to make fortunes on Longledge Hill. I didn't want increased trade. I wanted the peaceful, simple country life I'd grown up with."
"Then I shall find a way for you to keep it," he said.
She looked down at her still clasped hands, then up into his starkly handsome face. The tenderness she saw there lightened her heart. "You are not to waste your time on any such thing," she said. "You are not to risk everything you have worked so hard for. I came to tell you so. Mine would be a poor sort of affection if I could not sacrifice a very little comfort for your sake."
"I think you'd lose more than a little comfort," he said.
Yes, the truth was it would break her heart to see her home changed. But she knew what any reasonable person would think. One couldn't make time stand still. Times were changing, and she must change with them. Her mother had been dead for half her life, and recreating the world Mamma had lived in and making her dreams come true would not bring her back. This man was very much alive, and Mirabell loved him. She'd rather make a life with him under any conditions then go back alone to her solitary life in her beautiful Arcadia. She said, "I have been in love before, you know, and let it go because I could not abandon my land and roam the world as he wanted, as he needed to do. I broke off my engagement and came home and resigned myself to spinsterhood. Yet it seems I am not fully resigned. I asked myself a short while ago whether I was willing to sacrifice my affection for you. I decided I was not."
"He was a fool to go," he said,
his voice low and fierce.
"He should have stayed and fought for you. But I'm glad he was a fool because I'm selfish. I want to be the one who fights for you."
Her hands unclasped, and her heart banged crazily. "You don't have to fight," she said. "I'm one. I'm yours."
"Are you, my love?"
He smiled then and opened his arms, and she ran straight into them. As soon as those strong arms closed about her, she knew she'd made the right decision. She'd learnt to take care of herself, to do without a man's protection or even affection. She could do without his if she must, but only if she had no other choice. Only if he abandoned her. She would do everything in her power to make sure he didn't.
"I must send you back to your room,"
he rumbled into her hair.
"In a moment."
His hands came up and tangled in her hair. He kissed her forehead and her nose. She tilted her head back, offering her lips.
"We'd better not,"
he murmured, raising his head. "No, we really mustn't," she said. Liar, liar. She didn't care what they must or mustn't do. It was late, and they were alone, and the storm seemed to shut out the world. He slid his hands down to her shoulders. He gazed deep into her eyes, as though she harbored unfathomable secrets, as though she had anything left hidden from him. She'd opened her heart. She'd let him see and touch and do things she had no name for, to parts of her body she'd once felt depraved merely looking at.
"I want to be good," he said. "I've taken appalling advantage of your inexperience."
"Yes, it was very bad of you," she said, drawing away. "And it was bad of me not to discourage you. It was bad of me to come tonight in all my dishabille. Despicable, really. I am not wearing a scrap of undergarments. And this gown! What was Aunt Clotilde thinking to send such a frilly, flimsy little nothing to a respectable spinster?" She looked down and fiddled with the ribbons at the front of the low neckline. "I suspect it is French. No decent English dressmaker would make such a thing."
"Mirabelle."
His voice had thickened.
"Please, I am not made of iron."
"I know that," she smiled. "You are flesh and blood, very muscled, and the hair on your chest is more generally golden than that on your head." She untied the topmost ribbon. "Whereas I am quite smooth in that area," she glanced down, "but a good deal more rounded."
"Yes,"
one strangled syllable.
"I think your body is perfection, but I must not look at it now. Mirabelle, you are not to untie the next ribbon. It is the worst sort of cruelty. You know I must resist you. We shall be wed, and I absolutely will not anticipate the wedding vows." She untied the second ribbon. "I thought you already had," she said. "Twice." "That was irresponsible and selfish. And anyway, you are intact, barely, by the grace of God. Oh, why am I talking about this? You must go. Good night."
He limped to the door and opened it. She stood where she was. She untied the last of the ribbons and shrugged out of the dressing gown. He shut the door.
"Don't," he said.
"I won't," she said. "I want you to take it off me. You are so good at dressing and undressing." He stalked to her, eyes flashing gold sparks, and she wondered if he meant to pick her up and eject her bodily from the room. He grasped her shoulders. "You," he said.
"You."
"Yes, this is truly me." She reached up and dragged her fingers through his sleep-tousled hair. "I did not know a wanton lived inside me. You found her and set her free. Now you must live with the consequences." She tugged him down, and his mouth sank onto hers, and in an instant he swept her into another realm, where she was young again, and fresh, and utterly happy. She curled her hands round his neck and stood on tiptoe, trying to get more of him. He deepened the kiss and dragged her down into a drunken darkness. No fruit of the poppy could be half so intoxicating as the taste of him. With his tongue he played inside her mouth, and made her remember the more intimate way he'd played with her not 10 days ago. Heat skittered along her skin and under it. Dry reason evaporated, and pleasure seeped in, cool and dark and dangerous, to make her someone else, the wanton he'd brought to life. No longer cautious, no longer responsible, no longer in control. She moved her hands over his shoulders, his powerful arms, and relished the answering caresses, his long, skillful hands sliding over the frilly nightgown, making it whisper under his touch, as though it were alive. He made everything come alive, created a wild, vibrant world, mysterious and exotic, and yet so familiar, as though it had always existed inside her. She slid her hands down to the sash of his dressing-gown. His hands got in the way, nudging hers aside, unfastening the ribbon of her nightgown, loosening the bodice. He pushed the thin fabric down, and she caught her breath as his hand closed over her breast. "Perfect," he murmured against her mouth. "You're perfect." She leaned into his caressing hand, savouring the touch and seeking more. She wanted him to touch her everywhere. The neckline of the gown slid down her arms to her waist, and she felt the cool air of the room on her naked torso. She hardly noticed the coolness. All her being was fixed on the warmth of his hands kneading her breasts. They ached and tautened, and her whole body seemed to ache, hungering for more, more, and still more. She was distantly aware of being led somehow back and back again. Something hard against her spine, something to hold on to. She leaned against the bedpost, dizzy with the feeling swirling in and around her, and watched, as though from a long way away, her nightgown slide down, down to the floor. She looked up, dazed and stupid. The firelight glinted in his eyes, so dark now. "Beautiful," he said, his voice pitched so low it might have come from the floor where her gown lay. He slid his hand from her throat between her breasts, and down to the place between her legs where he'd pleasured her. "My beautiful girl." But he was more beautiful than she. She reached again for the sash, and this time he let her. She untied it and pushed the garment down from his shoulders, down his long arms, and watched it slither into the folds of her discarded nightgown. She reached for his nightshirt, but too slowly. He yanked it off and let it fall among the rest. The flickering light glimmered gold in his thick brown hair, and glowed in his eyes. It traced the sculpted contours of his face, and played over the rippling muscles of his torso and limbs. She reached out and slid her hand down as he'd done to her, from his throat to his taut belly, but he pulled away before she could do anything bolder. Then he bent and made a tingling path of kisses down from her shoulder to her breast. He lingered there, his tongue playing lightly over her skin, then pausing to suckle. She moaned and pushed her fingers through his hair and held him there, though the pleasure, the ache, whatever it was he did to her, was nigh unbearable. And when he lifted his head she nearly cried out, but he wasn't done yet, and tortured her a little longer. Then down again, his mouth so wicked between her legs. Sin, sin, sin. Her mind was black and hot. She didn't know what it was. He must tell her. She reached for him, dragged him up. "Yours," she gasped. "Make me yours." He made a choked sound and caught her up in his arms and lifted her onto the bed. He knelt at her feet and stroked upward from her ankles, and she opened her legs and would have dragged him up over her if she could have reached him. But he was just beyond her reach, and she sank back and let him turn her into hot liquid. She writhed under his touch, wanting more, still more. He kissed her knees and licked the beauty mark, and she wanted to scream. He shifted upward, sliding his hands up her legs as he went. And then she felt his thumb between her legs, in the place where he'd tortured her before, but this was beyond anything, pleasure beyond bearing. She was reduced to feeling, to hot, pounding need. And then it came, a splintering joy that made her shriek. His mouth covered hers while pleasure erupted from what seemed the very core of her, and spilled outward in cascading sensations. And in the midst of it, she felt him thrust into her. She stilled, conscious of a strange, uncomfortable pressure.
Sorry.
2 rough syllables against her mouth.
I meant,
"Oh," she said breathlessly. "That's you?" She squirmed, trying to get more comfortable.
Mirabelle.
She squirmed the other way.
My love.
She felt his hand caressing her in the place where they were joined. By degrees, the pressure eased. Then it was all right, oh, very much so. She smiled stupidly up at him. "Oh," she said drunkenly. "It feels good." He made the strangled sound again.
Yes,
he said.
Yes, it does.
"Can we do it again?" she said.
We're not nearly done yet, he said.
Then he began to move inside her, and the world changed again, completely. She held on, letting him take her where he would. They went slowly at first, until the wild pleasure again took hold. Then she was moving with him, seeking something, some place in the hot darkness. The world went away, and with it, whatever remained of thought. Only feeling remained, for him, given by him. A happiness almost painful, and a need she couldn't satisfy. She thrust against him, instinctively seeking more, and her fingers dug into his back.
I love you.
His voice, low, reverberated through her.
I love you.
Her lips formed words, but she was beyond speech. Her body was caught on a powerful current, tearing along faster and faster, then flinging her onto a wild, stormy shore. A heartbeat later, a powerful tremor went through him and travelled through her like lightning, and blasted the world into shimmering pieces. Chapter 18. For a time afterward, Alistair lay stunned. Then he drew her up against him, and they nestled like spoons. The perfect derriere snuggled against his groin. His hand clasped one perfect breast. Silken curls tickled his face. He pressed his mouth to her neck and inhaled her scent, and that was perfect too. His life at this moment was absolutely right. She reached back and stroked the scar. When it wasn't actively harassing him, the pain always hovered in the background, yet it retreated under her gentle touch. She didn't mind touching it or looking at it, though it was hideous, the gnarled, shiny, lumpish skin. "Do you hate it?" she said, her voice still husky in the aftermath of passion. The huskiness confused him.
Hate what?
Your injury. He wanted to say he never gave it any thought, but that was a black lie.
It is an infernal nuisance,
he said. He hesitated, then added,
and it is ugly, and I can't.
He dragged in air, let it out, and buried his face in her neck.
Must I tell you everything?
He murmured against her skin. She turned in his arms and brought her hand up to his cheek. He turned his head to kiss the palm of her hand. He loved her hands. He loved her touch. And she seemed very well pleased with his love-making. He had nothing more to wish for, except a speedy wedding. "What can't you do?" she said.
I wish it did not make me walk so awkwardly,
he said, and winced inwardly. It sounded so childish, so ungrateful. He was lucky to be alive, and he whined about being lame. "I don't doubt it seems more awkward to you than to others," she said. "You will not believe me. You will say I'm blinded by love. But the way you walk has a strange effect. Perhaps it is me. Perhaps it is part of the derangement of my advanced age, but the small hitch in your walk awakens carnal feelings in me. I did not know what they were at first, only that they were both pleasant and disturbing. The invisible club struck again.
Carnal feelings? You mean lust?
She nodded.
You're roasting me, he said.
She laid her head on his chest. The unruly curls tickled his chin. I would never tease you about such a thing. It is embarrassing enough to admit it. But then, I am past all shame now. She thought his limp was erotic. Of all the notions that might have occurred to him, that was not even last. It was nowhere within the realm of possibilities he'd imagined. But then, she had not been within his realm of possibilities. He could not have imagined such a woman, and he'd only begun to discover her. She sighed. Even if I am past all shame, I must conceal it and pretend to be good. How I wish I had thought to drug everybody in the inn before I came. But since it did not occur to me, I must return to my room. At least I have devised a plausible excuse for having left it. He did not want her to leave, ever again, but he didn't want her reputation sullied either. He shifted up to a sitting position, taking her with him.
I long to hear your excuse,
he said. I had a bad dream, and woke up disoriented, thinking I was in my own house, she said. After wandering about for a time in confusion, I gradually regained my wits, and made my way back to my room. She leaned toward him, and kissed him lightly on the mouth. The perfect pink buds brushed his chest. Her mouth was so soft, the taste of her so sweet. Her scent swam in his head and wafted from the bedclothes. He told himself to be a man, and endure it. He dragged himself from the bed.
I will let you go, and you may tell whatever fib you wish, he said, as long as you remember that we are to be wed as soon as possible.
Does that mean you will marry me? Canal or no canal? She said. He was aware of her watching him as he limped to the washstand.
It means I will solve the problem, he said. And don't say what if you cannot solve it, because I shall. I have made up my mind.
He poured water into the washbowl, collected a towel, and carried them to her. She washed quickly, too quickly. He gathered up the frothy dressing-gown and nightgown, allowed himself one last lingering study of her sweetly shaped body, then helped her into her garments. As he tied the ribbons of the dressing-gown, he said,
Does your aunt send you such fetching attire often?
No, Mirabelle said, and blushed. She did not blush often, or easily.
I thought not, else I'd wonder why you dress as you do. Why did she send it, then?
She didn't say. I must leave.
Mirabelle?
I shall be staying with her in London. I shall ask her. I am glad you approve of her taste. She spoke hurriedly. She will take me shopping. I had been dreading that. It takes so much time, and I had so much to do with my political machinations. But now I shall have plenty of time to shop. She darted him a smile. For my trousseau?
No, 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 he said.
Her startled gaze met his.
Yes, you will shop for a trousseau, but later, with me, he said.
You don't approve of my taste, she said.
With the present exception, you have no taste to speak of, he said. That is not the problem. The problem is you must not abandon your campaign.
Mr. Carsington, she began.
Alistair, he said.
Alistair, she said, and his Christian name had never sounded like this before. It was infinitely different when uttered in that whispery night voice, and he realized, was a different and better man here with her. She laid her hand on his chest. Pray recall that the object of my campaign was to destroy your canal scheme, she said. This, it turns out, would ruin your best friend as well as your younger brothers. I cannot be responsible for so much carnage, certainly not on account of a narrow strip of waterway hardly 20 miles long.
A better solution exists, he said. It is there, in the back of my mind somewhere. I will never get to it unless you keep challenging and provoking me.
He gently grasped her shoulders and gazed into the twilight of her eyes.
All my life, it has been too easy, he said. I always knew someone would be there to solve my problems. As a result, nothing was ever at stake. Nothing was important enough to make me exert myself. Nothing ever tested my intellect or ingenuity. Until now, until you. You will not let anything be easy. You have made me re-examine everything. You have made me think and plot and contrive. You must not surrender now. I have never been so plagued and beset with problems in all my life, and I know it is good for me. I have not felt so alive since... Gad, I can't remember when. Do you understand, my dear troublesome girl? I need the aggravation. She studied him in that direct way of hers, not hiding her attempt to puzzle him out. Then, "Oh," she said, and, "Oh, yes, I quite understand." She smiled, a great rising sun of a smile. "I am so relieved." She kissed him hard upon the mouth, the way he'd kissed her goodbye that day at the mausoleum. Then she hurried from the room in a flutter of ruffles and lace. Mirabelle made it to her room without attracting attention and slipped under the bedclothes, though she knew she would not sleep a wink. The next she knew there was a stir about her, footsteps hurrying to and fro, muffled voices. She glanced at the window. The sky was still grey, the sun not yet risen. There was a tap at the door connecting her room with Mrs. Entwistle's. A moment later the lady herself appeared in an amazing profusion of ribbons and ruffles. Her sleeping attire was, though it hardly seemed possible, even more frivolous than Mirabelle's seraglio costume. "My dear, I am so sorry to burst upon you like this," she said, "but Jock has come with distressing news. Papa, something had happened." Heart hammering, Mirabelle leapt up from bed, threw on her dressing gown, and hurried out to the hall where a sopping wet Jock stood. A bad sign, a very bad sign, if the groom had been sent to her in bad weather in the dead of night. He apologized for disturbing her, but Mr. Benton had said they must not lose a minute. "Master never come home to dinner, miss," the groom said. He said more, though no more needed to be said. Not long afterwards she and Mrs. Entwistle, their entourage and outriders, were all racing back to Aldridge Hall. The clamour outside, of horses being put to harness and servants bustling between inn and carriage, woke Alistair, but only briefly. He glanced toward the window, saw it was still dark, and groggily assuming the noise he'd heard was the storm, returned to sleep. It was the soundest sleep he'd had since arriving in Derbyshire a month ago. He dreamt he was riding in a carriage, towed by Mr. Trevithick's locomotive steam engine, Catch Me Who Can. Alistair was going round and round the circular track at Euston at the mad pace of 12 miles per hour. Geordie was shouting at him to get off. It was dangerous, bound to explode, and Alistair only laughed. He was young and whole and fearless, or at least believed he was. Waterloo lay years ahead, in a future his still immature mind couldn't possibly imagine. The carriage shook violently, and he could barely hear Geordie over the engines shrieking. "Sir, please, it is nearly 9 o'clock." Alistair opened his eyes. The room was only a degree less dark than before. Crewe was regarding him worriedly. 9 o'clock? Alistair repeated. He struggled up to a sitting position. Why is it so confoundedly dark? Though the storm had passed hours earlier, the sky remained thickly overcast, Crewe told him. Alistair remembered then that Mirabelle's party had taken over the better rooms, exiling him and Crewe to this dismal corner of the inn, where what feeble daylight there was could scarcely penetrate. He prayed the isolation had worked in her behalf. If anyone knew of her prolonged stay in this room. Surreptitiously he began to feel about the bed for stray hairpins. Then he remembered her entering, her glorious sunrise-coloured hair tumbling about her shoulders. She had worn only the nightgown and the dressing-gown, both of which fastened with ribbons, and the silk slippers. She could not have left any stray bits of attire behind for nosy inn servants to find. His eyes widened. He had deflowered her. The sheets! He leapt from the bed and flung back the bedclothes. Nothing. Not a spot. Before he could consider the meaning of this lack of evidence, Crewe called his mind elsewhere. "Sir, I must beg your pardon," the valet said. I overslept, else I should have wakened you long since." "You were standing guard again, I collect," Alistair said, "far into the early morning hours." "I knew you would not wish a certain lady's visit to be misconstrued by malicious persons," the valet said tactfully. "I am happy to assure you that the lady returned to her rooms without attracting any notice. The inn staff were busy below in the public dining room, accommodating travellers the storm had waylaid. They hadn't time to be spying upon other patrons." "Remind me to nominate you for sainthood at the first opportunity," Alistair said, as he headed for the washstand. "Meanwhile, as soon as my business affairs permit, I shall double your wages." "I wish I deserved it, sir," said Crewe. "As it happens, I was asleep at my post and failed you." Aware that Crewe's standards of service were impossibly high, Alistair poured water into the bowl. "That I rather doubt," he said. He began splashing water on his face. "Miss Aldridge and her party departed some hours ago," Crewe said, "for home." Alistair straightened, his face streaming water. "She's turned back?" "But she'd agreed to continue to London and go on plaguing him." "Her father has gone missing, sir." Jackson would not go away. According to the plan, he was supposed to make sure Caleb had matters in hand and enough money for the trip to Northumberland. Then Jackson was to return to assist his master in London. But all because Caleb had encouraged Mr. Aldridge to swallow a few drops of Godfrey's cordial, Jackson decided to play nursemaid. When the storm came on Wednesday night, it was Jackson who made them stop at the mine foreman's deserted cottage. It was no good Caleb telling him there was no harm in Godfrey's cordial. Doctors made their patients swill buckets of it, didn't they? Jackson only looked sour and fussed over the old man like it was his own dear pa. Mr. O was no dear pa to Caleb. He was an aggravating old man, half senile and no good to anybody. Amiable, was he? Then how come he never put his little red-haired hussy daughter in her place? How come he let her stick her nose where it didn't belong? How come he never had one good word to say for Caleb after all those years serving him faithful? Instead, the old fool let her turn off Caleb without a character. It was as good as slandering him to dismiss him without any explaining to anybody what she was about, and refusing to write even 10 words commending him to the next employer. Because of her, people wouldn't talk to him. No one would take him on. Him, who'd lived among them his whole life, and his parents before and their parents before that. It was worse than if she'd blackened his character outright, or had him put in the stocks. But she didn't dare have the law on him because she knew she didn't have a scrap of real evidence against him. She'd persecuted him, and it was the old man's fault for letting her do as she pleased. He let her run roughshod over people who knew more than her, never caring if it was almost the same as sending a man to the workhouse. This was Caleb's thinking, and the more he stewed about it, the less he liked the idea of travelling all the way to Northumberland, nursing the old dodo and looking after him like he was royalty. If Jackson had only gone away like he was supposed to, Caleb could have poured some more cordial down the crack-brain's gullet early last night and dropped him into the nearest abandoned mine. The hill was honeycombed with old mines and shafts. Accidents happened all the time. People would think Mr. O took a tumble, like he was bound to do sooner or later with his wandering the hills like he did, in every kind of weather. No one would be surprised when they found his body, if they ever found it. But Jackson wouldn't go, and now they were stuck, the 3 of them, in this smoky little hovel, and Mr. O, being a gentleman, got the one bed and all the best victuals, and even wine, if you please. Wednesday night passed into Thursday morning, and the cordial's effects having worn off, the old man tried to give them the slip. After that they had to start dosing him regular with the laudanum Caleb happened to have on hand, in case of mining accidents, he said. But Jackson was the one who dosed their prisoner, and he was almighty stingy with the drug, only enough to keep Mr. O smiling and dreaming and happy to sit in one place looking at an old twig or a feather for hours on end. As the morning wore on, Caleb's patience wore down too. "The day's wasting, and Northumberland ain't getting any closer," he told Jackson. "I'll see about hiring a carriage," Jackson said. "I'll be back as soon as I can."
He soon left, taking their one horse and, to Caleb's vexation, the laudanum bottle. Alistair did not reach Aldridge Hall until well into afternoon. He found the place nearly deserted, most of the staff being out assisting with the search for Mr. Aldridge. 3 separate parties were out combing the botanist's usual haunts. Sir Roger Talbot had organised a party to search the area about Matlock and Matlock Bath. Captain Hughes and his group were covering the southeasterly portion of Longledge Hill. Mirabell and her servants were working their way over the vast estate itself. Mrs. Entwistle remained at Aldridge Hall as search coordinator, receiving and dispatching messages from the various parties. When Alistair was shown into the library, he found her at the writing desk. She did not waste time with social niceties, but promptly apprised him of the situation. Mr. Aldridge never missed dinner, she reminded him. It was only very rarely that he could be prevailed upon to dine away from home. When he failed to appear Wednesday evening, Benton immediately surmised a mishap. Mr. Aldridge never became so lost as to fail to return home in time for dinner. He was never hindered by inclement weather, and yesterday had not become inclement until well past the appointed dinner hour. The only possible explanation was that he had met with an accident. This was why Benton instantly sent word to his mistress. As he reasoned, if Mr. Aldridge turned up in the interval, it would be easy enough to send another messenger to intercept Miss Aldridge as she was returning. Mr. Aldridge did not, however, turn up in the interval. He had not dined elsewhere. Consequently, one can only hope the mishap was a minor one, Mrs. Entwistle said. Alistair remembered his own tumble into the Briar Brook. A sprained ankle, a minor concussion. He might have broken his neck.
Mr. Aldridge has been wandering the countryside most of his life, he said. He is nimbler than I. Really, he is as nimble as a boy, I think. Who knows these hills and dales better than he? It cannot be anything but a minor accident. And with so many engaged in the search, he is sure to be found before the day is out. Please tell me how I can help.
You'd better go to Mirabell, the lady said. She knows what she's about, but she could do with moral support. The ex-governess fixed him with a steely stare, which was a disconcerting contrast to her plumply feminine appearance. You are capable of providing that, I trust? While disconcerting, the stare, which had surely reduced erring children to terrified obedience, was nothing to the Gorgon glare his paternal grandmother could administer.
Certainly, ma'am, he said, quite uncowed. That and whatever else the lady requires.
Nearly an hour later he found Mirabell at the Outlook, where he now realized his perceptions of Longledge had first begun to change. She was mounted upon the imperturbable gelding rather than the high-strung Sophie, but she was alone, and in a very short time it would grow dark. He had come in the nick of time. She heard his advancing hoofbeats and turned his way. "You are vexed with me," she said, reading his countenance all too easily.
"Of course I'm vexed," he said. "You're alone, the ground is still slippery from last night's storm, and I know you hadn't much sleep. It's a dangerous combination."
"Have you come to look after me?" she said.
"I am your betrothed, not your nursemaid," he said. "I've come to help you look for your father. You should have sent word to me before you left this morning, but you were too upset to think of it, I dare say. Come, you cannot remain here staring at the moors and making yourself heartsick. We shall find him."
"I didn't want to wake you so early," she said. "You never get enough sleep, and I'd hoped it was a mistake, that Papa had appointed to dine with one of the neighbours and as usual forgot to tell anybody. All the way home I was expecting to meet with a messenger telling me he'd dined with the Dunnets, for instance, and ended up spending the night because of the storm. I kept telling myself, any minute now I shall turn back and go to London, where I shall cause Mr. Carsington no end of aggravation." Her voice wobbled. "Alistair, I mean. It will take me a while to get used to provoking you by your Christian name."
"You may provoke me by any name you like," he said. "Only come away from this place. It is desperately romantic, but at present not conducive to optimistic thinking. One ought to come here to brood, Mirabell, not to plan how best to run a missing parent to ground."
She turned away from the moors and started with him down the path.
"He cannot be in any danger," Alistair told her. "He knows the place too well, every last twig, moss and lichen of it. You must not make yourself anxious."
"Yes, he is somewhere safe at this moment, no doubt," she said. "Perhaps in one of the hamlets he likes to visit. He is probably quite comfortable in someone's parlour or the local inn, talking about Sumatran camphor trees and reducing everyone in hearing range to a helpless stupor." Mr. Aldridge was far from safe, though he was reducing his lone listener to a helpless stupor. The sun was setting, the laudanum was wearing off, and the old dodo was lecturing Caleb Finch about Egyptians and poppies. It had started out in Greek, which Caleb couldn't understand a word of, and didn't see any reason to, he said, as it was a heathen language, made to worship false gods.
"In eastern parts," said his aggravating prisoner, "it is the language of the Christian Church, and no more a pagan tongue than Latin." "Popery is as good as paganism," said Finch.
Mr. O sighed and said,
"In his great work, The Odyssey, Homer tells of Helen, a daughter of Zeus, who poured Nepenthe into the wine the men were drinking at the feast to make them forget all evil. She learned of this medicine, Homer tells us, from the wife of Thos of Egypt, where the fertile land produces so many balms, some good and some dangerous. The men at the feast were grieving for their friends and family lost in the Trojan War, you see, and the opium mixture she put into their wine gave them temporary forgetfulness, a respite. That is all I meant," he said, half to himself. "A way to think of terrible things with less distress. I thought he might sleep better, poor boy. Virgil wrote of the poppy, as did Pliny the Elder." "I wish I had some of that elderberry cordial," Caleb said under his breath. "That and the bottle Jackson took. I'd help you forget all right."
He walked to the door, the hovel was windowless, and looked out. As soon as it was dark, he promised himself, he'd lead the old man out. A blow to the head, a long drop into a mine shaft, and that'd be the end of his preaching and rubbing it in how he was an educated gentleman who knew Latin and Greek. That'd be the end of his prattling on and on about mosses, poppies, and heathens. Then the red-haired hussy would be sorry, and in time she'd be sorrier still. Pretty soon Lord Gordmore's canal would cut right through her fine meadows and farms and precious trees. Every day all the rest of her life she'd have to look at it. Caleb stood in the doorway and watched the sky darken. Alistair, too, was studying the sky, as the horizon began swallowing the sun. Mirabelle watched him. At a respectful distance her search party waited. She had told them to rejoin her here at sunset. At the time, she'd assumed they would have found Papa long before now. At present, she saw no choice but to give up for the day and let everyone go home. They were all tired and hungry. The others would be able to eat and sleep. She would try to do so for her father's sake. She would try to wake tomorrow refreshed and hopeful. Alistair turned to her.
"The sky has cleared considerably," he said. "The moon will be up in a few hours. It isn't quite full, but it will give some light. I suggest we use the interval to eat and rest. An hour's nap will do a world of good. I asked Mrs. Entwistle to prepare provisions. Someone should be here soon with baskets of food. Those who choose to return to their homes may at least do so on a full stomach."
"You mean to continue?" Mirabelle said. "To search through the night?"
"Yes, since we shall have some moonlight," he said.
Then she remembered. His friend had searched for him at night. Had Gordmore not done so, Alistair would not be here at this moment, so sure and confident. While she listened to him, her own flagging spirits lifted. He was so certain it was impossible to doubt. He rode over to the group of men and told them the nighttime strategy. They would divide into two groups. One group would remain. The others would return home, get a good night's rest, and rejoin them as the sun came up. At that time, if Mr. Aldridge had not yet been found, those who'd searched through the night would return home and get their rest. The provisions arrived as he finished his short speech. He rejoined Mirabelle. The men made quick work of their food, then divided themselves into two groups. Mirabelle watched from where she sat with him upon a large, flattish rock. "They are so orderly," she said, watching the mysteriously chosen half depart. "Like soldiers. I could not believe it when you left it to them."
"Why are you surprised?" he said. "You know I am irresistibly charming."
"I think it is something greater and deeper than charm," she said. "I think you are a born leader." He withdrew a sandwich from the heavy basket, cut it in half, and gave half to her.
"Yes, that too."
His voice dropped to the lowest rumble as he added,
"I led you astray with very little difficulty."
"I beg to differ," she said. "It was I who led you astray. Pray do not forget who made the first move. Pray recollect who was first to disrobe, on more than one occasion." She bit into the half sandwich.
"That was all part of my diabolical plan," he said.
"I can almost believe that," she said. "You are a gifted planner. I hadn't considered whether we'd have moonlight or not. I didn't think of ordering provisions. I didn't think of dividing up our search party."
"I had plenty of time to work out a strategy on the way here," he said. "I hadn't an army of attendants to deal with. I did not have to work out how to coddle the vanity of both Captain Hughes and Sir Roger, two men accustomed to ordering others about, and try to guess which assignment would best please them. Furthermore, as much as I like Mr. Aldridge, he is not my father. I have not your attachment and cannot feel as deeply as you do. It is easier for me to view the situation with a degree of objectivity impossible for you. Do stop criticizing yourself and eat your sandwich."
Mirabelle ate, though she didn't want to. Later, when he put down blankets for her, she rested, though she couldn't sleep. She closed her eyes and listened to his voice as he talked quietly to some of the men. She could not hear what he said, but the sound of his deep voice comforted her. She must have fallen asleep, because the next she knew he was rumbling her name. She opened her eyes, and saw first the moon, not quite full, but bright, then him. His expression was very grave. She came full awake then, and was up and upon her feet in an instant. "What's wrong?" she said. "What's happened?"
"I'm not sure," he said. "What do you know of a man named Caleb Finch?"
Chapter 19. Caleb Finch considered himself a peaceable man, who never raised a hand against his fellows. He'd much rather outwit his fellows or trade favours. At the moment, though, he had a powerful urge to dash Mr. Aldridge's skull against a rock. He'd been rattling on for the last hour about some tree that grew in some cannibal country in Africa or China, or one of them godless places, and didn't seem like he was anywhere near the end of it. Caleb couldn't put an end to it, because Jackson was there. He'd come back minutes before the inky blue sky blotted out the last streaks of sunset.
"Kempfer said,
Hoec arbor ex Daphnio sanguine non est," Mr. Aldridge said. "It is most definitely not of the Laurus genus, but Dryobalanops, as Gertner declared. However, Mr. Colebrook proposes to name it Dryobalanops camphora rather than D. aromatica. The trouble is he is not a botanist, and his description is not altogether satisfactory. Furthermore, the specimens he received did not survive the cold weather, and he had only the seeds upon which to base his conclusions." Caleb turned his scowl upon Jackson. "I've been listening to that the livelong day. You going to give him some medicine? Or let him turn us both into drooling bedlamites like him?" Jackson poured a glass of wine and added a stingy dose of laudanum to it. He set it down on the table in front of the prisoner. "Best drink it down, sir," Jackson said.
We're going to be travelling, and it'll make you more comfortable."
"Very well," said Mr. Aldridge. "We shall be dining soon, I trust?"
"Yes, sir. I've ordered a hamper for the carriage."
"A hamper?"
Caleb rolled his eyes. "And gold plates for him to eat off of, I suppose."
Mr. Aldridge raised the glass and mumbled something about old friends and sons-in-law, and drank it down. When the glass was empty, Jackson turned a narrow look on Caleb.
"Don't be making those martyr faces at me," the agent said in a low voice. "You've caused enough trouble with not waiting for orders and rushing everything. I said you were too hasty, didn't I? Do you know they're already looking for him?"
"She started out for London straight after the meeting, you told me," Caleb said.
"They couldn't have got word to her so quick, not to mention that no one dared sneeze without she said so."
It was almost 150 miles to London, a 15-hour journey at least, and that was mail coach style, pushing the horses and quick changes en route, and hardly a stop to drink or eat or empty your bladder. A private carriage bearing ladies, and them with a train of servants and baggage, would need days. By the time the household took alarm, Miss Hussey would be in town. Caleb had worked it all out beforehand.
"Mr. Aldridge is like clockwork, I'm told," Jackson said. "When he missed his dinner, the butler took fright and straightway sent for the mistress."
"The messenger caught up with her before dawn at the inn where she stopped for the night," Jackson went on. "Meanwhile, the whole neighbourhood started searching for Mr. Aldridge at daybreak."
"If you'd waited the way Master wanted until she reached London, we'd have time," Jackson said. "But you didn't wait, and now we've barely half a day's start of them. Thanks to you, half of Derbyshire knows he's gone. We'll have to set out right away and travel this fiendish mountain in the dead of night, and pray they're too cautious to try the same. And if we end up in pieces at the bottom of a ravine, we'll have you to thank for it."
Caleb pretended to look chastened. The truth was, Longledge Hill didn't frighten him, even though this was the steepest and rockiest part of it. He'd grown up in the peak, and wasn't afraid of its hills and dales, summer or winter, day or night. There'd be an accident all right, he thought, but he wasn't the one who'd end up in pieces. Mirabelle told Alistair about her experience with Caleb Finch as they slowly made their way to the far end of Longledge Hill, toward Lord Gordmore's coal mines. Their destination was the result of conjecture, which in turn was based largely on rumours, one article the dry limestone hills produced in abundance. One of the women who'd helped carry provisions from Aldridge Hall said she'd seen a tall scarecrow-like fellow, who looked like Caleb Finch, skulking near her neighbour's milk shed early Wednesday morning. There were other rumours. Finch spotted at church in Ledgemore on Sunday, and someone who looked like him at the posting inn in Stony Middleton a week or more ago. Because Alistair was Geordie's representative, he was also told an apparently unrelated story about his lordship's mine foreman losing his place suddenly, because Lord Gordmore's bailiff took a dislike to him. The foreman was muttering about going to the law, the miners weren't happy, and the grumbling had travelled from cottage to public house to posting inn to reach Longledge this week. Alistair, who'd visited the mines less than a fortnight earlier and found all in order, was beginning to develop a theory. He said nothing of his suspicions to his informants, but promised to look into the matter. All this had happened while Mirabelle rested. Now she knew that Caleb Finch and Lord Gordmore's bailiff were one and the same man, a man who might have been nursing a grudge against the Aldridges for 11 years. Since no carriage could negotiate the narrow, rutted trails hereabouts, Aldridge had to travel in the coal cart. While Jackson was outside, laying down blankets so the great philosopher's tender bottom wouldn't be bruised, Caleb emptied a sizable dose of laudanum into the wine bottle and pushed it in front of the old man. "Drink all you like," he said. "It'll make the journey more peaceful-like." Aldridge frowned at the bottle. "I hope Cook does not take offence and give notice," he said. "How many dinners have I missed? I lose count. One must take care with artists. Their feelings are so easily wounded." He looked up at Caleb. "Perhaps someone would send Cook a note? Merely to tell her I've been unavoidably detained." "Whatever you wish, sir. Caleb said, humouring him. "A very good idea. A business engagement, eh? Called away sudden-like. Business in the north." "I have not attended much to business," the old man said sadly. "It was remiss of me. The great Dr. Johnson suffered from melancholia, you know. A strange ailment indeed. How ironic that one should read about it in order to understand a young man, only to discover it in one's self." "I'm sure it is strange," said Caleb, to whom the words were gibberish. "Do have another glass, sir. Won't get another chance until we get to the carriage. A precious rough ride until then, but this'll settle you nicely." It was long after midnight when Alistair and Mirabell reached the colliery. They'd hurried up the pack-horse trail as fast as they dared, and were now far ahead of the others, who continued systematically scouring the rugged hillside, looking for Papa under bushes, between rocks, in caves and crevices. The colliery was deserted, not so much as a watchman. No witnesses, Mirabell thought. With the foreman dismissed and the men given a holiday, Finch would be free to do whatever he liked. She would not let herself imagine what might have happened. "I want to check the foreman's cottage first," Alistair said. "A while ago I thought I saw smoke coming from this direction." She followed him to the cottage, half a mile away. It looked deserted. They dismounted and Alistair cautiously tried the door. It opened easily. The structure was only a slight improvement over a miner's hut. The candle Alistair lit revealed a single room containing a small, thickly blackened fireplace. The room still smelled of smoke, which meant its occupants must have left fairly recently. The single cot had been stripped bare. A few pieces of crockery stood on the one narrow shelf above the fire, an empty wine bottle on the scarred table. "Do you see anything?" Alistair asked. "Anything of his? Any sign he was here?" Mirabell moved slowly through the small, dirty room, searching for a sign. If Papa had not been here, he might have been thrown into a mine. He'd be sick, hungry, hurt, and cold. How long could a man approaching 60, accustomed to ample meals and every material comfort, survive in such circumstances? If, that is, he'd been left there alive. She should have had Finch prosecuted when she had the chance. She should not have let her romantic trials cloud her judgment. She should have had more backbone. She told herself to stop fretting about the past. It accomplished nothing. The present was what mattered. Yet her anxiety must have shown in her face, because Alistair spoke sharply. "I beg you will not entertain morbid fancies," he said. "You have described Finch as a greedy, dishonest creature. What would he gain by injuring your father?" "Revenge," she said. "On me." "Revenge won't line his pockets," Alistair said. "I'm sure whatever he does is done for gain." He lifted an empty wine bottle and sniffed it. "He drinks good wine. Stolen from Gaudy, I shouldn't wonder." He started to set it down again, then paused, the bottle in mid-air, his gaze on a spot on the table. Mirabell joined him. Something gleamed in one of the table's many cracks. Alistair took out his penknife and worked the object out of the crack. A gold toothpick. He handed it to Mirabell. "Your father's, do you think?" She studied it. "It could be Papa's. I cannot imagine Caleb using a gold toothpick, though it is possible. It cannot belong to the mine foreman. Perhaps—" She broke off as Alistair bent to peer more closely at the table. "Something is scratched here," he said. "N-T, is that an H?" She squinted at the marks, tiny ones, running vertically. One might easily mistake the faint line of letters for scratches. "Or an N," she said. "N-T, H or N, then an M and L, and a rectangle that could signify an O or a D." He studied it for a long time, while Mirabell tried out various words and word combinations. "Perhaps it's a code." Alistair shook his head. "Why leave a message in code? If your father left this—" He trailed off, and his gaze became remote. "What is it?" she said. "Northumberland," he said. "Finch is Gaudy's bailiff, recollect.
The ancestral home is closed up. Most of the staff let go. Finch must have hand-picked the few remaining. Cordy hasn't been there in years. Depresses his mind, he says.
She could easily imagine how Lord Gordmore felt. Finch must have run his estate into the ground, the way he'd almost done her father's.
We must have the mines searched, Alistair said. But I think you and I should continue northward. I feel certain your father left this message. The table is freshly scratched, so it was done quite recently.
Unless it is a trick.
Do you think Finch so clever?
Mirabelle considered. I don't know. I haven't seen Finch since I dismissed him. I was young, and half my attention was elsewhere. Perhaps he is clever. On the other hand, if he is so brilliant a deceiver, how is it he couldn't deceive a 20-year-old girl preoccupied with losing the love of her life?
If you believed Poynton to be the love of your life, any half-wit could pull the wool over your eyes, Alistair said.
She smiled in spite of her worry. Yes, of course. How good of you to point that out. Clearly I'm overestimating Finch's intelligence. Since Caleb considered himself a deep and knowing man, he hated admitting he'd made a mistake. But there was no avoiding the fact. He'd misjudged the effects of a large dose of laudanum. Instead of falling unconscious, or dead, the vexatious old man set to puking. And Jackson, tender-hearted blockhead, stopped the cart, because the motion upsets him, don't you see? These fine gentlemen had delicate digestions, Jackson said. Mr. Aldridge probably couldn't stomach the plain peasant fare he'd had for breakfast, or the steak and kidney pudding he'd had at noonday, or the fried slices of leftover suet pudding he ate at tea. It was all coming back to haunt him, like the ghost at the feast in Hamlet. Jackson had seen the play on the stage in London not long ago and now fancied himself a scholar. They wasted an hour waiting for the old man to empty his gut, and after that they crawled along, Jackson walking alongside the cart, promising a good hot cup of tea the instant they reached Ledgemore, where the carriage waited. A snail could have beat them, easy. They crept along for hours in the wooded part of the hill, with the weather getting ready to turn foul again, and Caleb's temper turning uglier by the minute, while the old man lay curled up in the cart, sleeping like a baby, with Jackson hovering nearby like he was a nursemaid. But when Jackson stepped away to answer nature's call, Aldridge jumped up out of the cart and bolted for the woods. It happened so sudden that no one was ready. Jackson needed a moment to finish and button himself up, and Caleb, who was quicker off the mark, tripped over a root and went down, head foremost. He got up in time to see Aldridge disappear behind a rise. Caleb ran after him, cursing under his breath because Jackson was shouting, fool that he was. He should save his breath to catch the sneaking rascal. They'd hear Jackson's roaring down in the valley, sure, or at least the dogs would, and set to barking and wake everyone. Long minutes later, muscles and lungs burning, Caleb finally closed in on the runaway. He was slowing down and stumbling. Not enough wind in him to outrun a man more than 10 years younger, Caleb thought smugly. He stretched his long legs and ran, leaping over rocks and fallen branches. In a last burst of speed he jumped and tackled Aldridge and brought him down hard. Then Caleb dragged him up, and while the wicked old reprobate was gasping for breath, drew his knife and laid it against his neck. "Your nursemaid ain't here now," Caleb said, gasping too. "It's time for your accident." He pulled the man with him, the knife at his neck, while he looked for a likely place. Ah, yes, there. A good long tumble onto a pile of broken rocks. Alistair had paused to look up at the sky, which was swiftly clouding again. If he hadn't stopped, he might not have heard the shout and realized it was connected to the subsequent cawing and screeching of irate fowl. The birds were soaring up from the trees, complaining about the intruder who'd disturbed their peace. If he hadn't heard the shout, he would have guessed a dog or cat had wandered into their midst. He turned his horse in that direction, though there was no path visible in the rapidly dwindling moonlight. The horses had been picking their way along an old rutted pack-horse road, as they followed the signs of recent passage, the grooves a pair of wheels had made in the dirt, the marks of feet and hooves and fresh droppings. Here, in the swiftly dimming moonlight, Alistair distinguished nothing like a trail or path, but the uneasiness he'd carried for all these long hours deepened into anxiety, and he urged his tired animal to more speed. Yet by the time he and Mirabell reached the patch of woodland, the birds had settled again, and all was silent. They halted and listened. They were well ahead of the others and heard no voices, only the wind sighing through bare branches and whispering among the pines. And then a scream broke the quiet, a man's scream, short and terrible, and near at hand. They dismounted and ran toward the sound. The warning shout stopped Alistair in his tracks. "Have a care! Have a care!" Mr. Aldridge's breathless voice came from nearby. "Papa!" Mirabell would have rushed toward the sound, but Alistair held her back. "The sound is coming from below," he said. "Wait here." He walked forward cautiously, straining to see the ground ahead. Thick clouds were swallowing the moon and releasing a cold drizzle. "Here! Here!" Mr. Aldridge called. "An air shaft! Have a care, I beg!" Alistair got down on hands and knees and crept toward the voice. He paused when he saw the hole, a ragged shape, only a shade darker than the surrounding darkness. He drew as near as he dared and peered down. He could see nothing. "Mr. Aldridge," he said, "are you all right?" "Yes, yes, certainly. We'll fetch a rope and have you out in a trice." "I fear it is more complicated than that." Mirabell crept up beside Alistair. "Papa, are you injured? Is anything broken?" "I think not, but it is difficult to be sure. Caleb Finch fell on top of me. He is dead." Nausea welled up. Alistair took a deep breath, let it out. He remembered. The mud, the cold, stiffening body keeping him down, the stench. He thrust the memory away. "In that case, I'll come down to you, sir," he said. "Alistair!" He could not read Mirabell's face in the darkness, but he heard the fear in her voice. "If you both are trapped there," she said softly, "how shall I get you out?" "We won't be trapped," Alistair said. "I must go down." More audibly he said, "Mr. Aldridge, can you tell me anything more? It is difficult to see." "I saw the telltale depression in the ground and hesitated," Aldridge said. "Then Finch caught me, and when I tried to warn him he thought it was a trick. It is one of the old air shafts. The hill is honeycombed with them. This one has succumbed to age, weather, and gravity, and, in short, it is caving in. We seem to be resting upon a heap of debris that partially blocks the hole." "You are not at the bottom, then?" Alistair said. "Oh, no. We are wedged over the opening." He wasn't sure how deep the shaft was, he added. Given its position on the hillside, he estimated at least another 20 feet to the bottom. "I am not sure it would be wise for me to attempt to break through to get to the bottom," Aldridge said. "No, most unwise," Alistair said. The shaft must lead to an old mine tunnel, but that was more than likely blocked with debris or flooded, which meant that if the lump of debris supporting them gave way, the two men would fall to the bottom with it. If the fall didn't kill the one still alive, he'd be buried alive, or drowned. "I think it would be best to send for help," Mr. Aldridge said. "I'm quite prepared to wait." And if the rain increased, and became one of the sudden torrents, like the one Alistair had experienced weeks ago, the walls of the shaft could give way, to bury Mr. Aldridge alive or send him to the bottom. They would never be able to extricate him in time. It had to be now, and Alistair must do it. "We'll need a good length of rope," he told Mirabell. Alistair tied the rope around the nearest sturdy tree and dropped the other end into the hole. The rain was building steadily. He climbed down, fingers tight on the rope. It was slippery. If his grip failed, he'd crash through the unstable pile of debris and fall to the bottom, taking Aldridge and the corpse with him. With every move, clumps of dirt and rock gave way. The rain beat on his head and spattered mud in his face. As he went lower, he became aware of the smell that wasn't wet earth. It was all too familiar. Blood and excrement. The smell of sudden violent death. A very different matter from a quiet passing in bed. He wanted to retch, but he wouldn't let himself. If he gave way to sickness or panic, the woman he loved would lose her father and her future husband at once. Even now she might be carrying his child. The thought of the child, his child, steadied his nerves and took him down to the uncertain pile of debris where the two men were wedged. He could hear one's breathing. His eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, and he made out the shape of Mr. Aldridge's genial face.
"Can you reach my hand?"
he asked, bending down toward Aldridge. He heard a shuffling sound, then dirt and gravel clattering to the bottom. Was that a distant splash he heard? In the rain it was hard to tell.
"I must get him off first," Aldridge said.
"Let me see if I can help," Alistair said. He inched down nearer. Still holding on to the rope, he felt with his free hand until he found an ungiving limb.
"I've got him,"
Alistair said.
"Which way do we move him?"
"To my left."
"Together now, then, on 3, but gently, gently. 1, 2, 3.
He tugged and Aldridge pushed, and they shifted the corpse to one side. Another clump of earth gave way.
"We'd better make haste,"
Alistair said, glad the beating rain drowned out the pounding of his heart.
"Take my hand."
Aldridge grasped his hand.
"Can you climb onto my shoulders?"
Alistair said. The ground was sliding away from under his feet. He edged back from the crumbling dirt.
"You'd better do it now,"
he told Aldridge. For any other man, even a much younger one, this would have been next to impossible. The hole was cramped, its sides unstable, the ground beneath their feet threatening to give way any minute. Aldridge was far from young, probably bruised and stiff, and that might be the least of his troubles. But years of clambering over the peaks, hills and dales and negotiating slippery paths had kept him strong and nimble. Though he moved more stiffly than usual, the botanist managed to climb onto Alistair's shoulders. Alistair carefully straightened.
"Can you reach?"
he gasped.
"Ah, yes."
At the top of the hole the blackness lightened to dark grey. He saw Aldridge's head mere inches now from the top. Then Mirabelle's face. She lay on her stomach, her hand outstretched. "Come, Papa," she said. With her help, Aldridge shimmied and heaved himself up and over the edge. Alistair then turned to deal with the corpse. But as he bent toward it, the body slumped, and the dirt, turning to mud beneath Alistair's feet, shifted and slid away. He edged back, tightly clutching the rope, and listened to the rattling dirt and rocks falling into the darkness below. "Alistair," Mirabelle called. "Please."
"I can't leave him here."
He reached again for Finch, but as he moved, the mud beneath the corpse sagged, and the body slid out of reach. Another piece of the shaky ledge gave way. The rain fell faster and heavier, beating on Alistair's head. Mud and pebbles rained down, too, from the disintegrating rim of the hole. The rope was wet, his hands numb. Merely standing still, putting little weight upon it, he could barely hold on, and the ground beneath his feet was crumbling away. If he tried to climb and put his full weight on the rope, he'd lose his hold and fall. If he tried to climb the crumbling shaft wall, it would collapse on him. He looked up at the face he could barely see. He didn't need to see it. He had her memorized, carved into his heart.
"I love you,"
he said. Mirabelle understood what was happening, why he said the 3 words. The hole was caving in and he was going to be buried alive. She was vaguely aware of a voice some distance behind her, an unfamiliar voice talking to her father. She couldn't make out the words, didn't care. All her consciousness was riveted upon the man below. Her heart was pounding in her ears. She had to get down there somehow. She had to help him. She couldn't lose him. She wouldn't. Then Papa called out, "It's all right, my dear. We've run the rope through the stirrup leather. The horse will pull him out. I'll guide the animal. You assist Mr. Carsington." "The rope's wet," Alistair told her.
I can't pull myself up, and the shaft wall is likely to give way if I try to get a toehold." "No, don't try it, sir," came the stranger's voice. Its owner lay down on his stomach next to Mirabel. "Just leave it to us to pull you up." They let down more rope, and the man told Alistair to loop it about his waist, then round his hand. "We're going to tow you," the man said. Mirabel couldn't speak. She could scarcely breathe. She didn't think, but blindly did as she was told. It was slow, and twice he slid back, but with the stranger's help they got Alistair up. A mere 6 lifetimes later, his ice-cold hand was grasping hers. Another minute, and they'd pulled him out and over the edge. He was wet and filthy and probably in unimaginable pain, but he was safe, and she dared to breathe again. She threw her arms about him and felt the ground shift. He pulled her clear, and a heartbeat later the hole caved in. They watched silently as the earth swallowed Caleb Finch. For a long while afterward, no one spoke. They stared at the place for a time, then turned away. After they'd helped her father onto a horse, the stranger finally broke the silence. "I'm sorry, sir," he said to Alistair. "Jackson?" Alistair said. "I thought I recognized your voice." "Yes, sir," the man said. "I truly am sorry, sir. This is all my doing, all mine. But I never meant for it to turn out like this, I swear."
Chapter 20. Alistair did not intend to stay at Aldridge Hall. He wasn't satisfied with Jackson's confession and wanted to think it over. If matters were as he suspected, honour forbade his accepting Mr. Aldridge's hospitality. In any case, the farther Alistair was from Mirabel, the clearer his thinking would be. But Mr. Aldridge proved amazingly obstinate. They had ridden to the house, and Alistair, intending to go on to Bramblehurst and impose upon Captain Hughes, was trying to brush off the older man's thanks and graciously decline the invitation. "No, no," Mr. Aldridge said. "It is not convenient for you to depart. I cannot be chasing you all over the neighbourhood. You are here now, and I don't doubt Benton has already ordered hot baths. He thinks of everything, you know. You will bathe and sleep, and we will wake you in time for dinner. Someone will find your servant between now and then, I dare say. But if we cannot find him, you must dine in a dressing-gown and refrain from going into a decline because of it. You will not die because you lack a starched neckcloth, or whatever it is you make such a fuss about. I shall see you at dinner then, and we shall talk." Throughout this speech, Mirabel stared at her father, her eyes opening wider and wider. Mr. Aldridge met her gaze. "Caleb Finch was holding a knife when we fell," he said. "On impact it might easily have entered my body instead of his. A great deal passed through my mind between that time and your arrival. Nothing on earth is so dear to me as you. I am heartily sorry that I've been like a stranger to you, and that it wanted the recent series of shocks to bring me to my senses." He gave neither of them a chance to respond, but hastily dismounted and hurried into the house. Crewe was there to wake his master at the appointed time and to apprise him during the dressing process of all that had occurred while Alistair slept. Mr. Aldridge had refused to bring charges against Jackson, who'd been allowed to set out immediately for London. He'd set out to alert Gordy, of course. Gordy, the traitor.
"Old Jackson's idea indeed," Alistair muttered as he buttoned his trousers, "as though he dare do such a thing, abduct a gentleman without his master's express order." "I'll settle matters here," Gordy said. "I can guess what he was whispering to Jackson behind my back." "Sir?" "It cannot wait," Alistair said. "First thing tomorrow we must set out for London. See to it, please." "Yes, sir." The dressing continued through a long silence, finally broken by a small, meditative cough. Alistair sighed. "What is it?" Crewe handed him a neckcloth. "I merely wished to observe, sir, that you slept undisturbed." "No, I did not." Alistair wrapped the linen about his neck. "I dreamt of the circular railway at Euston,
He remembered the dream clearly, the locomotive steam engine racing round and round the track, Geordie shouting at him to get off. In reality, Alistair had ridden the machine safely all those years ago, but a short time afterward the locomotive had fallen off the track. Trevithick hadn't funds for repairs. Others had made the device work elsewhere, though. Weren't they using locomotive engines running on rails to carry coal in Wales? The rail track was the great advantage. Locomotive engines were not much faster than horses, except on level ground. But horses could not gallop endlessly for hours, where the steam engine would go on as long as it was fueled. But the great advantage was the rails. They made the way as smooth as water. A horse could tow a much heavier load travelling on water, or along the rails of a tram road, than it could carry on its back. Rails, however, could be laid almost anywhere. You didn't need locks or aqueducts to get over inclines. You didn't need great reservoirs. His mind busy with engineering matters, Alistair quickly tied his neckcloth. He was only distantly aware of Crewe's shocked look as he helped his master into his waistcoat and coat. "I want you to pack," Alistair said. "We must set out for London first thing." Without so much as a glance in the mirror, he hurried out. Mr. Aldridge continued in tearing good spirits at dinner. He made light of his recent travails, calling them adventures, and was delighted when Mirabell explained how Alistair had discovered and interpreted the message hastily scratched on the table. After dinner, when they retired to the library, he became more solemn. As soon as the tea was brought in and the servants had gone out, he said to Alistair, "You must not be too hard upon your friend. He was under a very great strain, and Mirabell's writing to him that you were not right in the upper story did not help matters." Alistair was too astonished by the man's prescience to answer. Mirabell tried to say something, but her father held up his hand. "A moment, pray. I signed those letters to Lord Gordmore and the Hargates because I was deeply worried about Mr. Carsington too, as was Captain Hughes. He'd sought me out that day in an attempt to comprehend my theories about Mr. Carsington's ailment." "But it is no great mystery," Alistair said. "I suffer from insomnia." "He was dreaming about Waterloo, Papa," Mirabell said. "It turns out that Mr. Carsington had amnesia, and the bad dreams began when his memory returned." "A conscientious captain prefers a happy ship," Mr. Aldridge said, as though he hadn't heard her. "The men are united and work and fight better. A good captain is closely attuned to the mood of the vessel in general, as well as in the particulars." Mirabell looked at Alistair, whose mystified expression mirrored her own. "They live in such close quarters, you know, so many men crammed together, isolated from the outside world for days, weeks, months," Mr. Aldridge continued. "It would be difficult not to notice when one of the officers, for instance, becomes dispirited or withdrawn into himself, or grows dangerously reckless in battle, or otherwise undergoes a radical change of behaviour. Captain Hughes, I reasoned, was therefore more likely than the average civilian to have encountered and attempted to deal with ailments of the mind and spirit. He must have seen more of such things than the average country physician. But I was unable to make my meaning clear to the captain." Shaken, Alistair set down his tea, got up from his chair, and walked the length of the library to the windows. He looked out, and recalled the first day he'd come here. He'd looked out of the drawing-room windows, unmoved by the scenery, his attention riveted upon Mirabell, the single bright spot in the dreary landscape. But the view had changed since then. The world beyond the windows was beautiful, changeable, ripe with possibilities, and it was welcoming. It was home. He turned and found two pairs of blue eyes watching him. "I had always thought of dandies as frivolous, shallow creatures, not overly intelligent," Mr. Aldridge said. "When Mirabell proclaimed you one of the species, I was deeply puzzled. My botanist's instinct told me your attire was armour of some kind." He glanced at Mirabell. "Cactus spines." Armour. To protect what was inside, Alistair thought. What had he been trying to protect? What was he hiding from? Uncertainty, perhaps. The chance that the battle had damaged his mind permanently. And always, in the background, even when he couldn't remember the details of the battle and its aftermath, there hovered a vague sense of shame. He now knew that the carnage had shocked and sickened him. Every time he'd fallen, a part of him had wanted to stay there and weep for the dead. Strangers and comrades alike. Young men, boys, had died about him, some in horrible agonies. He'd gone on fighting, though, mindlessly, because thinking would only yield grief and despair. He now knew as well that he'd been terrified of the surgeon's instruments. He, who'd always believed fear was for women and the weakest of men. Mr. Aldridge's voice called him out of the reverie. "Perhaps I recognized your difficulty because it was something like my own," the older man said. "I did not retreat from the world on purpose after my wife's death. The thing came upon me like a sickness or a pernicious habit, and I could not break its hold upon me. I found myself wondering if your grievous experience at Waterloo had a similar effect upon you. I retreated into botany, and you—" he smiled, "and you into the arcane science of dress." "Good heavens," Mirabelle said, eyes wide as she regarded Alistair. She rose from the sofa and crossed the room and looked him up and down as though she'd never seen him before. "I had too much on my mind to take proper notice. But now that I do notice, I am astonished. My dear, you are all—" She flung her hands up, clearly at a loss. "Your neckcloth. Words fail me." Alistair looked down and blinked. He had tied the thing any which way. How had Crewe let him out of the room looking like this? He looked at Mr. Aldridge, who was smiling. Alistair grinned. "If your theory is correct, it would appear that I'm recovering, sir," he said. "I'm relieved to hear it," said the older man, "and to see it." He walked to a set of bookshelves and plucked out a volume. "Since you've shown signs of returning to sanity, I shall await a private interview in my study. I believe you have something particular to say to me regarding my daughter." He walked out. London. Having received yet another express letter from Aldridge Hall on Saturday night, and not long thereafter a report in person from a greatly distressed Jackson, Lord Gordmore was unhappily aware of all that had transpired in the previous 2 days. He sent Jackson to Northumberland to survey the devastation there and untangle matters as best he could. Meanwhile, his lordship stoically awaited public disgrace and possible private dismemberment. He had a long wait. The message from Carsington arrived 10 days later. It requested his lordship appoint a time and place for a meeting. Lady Wallentry was visiting her brother when the curt note arrived, and as usual had no scruples about snatching it from his hands. "He is challenging you to a duel?" she cried. "But you must not fight him, Douglas. He is not in his senses. And he always was the better shot as well as the better swordsman. I am not at all confident that his crippled leg will give you much advantage." Lord Gordmore gave her a mildly puzzled look. "Since when have you become an expert in affairs of honour, Henrietta? But why do I ask? What is between Carsington and me is none of your affair and never has been. You always prophesy catastrophe, always discern the thundercloud within the shiniest silver lining. You make Cassandra seem jolly by comparison." "No one heeded her, did they?" she shrieked. "That was the curse of her gift. It is my curse as well. You mock me. You refuse to hear the truth." "It is truth distorted out of all recognition," he said. "I have allowed your hysterias to disrupt the peaceful tenor of my life once too often. The last time constitutes a mistake I shall regret to the end of my days. However, if your clairvoyant powers prove accurate for once, those days may be mercifully few." Lady Wallentry promptly fell into a fainting fit. Lord Gordmore summoned a servant to attend to her, called for his hat and cane, left the house, and went in search of the man who'd been his closest friend for 20 years. On the same day, the Monday following Easter, Alistair was pacing the richly carpeted floor of London's most sought-after and expensive modiste. At length his bride-to-be emerged from the dressing-room. She paused before him. He shut his eyes.
"Lavender," he said in martyred tones. "It is a gift. A veritable gift, I vow. A rare knack for finding, among a collection of gowns so elegant that even Parisians must weep with envy, the one that turns your complexion grey."
"Alistair," Lady Hargate said reproachfully. He opened his eyes and stoically regarded his mother. She sat with Lady Sherfield, a handsome woman bearing a strong resemblance to her niece. They were looking over fashion books. How he missed Mrs. Entwistle's lackadaisical chaperonage! His mother and Lady Sherfield were always about. He had not had one moment alone with Mirabell since they'd arrived in London the previous Thursday. "If you are bored with this business," his mother went on, "kindly take your ill humour elsewhere. Otherwise Miss Aldridge might have second thoughts about marrying such a tactless, sarcastic brute." "I'm never to wear lavender," Mirabell said.
"No," he said. "You must keep to warm, rich colours. That is a cool, pale colour. It is not for you. And anyway, it looks as though you're in half mourning when you are supposed to be a deliriously happy bride-to-be."
"I like cool, pale colours," she said. "They are so soothing."
"Leave it to me to soothe you," he said. "Leave it to your clothes, I beg, to become you."
"You have not been soothing company this morning," she said. He cast his gaze meaningfully toward his mother and her aunt, both again engrossed in the fashion plates, and made a pantomime of tearing out his hair. "Yes, shopping is very tedious," she said, "but you were the one who insisted on my replacing every stitch of my wardrobe." "You were also the one, Alistair, who insisted upon participating in these tiresome proceedings," said his mother without looking up.
"I did not insist she'd do it all at once," Alistair said. "I had hoped to show my betrothed something of London. I had thought we might at least take a turn in the park. If we do not appear, people will wonder what we are hiding."
Both older ladies looked up then.
"I believe they will also wonder why we need such close chaperonage," he went on. "We are betrothed, after all. The notice appeared in the paper. We are to be wed in 2 days. We really ought to be allowed to go out alone in public. Do you not agree, Miss Aldridge?"
"Oh, yes," she said. "An excellent point. We do not wish to cause talk. Only let me get this horrid thing off, and I shall be out in a trice." The whole business took rather longer than a trice. They were obliged to take the chaperons home, and Miss Aldridge must change while Alistair borrowed his younger brother Rupert's curricle. As a result, it was close to 4 o'clock before they reached Hyde Park. In another hour the place would be crawling with people. He and she not only would have no privacy, but would be interrupted every few minutes, as people came seeking introductions to his affianced bride, and to offer good wishes while appeasing their curiosity. A number of men would be sick with envy as well, Alistair had no doubt. Mirabell's moss-green carriage dress was not only becoming, but au courant. They'd had it and several other items made up in a hurry. Though the fittings bored Mirabell witless, she was happy with her pretty new clothes, and this day she had let the maid take time with her hair.
"You are ravishing,"
he told her after they'd entered the park, and he no longer needed to give his full attention to negotiating the congested London streets. "I think you are blinded by affection," she said, "but I don't mind. It is such a relief to have you choose my clothes. I am rarely indecisive except when it comes to dress. The choices and all the vexing details overwhelm me, and recollect that until now my situation required me to dress plainly and simply. I had so often to deal with men in the way of business, and they are so easily distracted. But it is most agreeable to have pretty things again." She had not refused a single pretty item presented to her. When given 3 gowns to choose from, she chose all 3. The same held for bonnets and shoes. As to her underthings, Alistair had been kept out of those transactions, but he'd seen the heaps of boxes when she returned with her aunt from a shopping trip.
"I'm glad you're pleased," he said. "I had not guessed that you could be as extravagant in that way as I. But I am changing my ways. If I forego my old spending habits, we should have no difficulty living within our income."
She tipped her head to one side, studying his profile.
"What is it?" he said. "What have I said that is so puzzling?"
"My dear," she said, "did you not read the marriage settlements before you signed them?"
"Certainly I read them," he said.
They would be wed on Wednesday by special license, which would allow them to dispense with bans and marry when and where they chose. Lord Hargate had wasted not a moment in procuring the document or in getting the settlements drawn up and signed.
"Whether I understood them is another matter," Alistair added. "In the first place, there is the villainous law hand, which is indecipherable. In the second, there is the villainous law language, which is incomprehensible. I do recall a great many noughts in some of the figures, and an error in computation to which I called my father's attention. He laughed heartily about it, and I donned an expression of heroic resignation and wrote my name where I was told."
"My dowry is £200,000, Mirabelle said. "In addition, there is—"
"I beg your pardon," he said. "Something is awry with my hearing. I thought you said 200,000.
"That is what I said." The club had struck again. "My dear, are you unwell?" she asked anxiously. She reached up and laid her gloved hand against his cheek. Alistair stopped the horses and turned his head to press his mouth against the palm of her glove. It was not very satisfying. He pressed his lips to the narrow bit of skin showing at her wrist, then drew away.
"It doesn't signify," he murmured. "A momentary faintness, that was all. 200,000. No wonder my father laughed."
"You did not know?"
"I thought someone had misread and counted too many noughts," he said. "I assumed 20,000 or thereabouts."
The daughter of the Duke of Sutherland, one of England's richest men, had brought 20,000 to her marriage.
"I did not dwell on the matter because it is vulgar to speak of money."
"Mamma inherited her family's banking fortune," Mirabelle said. "Papa's inheritance was substantial as well."
"I see,"
Alistair said faintly. He looked about him, dimly aware of trees putting out their new green leaves, and birds twittering, and a few figures on horseback. In a short time the park would be packed with good society, riding expensive horses or driving elegant vehicles, dressed in the latest modes and exchanging the latest gossip. "You are upset," she said.
"No wonder my father was so excessively affectionate," Alistair said. "After I had signed the papers, he actually patted me on the shoulder."
"Well, you are very expensive," she said. "He would have worried about your finding a girl who could afford you."
"I am not that expensive," he said. "Only the Prince Regent is that expensive. And may I remind you, dressing him requires a much greater quantity of material than does dressing me."
The Prince Regent's figure had grown elephantine with the passing years. "I recall what you said about refusing to be a parasite upon your wife," she said. "I hope you will not brood about it and make yourself unhappy. There is nothing out of the way about a younger son's marrying money." Alistair studied the woman who'd soon be his wife. Hair, sunrise. Eyes, dusk. Voice, night. He'd seen all this at the first glance. That was before he'd learnt the dizzying changes of her countenance, the quickness of her mind, the openness of her nature, and the kindness of her heart. It was before he'd held her in his arms and discovered how completely, trustingly, and uninhibitedly she could give herself to him. He smiled. "I have said something amusing?" she said. He leaned toward her.
"I was thinking of you naked," he whispered. "1,000 pardons for interrupting, Car," came a familiar voice nearby. "I do regret it, but there is only so much suspense a fellow's nerves can stand."
Mirabell, who'd become oblivious to her surroundings, started. Alistair did not. Instead he went rigid and slowly, stiffly drew away from her.
"Gordmore,"
he said coldly. A dull reddish colour suffused the Viscount's previously pale countenance.
"Miss Aldridge,"
he said, doffing his hat. She nodded politely.
"I beg you will forgive the intrusion," Lord Gordmore said.
The atmosphere, already thickening, grew thunderous. Mirabell looked about her. The park was all but deserted. Moments ago she'd been thrilled to have a moment alone with Alistair at last. Now she regretted the isolation. There was no one about to intervene, or to interrupt the confrontation now threatening.
"Your effrontery passes all bounds," Alistair said to his friend, his voice dangerously low. "Even if you are without any sense of shame, you might consider the distress your presence must cause Miss Aldridge." "I do consider it, Carr," said his lordship, "and that is why I have come. I could have blown out my brains or cut my throat, but I've never been dramatic. Also, I doubt I could do it with the proper elegance and would only make a hash of it." "Blow out your brains?" Alistair cut in. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not at all sure," Gordmore said, "but I could not bear to do this through outside parties. If we are to fight, Carr, let us do it with a fight." Mirabell turned to Alistair. "Tell me you have not challenged him to a duel." "Certainly not," Alistair said. "He's a terrible shot, and liable to kill an innocent bystander." "Terrible shot?" Gordmore said. "I am an excellent—" "His swordsmanship is even worse," Alistair said. "You think so because I let you get the better of me now and again," Gordmore said. "Out of pity." Alistair's eyes narrowed to golden slits. "Pity," he growled. "For my infirmity, you mean? You were infirm long before you let those foreigners scratch you up at Waterloo. I have spent most of my life looking out for you." "You were looking out for me to rescue you," said Alistair, "from the first day of school." Gordmore turned to Mirabell. "I cannot count the number of times I have had to rescue this dolt from one scrape or another. That little blonde girl, what was her name? When we were at Eton, the caretaker's girl." "Clara," said Mirabell, recalling her aunt's letter. "Clara." Gordmore pointed to his nose. "This used to be straight, until one of Clara's brutish lovers broke it. Then there was Verena." "You did not rescue me from Verena," Alistair said. "I warned you. How many times have I warned you?" Gordmore turned back to Mirabell. "He has never had a particle of sense about women. He never sees what is obvious to everyone else who is not deaf, dumb, and blind. Gordy, may I remind you that you are addressing my future wife," Alistair said. "I was not referring to Miss Aldridge," Lord Gordmore said. "But you have discomposed me so I cannot think straight. I came intending, as I recollect, to apologize." "Then get on with it," said his friend. "Miss Aldridge, I behaved very stupidly, and I sincerely regret it," his lordship said. "I made so many errors of judgment it would take a week to enumerate them. I shall never forgive myself for placing your father in danger, though I assure you it was not intentional. I meant only to create a diversion that would keep you out of London while our Canal Act was considered. I was about to offer, before Carr cast aspersions on my marksmanship, the most abject of apologies. I was also about to admit, before he started quibbling about Verena, that my recent episode of stupidity far surpasses all of his combined." "Thank you," Mirabell said. Gordmore looked at Alistair. "If Miss Aldridge is satisfied, I suppose I must be," Alistair said stonily. "I collect I must invite you to the wedding now." "It would be the nobly forgiving thing to do," Gordmore said. "I am not that noble," Alistair said. "The trouble is, if you don't come, one of my brothers will stand up for me. You're a fraction less tedious than the older ones, and a degree less annoying than the younger ones." The following morning found Alistair in Lord Gordmore's dressing-room as the latter was preparing to go out. His lordship, who was working on his neckcloth, did not look away from the mirror when his friend entered. "I'm trying to invent a new style," he said.
Primarily because I have such an infernally difficult time arranging the ones that have already been invented. I'm not sure I shall be able to concentrate properly, however. I am all agog to learn what tore you from your bed at this early hour. The noon bells have hardly ceased tolling.
I want to talk to you about a railway, Alistair said.
Gordy gave up on his neckcloth, turned away from the mirror, and looked at him.
A railway, he said.
Alistair explained the plan he'd discussed with Mr. Aldridge when he'd sought his blessing for the marriage. Mr. Aldridge had approved of both tram road and wedding plans. Instead of building a canal, they'd lay down rails directly from the mines to the lime burners and others to the north. They could install stationary steam engines to draw the carts up steep inclines. They wouldn't need to follow level ground. They wouldn't need locks or aqueducts. They would need only enough water to run the steam engines. It would cost less than building a canal and take less time. It would carry the coal cheaply and speedily from their stony piece of Longledge Hill to the nearest customers. They wouldn't need to go through the Aldridge property or any of their neighbours' lands.
A tram road, Gordy said when Alistair had finished. Why didn't we think of that in the first place? Because Finch, your trusty overseer, suggested a canal, and we got the idea fixed in our heads, Alistair said, and because I failed to exercise my imagination sufficiently.
Gordy considered.
I take it Miss Aldridge approves of this plan? It's to be a surprise, a wedding gift. I did not want to tell her about it until I was certain you would cooperate.
He'd promised Mirabelle he'd solve the problem, and he had.
Of course I'll cooperate. I'm grateful that she didn't hold my idiotish behaviour against you.
Gordmore tore off his neckcloth, tossed it aside, and picked up another from the stack of neatly folded linen placed on a table near the mirror. Then he put it down again and turned to Alistair.
Car, I must beg your pardon, he said. You already did, yesterday, in Hyde Park. No, I begged Miss Aldridge's pardon. But all the trouble began because I did not believe in you. My sister harped ceaselessly on how much you'd changed since Waterloo, and had me half convinced you were non compos mentis. She was prating about pernicious melancholia, and I didn't know how to argue with her. You seemed to have lost all your passion and energy since Waterloo. You hardly noticed women, though they were throwing themselves at you left and right. Perhaps she was not far wrong, Alistair said. It was a melancholia of some kind, apparently, though I have never heard it called pernicious, and it did come upon me after Waterloo. I am told that such things are not unheard of among former soldiers and sailors. Some don't recover, but my case could not have been so very pernicious.
Gordy studied him for a moment.
No, today you are like the Car I always knew, not the stranger who came home from the continent. I don't understand how I came to be that way, or why exactly, Alistair said. I should think that time in the surgeon's tent would be enough to disorder any man's mind, Gordy said. I was terrified, Alistair said.
It was the first time he'd admitted it aloud to anybody. He had not even told Mirabelle yet. He would, though. Gordy did not even blink.
You covered it well, he said. I had no idea. But then I was too terrified myself to pay close attention to you. I knew I must stand by you, Car, and I should have done it, too, but I should have disgraced us both and been sick, and probably swooned dead away. I know it will sound mad and inexcusably selfish, but I was vastly relieved when you declined the surgeon's kind offer to amputate. You were sick? Really? It was worse, infinitely worse than the actual fighting. Then at least one is caught up in the heat of battle. Gad, I couldn't wait to get us both away from that ghastly place. That sore, Alistair said, caked with blood. The surgeon's, Gordy said, covered with blood and God knows what else, and the stink of the place. If I could have run, I'd have run away screaming like a girl, Alistair said, his heart lightening. I would have been right behind you, Gordy said, screaming louder and at much higher pitch. I have not your manly basso, you know.
and in another moment they were laughing at their so very nonchalant reaction to that glorious, horrendous day, and Alistair had no trouble remembering why Geordie had always been his dearest friend. Chapter 21. The day of the wedding dawned bright, and the groom was wide awake, dressed, and pacing his bedchamber at Hargate House, well before the appointed hour. Crewe had had a premonition.
"Why did you not have one the day Mr. Aldridge went missing?" Alistair said. "Why must you have one now?"
"I apologize, sir," his valet said. "Perhaps it does not signify. Perhaps it is merely prenuptial nerves."
"You are not getting married, Crewe. I am."
"Indeed, sir, but we are changing our circumstances. Ours is no longer a bachelor household." The manservant gave a small, anxious cough. "My mind is most uneasy about the linen. Mr. Aldridge and you have different views regarding the starch. He prefers his linen a degree less stiff, and the chief laundress at Aldridge Hall is a singularly forbidding female." Alistair ceased pacing to stare at his valet.
"You are afraid of the laundress?"
Crewe coughed an affirmative.
"We shan't be at Aldridge Hall all the time," Alistair said. "We shall have our own townhouse here as soon as we find a suitable place. Then I give you leave to choose our London laundress and demand all the starch you wish. I am sure it will not matter to Miss Aldridge one way or another. Perhaps in Derbyshire, on the other hand, we might be a degree less, starched than in London."
"Are you sure, sir? It will be—" A very small, deprecating cough intervened.
"An adjustment. I am told that married life requires a great number of adjustments, Crewe, and bear in mind that Miss Aldridge must also make certain changes to accommodate a husband. She has been accustomed these 10 years and more to arrange all matters as she sees fit. Now she will have both a parent and a spouse putting their oars in."
Not, Alistair thought, that her father had not already put an oar in. He had a growing suspicion that some sort of communication had passed between Aldridge Hall and Hargate House prior to his arrival in Derbyshire last month. Lord Hargate had not seemed the least surprised at the news of the impending marriage. He had looked, in fact, smug, and most especially so when the marriage settlements were being signed. Alistair was marrying an heiress, just as his father had recommended in November.
"But it was impossible for them to conspire,"
he said, half to himself, as he studied his reflection in the mirror for the 17th time.
"Mirabell opened all her father's letters. It was the merest accident that she did not see mine."
Crewe coughed.
"Yes, what is it?" Alistair said. "I only wished to observe, sir, that certain letters have been known to make their way directly into Mr. Aldridge's hands. They would be enclosed in one addressed to the head gardener. Lady Sherfield used this method from time to time."
Lady Sherfield, his mother's bosom beau. Alistair had left his letter to Aldridge in the tray with the others for his father to frank. His father must have enclosed it in one addressed to the gardener. That was how Mr. Aldridge had received it. He'd sent a positive, encouraging answer to Alistair, though the botanist had not wanted a canal through his property any more than his daughter did. Why?
"Matchmaking," Alistair told his reflection.
"Sir?"
"I was lured there," Alistair said, "on purpose. They set a trap, the two of them. My father saw the opportunity and he took advantage. It was Machiavellian."
He turned away from the mirror and smiled.
"And exceedingly good of him. I might not have discovered her otherwise."
Someone tapped on the door. Crewe went across and opened it. He came back to Alistair bearing a small tray on which rested a note bearing Lord Sherfield's seal. Heart pounding, Alistair opened and read it. Then he ran from the room. The wedding was to take place at Hargate House at 11 o'clock. It was 10:15, and the bride at Sherfield House had chased out her maid and locked herself in her room at 1:45, saying the wedding must be called off. "I have tried to speak to her," Mr. Aldridge told Alistair when he arrived. "My sister assured her through the door that it is only a last-minute attack of nerves which happens to everybody. But neither Clotilde nor I, nor even Mrs. Entwistle, could obtain any sort of response. Lord Sherfield fears she is ill and wishes to break the door down. I confess I am anxious on that head, though Mirabell never takes ill. But she is never so unreasonable either." Aldridge frowned. "At least I'd always supposed she was not given to irrational or temperamental behaviour, but I had not paid close attention, as you know." "She is not unreasonable or temperamental," Alistair said. "Very likely she has qualms. Perfectly reasonable in the circumstances." He recalled what he'd told Crewe about 2 men putting their oar in when she was accustomed to being in command. Her life was about to change dramatically. She needed more time to get used to the idea. Alistair should not have rushed her, but he was worried that she was pregnant. And yes, he was in a fever to be wed and be rid of all the dratted chaperons. Selfish brute. He should have been reassuring her yesterday instead of reassuring himself with Geordie. All this was passing through his mind as Mr. Aldridge led him to the staircase. Lord Sherfield was pacing at the foot of it. Lady Sherfield was talking to Mrs. Entwistle. She broke off as Alistair approached. "I do not understand," Lady Sherfield said. "She was so cheerful when I went up earlier, and Mirabell is not given to moodiness." "I think she has retreated to the dressing-room," said Mrs. Entwistle. "You will have to shout at the top of your voice to make her hear." Alistair paused on the first step. "I'm not going to shout at my bride on our wedding day," he said. He considered. Then the idea came. The dressing-room door shut out the voices. It could not shut out everything, however. Mirabell sat well away from the dressing-table on a footstool at the far end of the room, out of the window's light. She did not need the voices to make her aware she was behaving badly, abominably, but she could not go through with it, and she could not explain. They would not understand. They would tell her she was being silly, that it was merely a case of last-minute anxiety which everyone experienced. They would assure her that nothing was wrong, and gently remind her that she would embarrass Alistair's family and inconvenience the guests. Alistair would be humiliated. She shut her eyes. She could not do that to him. She must go through with it. She rose, but her courage instantly failed, and she sank onto the footstool again, her head in her hands. A loud clattering, as of hailstones against the window, shot her upright again. Heart-pumping, she went to the window and looked out. The sky was still blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Then she looked down, and blinked, and opened the window. From the bottom rung of a ladder, Alistair gazed up at her. "What are you doing?" she said. He put his index finger to his lip and swiftly ascended. "I've come to rescue you," he said. "I shall carry you away on my snowy white charger to wherever you wish. Or rather behind a pair of greys, as I was obliged to borrow Rupert's curricle again. I thought the carriage would be more comfortable for a longish flight." While he spoke, he was climbing onto the ledge, then over it, into the room. "You've had second thoughts about marrying me," he said. "I don't blame you. I was insufferably arrogant. I told you to marry me. I never asked you properly." "That is not the problem," she said, backing away. "I am not the hero you imagine me to be," he said. "I should have told you the real reason I refused to be amputated. The truth is, I was far more frightened of the surgeons than of the enemy." "It was sensible to be alarmed," she said. "You would not have survived an amputation. That is not the problem." "I haven't told you the worst," he said. "I was frightened witless when I went down into that hole after your father." "But you did it anyway," she said. "That is true courage, to act in spite of fear. And it was a rational fear. I had never been so frightened in all my life as I was then. That is not the problem." "I've kept things from you." He walked to the looking-glass, made a small adjustment to his neckcloth, then came back to her.
"Your father and I have been plotting behind your back. I have a new scheme. Instead of a canal, Gordy and I will build a railway from the mines to our customers. Your father approves the idea, and Gordy is delighted. I should have told you first, but I wanted it to be a wedding gift. I imagined you would swoon with admiration of my brilliance."
A railway. She had searched and searched for a solution, but always she'd assumed they must have a canal. A railway had not even occurred to her. She pressed her fist to her bosom. "It is brilliant, and I should swoon if I knew how. Perhaps I learnt the art, but it was long ago and I've forgotten. It is merely one of a number of feminine skills I lack." Her eyes itched. "You told me you would find a solution, and you did. It is a wonderful surprise. It is a perfect gift. It is certainly not a problem." He came to her then and gently grasped her shoulders. He gazed at her in that way of his, making her look up, straight into his golden eyes, making it impossible to pretend anything.
"It does not matter that I was not the first," he said gently. "I have had a twinge of jealousy now and again, I admit. It is absurd, of course. It is not as though I have lived like a monk, but my nature is somewhat possessive, and I did not wish to share you with anyone, even if the sharing happened in the distant past, practically before I was born. But that is all pride and possessiveness. It does not alter my feelings for you a whit."
"Not the first?" she said, bewildered. "Not the first what? To be jilted by me? But I am not jilting you. That is not—"
"I know I am not your first lover," he said. "It does not matter. You were not obliged to tell me. It is ancient history, no more relevant than my own episodes. Merely because men are customarily allowed more latitude in these matters does not make it right or just."
Mirabell drew back, stunned. Had someone in London who knew her in the past whispered slander in his ear? William Poynton had been very popular. A great many ladies had been jealous of Mirabell. Some may have blamed her for his leaving England and never returning. Could they still be holding a grudge after all this time? "I don't know who told you this," she began.
"No one told me," he said. "I saw the evidence, or rather the lack of evidence, after we made love at the inn. The sheets, not a spot."
"Not a spot," she repeated. Then finally she realized what he was saying, and in spite of her misery she smiled. "My love, I am 31, she said. "Did it not occur to you that my hymen might have shriveled up and died, of despair most likely?"
"Of course it didn't occur to me," he said. "To me, you are a girl."
He let her go and stepped back, his expression perplexed.
"My dear, I am at a complete loss now as to what troubles you. But I don't need to know. All that matters is that you are in difficulties of some kind and want to call off the wedding. I shall not attempt to force—"
"I can't do it," she cried. "I cannot." Her shoulders sagged. "Look at me."
"You look beautiful," he said.
The gown was a warm oyster-shell white, trimmed with fine lace, rather like the fetching nightgown she'd worn that night at the inn. She stared at him. "What is wrong with you?" "Not my gown, that looks well enough. It is my hair. I cannot believe you didn't notice. It is all wrong." He blinked.
"Your hair," he said. "You want to call off the wedding because your hair is not right?"
"Can't you see? Aunt Clotilde's maid did it, and it is too high on the forehead, and here are these untidy clusters dangling at my ears, and it took her forever, and I am stuck with 1,000 pins, and there isn't time to pull them all out and start over again, and I know you will not be able to concentrate on the service because you will be in agonies about it, and I will embarrass you in front of your family and friends." There was a short silence. Then,
"It is the latest fashion," he said. His mouth twitched.
"Oh," she said.
"It would not matter to me if it were the fashion of last century," he said. "The only agony I shall suffer is impatience for the wedding night. It has been a very long time since I held you in my arms.
Yes, it has been tedious and annoying, she said. A turn about the park in an open carriage, with half the world looking on and the other half interrupting to chat, is not very satisfying. She drew near to him again and tipped her head back. We are entitled to a kiss, I should think.
To sustain us through the trial ahead, he said. He bent his head.
The instant his mouth touched hers, the world came right again. She reached up and curled her hands about his neck, and his hands came round her waist. She loved his hands, and the clean masculine smell of his skin, mixed with starch and soap. She loved the way his mouth moved over hers, the light pressure coaxing her to part her lips, and the taste of him. She shivered and pressed closer, and his hold tightened. She'd felt so unsure, so cold and alone. Now she was warm again and wanted. His hands moved over her back, and she sighed with pleasure. I've dreamt of this, she murmured against his mouth. Your hands, your wonderful hands.
I've dreamt of it too. He nuzzled her neck. We have to stop.
Oh, yes. He made a cascade of kisses from the tender place behind her ear to the neckline of her gown. With his finger he drew the neckline down and trailed his finger inside, against her skin. He made another path of kisses from her shoulder to the very edge of the fabric, over the upper swell of her breasts. The tender caress of his mouth made her ache. She strained toward him, her hands sliding to the back of his waist. There was so much in the way. She dragged up the coat, and her hands slid over the silk waistcoat, and down, over smooth wool and the taut curve of his buttocks. He tensed and growled something against her neck, and she pressed against him. Even through the layers of her gown and petticoats and his trousers she felt his arousal. It would be hot there, and hard. She remembered that heat thrusting into her, and heat eddied through her to sink to the pit of her belly. Her mind sank, too, into a deep, dark place while the world slid away. Don't make me stop, she begged, her voice low and thick, the words dragged out between ragged breaths. I want you inside me. She drew her hand over the front of his trousers. Now! The bold caress took his breath away and sapped his will. He lifted his head and looked at her. Her eyes were smoky blue, half closed. With every inhalation he drew in the scent of her, and it clouded and thickened his mind. Yet some awareness remained. They couldn't continue. The wedding, the waiting guests. He drew back and tried to catch his breath and regain his balance. She advanced, tugging at the bodice he'd disarranged. Her breasts swelled pearl-smooth above the lace. She slid her hands over them, down over the dainty waist and down further over her hips. Her fingers tightened on the skirt and she dragged it up. His gaze slid down to the soft kid slippers, and up, the white stockings, the pretty turn of her ankle, the perfect curve of her calves. He backed away another step and she advanced, drawing the gown up higher still, nearly to her knees. A little more and he'd see the misshapen upside-down heart, so like her, turning his mind and heart, his world, topsy-turvy. He shut his eyes. No, the wedding, the guests, waiting. He backed away another step and struck something and stumbled backward. He came up against the wall, but his bad leg gave way and down he slid, onto the carpet. And before he could think of rising, she was there, standing astride him, her skirts still gathered in her hands. She was looking down at the front of his trousers, and her mouth curved into a wicked smile. She reached up under her gown and untied her drawers, and down they fell onto his belly. His cock, hardly affected by the fall, stood at attention. Down she came, onto her knees, her femininity mere inches from his eager member. He slid his hands up her sweetly rounded thighs, over garters and the tops of her stockings to the soft skin. He trailed his fingers over the curve of her belly, the smooth place just above the feathery curls. She uttered a low moan and moved against his hand. He let his thumb slip lower where she wanted and stroked her, though his hand trembled and his mind was a wild place, all need and animal instinct. She was so near, warm and ready, the tender place under his thumb so soft and dewy. He felt her tremble against him. She pushed his hand away and rose a little, and grasped his rod, and eased herself onto him slowly. "Oh," she said, and it was half moan, half sigh. She bent to him then, and he reached up and caught her, his fingers dragging through the thick wild curls, and brought her down, brought her mouth to his. "You are in command," he murmured. "Yes." He felt her smile against his mouth. She lifted herself and came down, and his mind went black. Nothing left but feeling, heat coursing through him as she rose and fell, as he rose and fell with her, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until she reared up and let out a cry and shuddered again and again, as she took him to the pinnacle with her, to a burst of fiery brilliance. Then they fell together into a sweet, cool darkness, and her mouth found his again, and she breathed, "I love you." "I love you," he answered hoarsely. "My wonderful wicked girl." In the drawing-room of Hargate House, Captain Hughes took out his pocket-watch and frowned. Mrs. Entwistle, standing beside him, dug her elbow into his ribs. "This is not the Royal Navy," she said in a low, disapproving voice. "Our lives are not run by the clock. 6 bells for this, 3 bells for that. Haste, haste, haste. Must not lose a minute." He put away his watch and turned his frown upon her. "I had supposed that even a pair of civilians might contrive to be on time for their own wedding." He most certainly would be on time for his, if he could ever persuade this lady to look kindly upon him. That, he calculated, given the present rate of progress, would take a few years. He hoped his teeth and hair would not fall out before then. "They are but a few minutes late," she said. "There was a difficulty, but Mr. Carsington promised to sort it out, and told us to go on ahead." A moment later the buzz of conversation dulled to a murmur. The groom strode to his place before the minister, his groomsmen joined him, and the drawing-room doors opened to reveal the glowing bride, leaning on her father's arm. She was more than glowing, Captain Hughes observed. She was flushed, and her hair. His gaze went to the groom, the famous dandy who came down to breakfast, dressed to the inch, whose idea of dishabille was a silk dressing-gown instead of a coat, worn over his usual silk waistcoat, a freshly pressed shirt, and a starched neckcloth tied in knots so complicated that even the most experienced seaman must regard it with mystification and despair. This was the man who'd declined Aldridge's hospitality on one of the worst nights of the winter and ridden 2 hours to Matlock Bath in an ice storm, all because he hadn't brought a change of clothes with him. At present, Mr. Carsington's hair appeared to have recently survived an Atlantic gale. His neckcloth was crooked, the knot so simple that a 7-year-old midshipman, half-blind, with one hand tied behind his back, could manage it. Captain Hughes smiled. He had no idea what the difficulty had been, but he could guess how the bridegroom had sorted it out. "What are you smirking at?" Mrs. Entwistle whispered. "I am not smirking," he whispered back. "I am smiling benignly upon the happy couple." "You are smirking? I can guess why. It is bad of you to notice." "You were her governess," he said. "I must wonder what you taught her." To his delight, the widow's cheeks turned pink. "Lionel, you are incorrigible," she said. "Lionel? Oh-ho! Perhaps not so many years after all." "Dearly beloved," the minister began, and they fell silent, turning their attention thither. Lord Hargate had waited what seemed an intolerable length of time for the ceremony to begin. He had heard of the bride's balking even before the bridegroom did, yet his lordship had chatted amiably with his guests, then taken his proper place in the drawing-room at the scheduled time. He had stoically remained in that place while the minutes ticked by, while paternal instincts urged him with increasing shrillness to hasten to his third son's rescue. Consequently, he drew a deep sigh of relief when it appeared that Alistair had handled the crisis on his own. Lord Hargate did not question the means of persuasion employed. He was a politician, after all. All the same, he did not breathe easy again until the ceremony ended. Then he glanced at Mr. Aldridge, who gave him a conspiratorial smile. For all his absent-mindedness and preoccupation with matters botanical, he had managed to discern the lightness of this particular match. The Earl turned to his wife. "Well, Louisa?" he murmured. "Well done, Ned," she said under her breath. "Very well done indeed, my dear." Yes, it was well done, Lord Hargate thought. One bachelor son safely shackled. Only 2 more to go. Chapter 21. The day of the wedding dawned bright, and the groom was wide awake, dressed, and pacing his bedchamber at Hargate House well before the appointed hour. Crewe had had a premonition. "Why did you not have one the day Mr. Aldridge went missing?" Alistair said. "Why must you have one now?" "I apologize, sir," his valet said. "Perhaps it does not signify. Perhaps it is merely prenuptial nerves." "You are not getting married, Crewe. I am." "Indeed, sir, but we are changing our circumstances. Ours is no longer a bachelor household." The manservant gave a small, anxious cough. "My mind is most uneasy about the linen. Mr. Aldridge and you have different views regarding the starch. He prefers his linen a degree less stiff, and the chief laundress at Aldridge Hall is a singularly forbidding female." Alistair ceased pacing to stare at his valet. "You are afraid of the laundress?" Crewe coughed an affirmative. "We shan't be at Aldridge Hall all the time," Alistair said. "We shall have our own townhouse here as soon as we find a suitable place. Then I give you leave to choose our London laundress and demand all the starch you wish. I am sure it will not matter to Miss Aldridge one way or another. Perhaps in Derbyshire, on the other hand, we might be a degree less, starched than in London." "Are you sure, sir?" "It will be—" A very small, deprecating cough intervened. "An adjustment." "I am told that married life requires a great number of adjustments, Crewe. And bear in mind that Miss Aldridge must also make certain changes to accommodate a husband. She has been accustomed these 10 years and more to arrange all matters as she sees fit. Now she will have both a parent and a spouse putting their oars in." Not, Alistair thought, that her father had not already put an oar in. He had a growing suspicion that some sort of communication had passed between Aldridge Hall and Hargate House prior to his arrival in Derbyshire last month. Lord Hargate had not seemed the least surprised at the news of the impending marriage. He had looked, in fact, smug, and most especially so when the marriage settlements were being signed. Alistair was marrying an heiress, just as his father had recommended in November. But it was impossible for them to conspire, he said, half to himself, as he studied his reflection in the mirror for the 17th time. Mirabelle opened all her father's letters. It was the merest accident that she did not see mine. Crewe coughed. "Yes, what is it?" Alistair said. "I only wished to observe, sir, that certain letters have been known to make their way directly into Mr. Aldridge's hands. They would be enclosed in one addressed to the head gardener. Lady Sherfield used this method from time to time." Lady Sherfield, his mother's bosom beau. Alistair had left his letter to Aldridge in the tray with the others for his father to frank. His father must have enclosed it in one addressed to the gardener. That was how Mr. Aldridge had received it. He'd sent a positive, encouraging answer to Alistair, though the botanist had not wanted a canal through his property,
any more than his daughter did. Why? Matchmaking, Alistair told his reflection. Sir? I was lured there, Alistair said, on purpose. They set a trap, the two of them. My father saw the opportunity and he took advantage. It was Machiavellian. He turned away from the mirror and smiled. And exceedingly good of him. I might not have discovered her otherwise. Someone tapped on the door. Crewe went across and opened it. He came back to Alistair bearing a small tray on which rested a note bearing Lord Sherfield's seal. Heart pounding, Alistair opened and read it. Then he ran from the room. The wedding was to take place at Hargate House at 11 o'clock. It was 10:15, and the bride at Sherfield House had chased out her maid and locked herself in her room at 1:45, saying the wedding must be called off. "I have tried to speak to her," Mr. Aldridge told Alistair when he arrived. "My sister assured her through the door that it is only a last-minute attack of nerves, which happens to everybody. But neither Clotilde nor I, nor even Mrs. Entwistle, could obtain any sort of response. Lord Sherfield fears she is ill and wishes to break the door down. I confess I am anxious on that head, though Mirabell never takes ill. But she is never so unreasonable either." Aldridge frowned. "At least I'd always supposed she was not given to irrational or temperamental behaviour. But I had not paid close attention, as you know." "She is not unreasonable or temperamental," Alistair said. "Very likely she has qualms. Perfectly reasonable in the circumstances." He recalled what he'd told Crewe about two men putting their oar in when she was accustomed to being in command. Her life was about to change dramatically. She needed more time to get used to the idea. Alistair should not have rushed her, but he was worried that she was pregnant. And yes, he was in a fever to be wed and be rid of all the dratted chaperons. Selfish brute. He should have been reassuring her yesterday instead of reassuring himself with Geordie. All this was passing through his mind as Mr. Aldridge led him to the staircase. Lord Sherfield was pacing at the foot of it. Lady Sherfield was talking to Mrs. Entwistle. She broke off as Alistair approached. "I do not understand," Lady Sherfield said. "She was so cheerful when I went up earlier, and Mirabell is not given to moodiness." "I think she has retreated to the dressing-room," said Mrs. Entwistle. "You will have to shout at the top of your voice to make her hear." Alistair paused on the first step. "I'm not going to shout at my bride on our wedding day," he said. He considered. Then the idea came. The dressing-room door shut out the voices. It could not shut out everything, however. Mirabell sat well away from the dressing-table on a footstool at the far end of the room, out of the window's light. She did not need the voices to make her aware she was behaving badly, abominably, but she could not go through with it, and she could not explain. They would not understand. They would tell her she was being silly, that it was merely a case of last-minute anxiety which everyone experienced. They would assure her that nothing was wrong, and gently remind her that she would embarrass Alistair's family and inconvenience the guests. Alistair would be humiliated. She shut her eyes. She could not do that to him. She must go through with it. She rose, but her courage instantly failed, and she sank onto the footstool again, her head in her hands. A loud clattering, as of hailstones against the window, shot her upright again. Heart-pumping, she went to the window and looked out. The sky was still blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Then she looked down, and blinked, and opened the window. From the bottom rung of a ladder, Alistair gazed up at her. "What are you doing?" she said. He put his index finger to his lip and swiftly ascended. "I've come to rescue you," he said. "I shall carry you away on my snowy white charger to wherever you wish. Or rather behind a pair of greys, as I was obliged to borrow Rupert's curricle again. I thought the carriage would be more comfortable for a longish flight." While he spoke, he was climbing onto the ledge, then over it, into the room. "You've had second thoughts about marrying me," he said. I don't blame you. I was insufferably arrogant. I told you to marry me. I never asked you properly.
That is not the problem, she said, backing away.
I am not the hero you imagine me to be, he said. I should have told you the real reason I refused to be amputated. The truth is, I was far more frightened of the surgeons than of the enemy.
It was sensible to be alarmed, she said. You would not have survived an amputation. That is not the problem.
I haven't told you the worst, he said. I was frightened witless when I went down into that hole after your father.
But you did it anyway, she said. That is true courage, to act in spite of fear. And it was a rational fear. I had never been so frightened in all my life as I was then. That is not the problem.
I've kept things from you.
He walked to the looking-glass, made a small adjustment to his neckcloth, then came back to her.
Your father and I have been plotting behind your back. I have a new scheme. Instead of a canal, Gordy and I will build a railway from the mines to our customers. Your father approves the idea, and Gordy is delighted. I should have told you first, but I wanted it to be a wedding gift. I imagined you would swoon with admiration of my brilliance.
A railway. She had searched and searched for a solution, but always she'd assumed they must have a canal. A railway had not even occurred to her. She pressed her fist to her bosom. It is brilliant, and I should swoon if I knew how. Perhaps I learnt the art, but it was long ago and I've forgotten. It is merely one of a number of feminine skills I lack. Her eyes itched. You told me you would find a solution, and you did. It is a wonderful surprise. It is a perfect gift. It is certainly not a problem. He came to her then and gently grasped her shoulders. He gazed at her in that way of his, making her look up, straight into his golden eyes, making it impossible to pretend anything.
It does not matter that I was not the first, he said gently. I have had a twinge of jealousy now and again, I admit. It is absurd, of course. It is not as though I have lived like a monk, but my nature is somewhat possessive, and I did not wish to share you with anyone, even if the sharing happened in the distant past, practically before I was born. But that is all pride and possessiveness. It does not alter my feelings for you a whit.
Not the first? She said, bewildered. Not the first what? To be jilted by me? But I am not jilting you. That is not—
I know I am not your first lover, he said. It does not matter. You were not obliged to tell me. It is ancient history, no more relevant than my own episodes. Merely because men are customarily allowed more latitude in these matters does not make it right or just.
Mirabell drew back, stunned. Had someone in London who knew her in the past whispered slander in his ear? William Poynton had been very popular. A great many ladies had been jealous of Mirabell. Some may have blamed her for his leaving England and never returning. Could they still be holding a grudge after all this time? I don't know who told you this, she began.
No one told me, he said. I saw the evidence, or rather the lack of evidence, after we made love at the inn. The sheets, not a spot.
Not a spot, she repeated. Then finally she realized what he was saying, and in spite of her misery she smiled. My love, I am 31, she said. Did it not occur to you that my hymen might have shriveled up and died, of despair most likely?
Of course it didn't occur to me, he said. To me, you are a girl.
He let her go and stepped back, his expression perplexed.
My dear, I am at a complete loss now as to what troubles you. But I don't need to know. All that matters is that you are in difficulties of some kind and want to call off the wedding. I shall not attempt to force—
I can't do it, she cried. I cannot. Her shoulders sagged. Look at me.
You look beautiful, he said.
The gown was a warm oyster-shell white, trimmed with fine lace, rather like the fetching nightgown she'd worn that night at the inn. She stared at him. What is wrong with you? Not my gown, that looks well enough. It is my hair. I cannot believe you didn't notice. It is all wrong. He blinked.
Your hair, he said. You want to call off the wedding because your hair is not right?
Can't you see? Aunt Clotilde's maid did it, and it is too high on the forehead, and here are these untidy clusters dangling at my ears, and it took her forever, and I am stuck with 1,000 pins, and there isn't time to pull them all out and start over again, and I know you will not be able to concentrate on the service because you will be in agonies about it, and I will embarrass you in front of your family and friends.
There was a short silence. Then, "It is the latest fashion," he said. His mouth twitched.
"Oh,"
she said. "It would not matter to me if it were the fashion of last century," he said. "The only agony I shall suffer is impatience for the wedding night. It has been a very long time since I held you in my arms."
"Yes, it has been tedious and annoying," she said. "A turn about the park in an open carriage, with half the world looking on and the other half interrupting to chat, is not very satisfying." She drew near to him again and tipped her head back. "We are entitled to a kiss, I should think."
"To sustain us through the trial ahead," he said. He bent his head.
The instant his mouth touched hers, the world came right again. She reached up and curled her hands about his neck, and his hands came round her waist. She loved his hands, and the clean masculine smell of his skin, mixed with starch and soap. She loved the way his mouth moved over hers, the light pressure coaxing her to part her lips, and the taste of him. She shivered and pressed closer, and his hold tightened. She'd felt so unsure, so cold and alone. Now she was warm again, and wanted. His hands moved over her back, and she sighed with pleasure. "I've dreamt of this," she murmured against his mouth. "Your hands, your wonderful hands."
"I've dreamt of it too." He nuzzled her neck. "We have to stop."
"Oh, yes." He made a cascade of kisses from the tender place behind her ear to the neckline of her gown. With his finger he drew the neckline down and trailed his finger inside, against her skin. He made another path of kisses from her shoulder to the very edge of the fabric, over the upper swell of her breasts. The tender caress of his mouth made her ache. She strained toward him, her hands sliding to the back of his waist. There was so much in the way. She dragged up the coat, and her hands slid over the silk waistcoat, and down, over smooth wool, and the taut curve of his buttocks. He tensed and growled something against her neck, and she pressed against him. Even through the layers of her gown and petticoats and his trousers she felt his arousal. It would be hot there, and hard. She remembered that heat thrusting into her, and heat eddied through her to sink to the pit of her belly. Her mind sank, too, into a deep, dark place while the world slid away. "Don't make me stop," she begged, her voice low and thick, the words dragged out between ragged breaths. "I want you inside me." She drew her hand over the front of his trousers. "Now!" The bold caress took his breath away and sapped his will. He lifted his head and looked at her. Her eyes were smoky blue, half closed. With every inhalation he drew in the scent of her, and it clouded and thickened his mind. Yet some awareness remained. They couldn't continue. The wedding, the waiting guests. He drew back and tried to catch his breath and regain his balance. She advanced, tugging at the bodice he'd disarranged. Her breasts swelled pearl-smooth above the lace. She slid her hands over them, down over the dainty waist and down further over her hips. Her fingers tightened on the skirt and she dragged it up. His gaze slid down to the soft kid slippers, and up, the white stockings, the pretty turn of her ankle, the perfect curve of her calves. He backed away another step and she advanced, drawing the gown up higher still, nearly to her knees. A little more and he'd see the misshapen upside-down heart, so like her, turning his mind and heart, his world, topsy-turvy. He shut his eyes. No, the wedding, the guests, waiting. He backed away another step and struck something and stumbled backward. He came up against the wall, but his bad leg gave way and down he slid, onto the carpet. And before he could think of rising, she was there, standing astride him, her skirts still gathered in her hands. She was looking down at the front of his trousers, and her mouth curved into a wicked smile. She reached up under her gown and untied her drawers, and down they fell onto his belly. His cock, hardly affected by the fall, stood at attention. Down she came, onto her knees, her femininity mere inches from his eager member. He slid his hands up her sweetly rounded thighs, over garters and the tops of her stockings to the soft skin. He trailed his fingers over the curve of her belly, the smooth place just above the feathery curls. She uttered a low moan and moved against his hand. He let his thumb slip lower where she wanted and stroked her, though his hand trembled, and his mind was a wild place, all need and animal instinct. She was so near, warm and ready, the tender place under his thumb so soft and dewy. He felt her tremble against him. She pushed his hand away and rose a little, and grasped his rod, and eased herself onto him slowly. "Oh," she said, and it was half moan, half sigh. She bent to him then, and he reached up and caught her, his fingers dragging through the thick wild curls, and brought her down, brought her mouth to his. "You are in command," he murmured. "Yes." He felt her smile against his mouth. She lifted herself and came down, and his mind went black. Nothing left but feeling, heat coursing through him as she rose and fell, as he rose and fell with her, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until she reared up and let out a cry and shuddered again and again, as she took him to the pinnacle with her, to a burst of fiery brilliance. Then they fell together into a sweet, cool darkness, and her mouth found his again, and she breathed, "I love you." "I love you," he answered hoarsely. "My wonderful wicked girl." In the drawing-room of Hargate House, Captain Hughes took out his pocket-watch and frowned. Mrs. Entwistle, standing beside him, dug her elbow into his ribs. "This is not the Royal Navy," she said in a low, disapproving voice. "Our lives are not run by the clock. 6 bells for this, 3 bells for that. Haste, haste, haste. Must not lose a minute." He put away his watch and turned his frown upon her. "I had supposed that even a pair of civilians might contrive to be on time for their own wedding." He most certainly would be on time for his, if he could ever persuade this lady to look kindly upon him. That, he calculated, given the present rate of progress, would take a few years. He hoped his teeth and hair would not fall out before then. "They are but a few minutes late," she said. "There was a difficulty, but Mr. Carsington promised to sort it out, and told us to go on ahead." A moment later the buzz of conversation dulled to a murmur. The groom strode to his place before the minister, his groomsmen joined him, and the drawing-room doors opened to reveal the glowing bride, leaning on her father's arm. She was more than glowing, Captain Hughes observed. She was flushed, and her hair. His gaze went to the groom, the famous dandy who came down to breakfast, dressed to the inch, whose idea of dishabille was a silk dressing-gown instead of a coat, worn over his usual silk waistcoat, a freshly pressed shirt, and a starched neckcloth tied in knots so complicated that even the most experienced seaman must regard it with mystification and despair. This was the man who'd declined Aldridge's hospitality on one of the worst nights of the winter and ridden 2 hours to Matlock Bath in an ice storm, all because he hadn't brought a change of clothes with him. At present, Mr. Carsington's hair appeared to have recently survived an Atlantic gale. His neckcloth was crooked, the knot so simple that a 7-year-old midshipman, half-blind, with one hand tied behind his back, could manage it. Captain Hughes smiled. He had no idea what the difficulty had been, but he could guess how the bridegroom had sorted it out. "What are you smirking at?" Mrs. Entwistle whispered. "I am not smirking," he whispered back.
I am smiling benignly upon the happy couple."
"You are smirking. I can guess why. It is bad of you to notice."
"You were her governess," he said. "I must wonder what you taught her."
To his delight, the widow's cheeks turned pink. "Lionel, you are incorrigible," she said.
"Lionel? Oh ho! Perhaps not so many years after all."
"Dearly beloved," the minister began, and they fell silent, turning their attention thither. Lord Hargate had waited what seemed an intolerable length of time for the ceremony to begin. He had heard of the bride's balking even before the bridegroom did, yet his lordship had chatted amiably with his guests, then taken his proper place in the drawing-room at the scheduled time. He had stoically remained in that place while the minutes ticked by, while paternal instincts urged him with increasing shrillness to hasten to his third son's rescue. Consequently, he drew a deep sigh of relief when it appeared that Alistair had handled the crisis on his own. Lord Hargate did not question the means of persuasion employed. He was a politician, after all. All the same, he did not breathe easy again until the ceremony ended. Then he glanced at Mr. Aldridge, who gave him a conspiratorial smile. For all his absent-mindedness and preoccupation with matters botanical, he had managed to discern the lightness of this particular match. The Earl turned to his wife.
"Well, Louisa?"
he murmured. "Well done, Ned," she said under her breath. "Very well done indeed, my dear."
Yes, it was well done, Lord Hargate thought. One bachelor son safely shackled. Only 2 more to go.